Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The hero with a sword rushes down to the other characters fighting monsters. It is said that his name is Liao and he is the strongest warrior of humanity. He confidently shouts forward to the others. In the frame, a beautiful girl with a crown, it is explained that after defeating the last demon, he had to marry his beloved. A powerful explosion occurs. It is said that in the end he was left with nothing. The guy looks forward in shock, wondering how he could reincarnate as a demon. He is furiously aware that he must go back and marry. The system window says that if he dies again, he can reincarnate as a human. Suicide does not count. Liao with a grin, clenching his fist, says that you just need to die. The system windows say about the level increase for killing the Blue Union. He earns 10,230 points and rises to level 10. Now he is at rank D and received a mobile phone. The main character explains that everything was not so simple. The protagonist looks at the window with information that he defeated an army detachment and rose to level 40. Now his rank is A, and his defense has increased by 30% and all indicators have increased by 5 points. Resistance will act when he is hit 15 times, after which a critical hit is activated. It is said about love. The red-haired girl with horns claims that he will do everything for her. She is dressed provocatively. The blonde with horns and a maid costume asks if this is true. It is said about friendship. The guy with horns and a big nose points his finger. It is written about endurance. The protagonist stands in front of his wards who congratulate the commander. It is said that everything came one after another. Liao stands furiously in the frame. It is explained that he received recognition even from the 200-year-old demon lord, and if he does not die, he will develop along with the demons. He looks up in shock. The hero with a sword effectively attacks the monster, announcing a poison attack. Liao believes that he will fight. The red-haired fighter attacks the monster. His health is decreasing. The army and the tank attack the protagonist. Liao shouts in rage, "Come here." It is said that he will take a different path. He looks forward with a grin. They touch him. He urges to try to hit him. In the frame, the red-haired fighter is riding a horse. Liao considers him handsome. In the frame, the red-haired girl is smiling and looking forward. The protagonist is walking with a frightening look near the defeated enemy. The princess of the human race House shyly tells her dear one that she will wait for his victory over the last demon and becoming the strongest on the continent, and they will have the most grandiose wedding. Liao seriously says not to worry, because he will definitely win. In the frame, the demon lord of the SSS level Wimibala, the hero with a sword, stands in front of a huge monster. The protagonist with a grin rushes forward exclaiming, "It's time to accept your death." He flies into the attack with his other comrades. It is said that today marks 18 years since he has served in the army, and he had the chance to lead the strongest team of humanity, which attacked a strong demon of the highest level. He goes on the attack in rage, realizing that as soon as they defeat him, they will immediately be able to regain their former greatness, and the 1,000-year struggle between the demon race and humans is coming to an end. The warrior deftly cuts the flesh of the enemy. He holds the blade with a grin and says that humanity will emerge victorious. A huge demon in front of him asks if he really thinks so. Liao is shocked by the warnings of danger. Wimibala attacks, declaring that if she dies, it will only be with him. Liao watches with a sad face and says, "Wow." A strong explosion occurs. The inscription says the end. Against the background of the blast wave, it says that there are 2 minutes left until the end of life. The system window states that they congratulate the Lord on the fact that the 511th Army Squad he led has won many victories and made great contributions to the development of humanity. The wounded protagonist lies on the ground and hears that he has access to a one-time reincarnation and whether he wants to be reborn. Liao pokes at reborn and thinks why not. The protagonist suddenly opens his eyes while someone shouts "Wake up," because the squad is about to arrive. He exclaims that he has been reborn. Liao with dark hands declares that he has killed the demon lord and did not think it would be so easy. He stops in shock at the sight of the observers. The guy with a serious face turns around and wonders why he is near the ugly demons. The old man with horns looks at him and declares that the Blue Alliance is about to be here, and it will be too late if he does not leave now. Liao touches his face in a stupor and asks what this means and what he means. The protagonist sees a mirror. He looks at it with displeasure. He is an E-rank gone demon warrior. He exclaims in shock how he became a demon. He screams in rage, how can this be called reincarnation? Because he was the light of the human race, and his bride is waiting for him at home. He demands the system to release him. Others consider him sick. The system window embarrassedly tells the enraged protagonist that an error occurred during reincarnation. He demands to solve it. It replies that this is impossible. The protagonist in rage holds on to the window and screams that he does not care and demands a solution. It apologizes and warns that the reincarnation was a one-time thing. The notification says that if he dies again, he can reincarnate as a human. He stands in shock, reading this. Demons nearby are standing at a table and ask what is wrong with him. The old man replies that he is simply too fearful. The third says that soon people will attack and then it will become really hard for him. He tearfully wonders if his bride will wait for him. Lamer introduces the fighters of the Blue Union in the caves and exclaims that 12 people are coming to them. Against the background of the fighting demons, It is said that with the exception of His Majesty, who has a B+ rank, none of them are their rivals. She shouts loudly that therefore they must reach the retreat route as quickly as possible, and if they fall into their hands, their skin will be torn off. The protagonist with a serious look understands that the Blue Union is very close, and he is now a demon. The guys look questioningly at the laughing Gon, who thinks that his own will kill him. The old man and the others see him running away. They loudly shout what he is doing, because there are people there. The protagonist stops and understands that hiding is not the best option. He turns around with a smile, and says that he will hold them off while they run away. They are shocked and wonder why he wants to sacrifice himself for them, and he has changed a lot. The protagonist screams in rage. He turns around, seeing that stones are flying from above. He understands that this is an avalanche or magic. The passage is littered with boulders. The girl steps forward. Lu states with an air of importance that they grew up together and will not abandon anyone at a critical moment. The protagonist is furious and thinks that she should not interfere with his reincarnation. He swings his fist and shouts, "Don't interfere." He hits the rocks, and the girl watches in silence. Gon is furious and calls her a pathetic little bug, thinking that her hand hurts. Lu asks again in shock. The old man furiously shouts what he called her. The protagonist smirks and clenches his fist, declaring that he should not be underestimated. Embarrassed, Lu thinks why she did not notice his alluring scent before, and the others are about to leave and ignore him. The protagonist, with his eyes closed, says to leave. He runs forward and declares that people will not be afraid of them and that they will not be able to respond. The demons are surprised to hear that he will sacrifice himself so that they can stay alive. Lu watches with tears in her eyes. The old man takes her hand and says that it is time for Her Majesty to go. Gon runs forward. He stumbles upon surprised fighters of the Blue Union. The guy with a grin says forward, noting that he will take all 999 blows. Armed fighters run to attack, while he shouts to show him his combat experience. Gon with a smile thinks that he is returning to the human race. A purple arrow flies forward. Arrows pierce the bodies of fighters. They scream in shock about an ambush. The old man with a bow says that in 3 years he has already managed to forget about their feud. The system window says that the demon clan used their skills and elevated their members, increasing their strength and abilities. He stands furiously against the background of the dead, saying that after the death of the demon lord, the human race invades their lands time after time, and because they cannot resist, they continue to rob and kill and did not even think about compromising. The old man holds the guy by the shoulder and says that he was right. Liao goes ahead with the others and declares that it is time to resist the demons. The Blue Union fighters shout in shock that the enemies stand opposite each other in the wasteland. The shocked protagonist with his mouth open notices the demon and wonders if he is imagining things. The girl flies high with the help of magic and declares that they are not going to retreat. The shocked fighters shout that didn't they say that the highest rank among them is B, so where did the A rank come from, and this can't be. The heroine releases a powerful stream of energy using divine destruction. They are standing in front of a crater. It is said that this is how the Blue Union fell. Gon stands in surprise opposite and thinks that he has turned into a pile of ash. The protagonist sadly realizes that not only did he not die, but he also ascended. The system window says about leveling up for killing the Blue Union. He earns points and ascends to level 10, but if he dies, he will be reborn into a clan of people. He says with tears in his eyes that it would be better to die than to ascend. The picture shows the huge city of Yun. In the frame, the character is sitting on the throne. It is written that this is the mansion of the Hua family. The assistant of the demon lord Chao furiously asks that their plan failed. The fighter in a mask and glasses says that it did. The picture shows a battle. He explains that they calculated the time when Her Highness would be surrounded by the Blue Union and the moment when she would be in the greatest despair. In the picture Wujuan with a spear and riding a horse, it is said that then the Lord would lead the soldiers to save her. The red-haired fighter smirks. It is said that he demonstrated his boundless charm and courage in front of Her Highness. He holds Lu in his arms. It is said that then he scattered all the enemies and embraced the princess, and it was at that moment that she was supposed to fall in love with him. This picture is crossed out. It is said who knew that they would rise and defeat the Blue Union on their own. Chao stands near the throne and hears from a subject that they say that Her Highness awakened the royal power. He clarifies, is it not good? One of the great representatives of the military and sitting on the throne declares that in any case, all military power is in his hands. In the frame, warriors with a flag, it is said that given his status, the court will force her to marry his son and no one will dare to object. And with a serious face demands to notify his son, because tomorrow they will be wooing and he has long known that this plan will fail. The girl bathes in the bathtub, thinking that she did not expect that this guy would show such courage in dangerous moments. Lu opens the curtain and calls Lamer, asking to bring Gon to her, because she wants to reward him. Lamer with an embarrassed grin asks again about the reward. The maid with a smile shouts to her that she obeys and is already on her way. She in turn thinks about what she was thinking. Gon sits near the system notification that he needs to distribute 120 points according to certain characteristics. Gon points his finger in rage and declares that it is time to die. He thoughtfully looks at the system window and sees an elite D-rank demon. He declares that the level is not that strong, but not for humans, so who can kill him? Lamer runs to him and shouts that Her Highness is looking for him. He smiles and tells her that she is finally here. The maid sees him pushing her and asks what he is planning. He takes her arm and leads her further, telling her to help him by killing. He leads her further. Lamer smiles and thinks that Gon is not so fierce, and it is probably because of the drink. The sledgehammer flies towards him. It hits him on the head. Lamer with a sweet smile states that today is not the best time, because today he should go to the princess. Lu sits on the throne in front of him, saying that his performance was amazing and he showed himself well and she would like to reward him with the title of first class, and from now on he can safely enter the palace. A beautiful girl with horns sits on the throne, noting that in addition, she will give him the costume of the king killer, and it will help him become a real hero. Lamer is shocked and thinks that this reward is the sacred robe of the past demon king, and this is the best thing to reward. Gon looks at the window in surprise that it significantly increases the owner's power, and has many accessories, armor and weapons. He considers it useful. The protagonist turns around and says that if this is all, then it's time for him to go. The girls consider him so decisive. Lu says embarrassedly that he is handsome. The guy leaves the palace. One of the three great legislators, Wei, thinks that the guy also leaves the palace at night. But this is not the most important thing. How dare the princess give him such a suit? He says that it was not worth rewarding a simple soldier like that, and such does not correspond to a leader. He grits his teeth and realizes that he has been hanging around all his life and helping in everything, and she turned a blind eye to this, and did not even thank him with a word, and she forces him to side with the demonin. Gon stands opposite and turns to the old man. He looks at him in rage, thinking how the impudent man dared to call him that. The protagonist holds out the suit and says, "I give it to you." The man with glasses exclaims in shock that it is true for him. Gon calmly says yes, while thinking that he wants to die, not become stronger. The protagonist shows a thumbs up and assures that Her Highness appreciates his work and therefore instructed him to reward him, so he should take care of the thing. He runs away from him. Wei stands silently with the suit in the middle of the guards. He is delighted and shouts that he apologizes to Her Highness, and he is worse than any cattle and he will definitely fix everything. The protagonist sits on the steps and realizes that everything is the same here and tomorrow he will go somewhere else to die. Gon looks away, hearing that he came back and why his father was in such a hurry that he called him away. The protagonist looks out from behind the corner and sees two demons, one of whom says that the general has decided to carry out the plan tomorrow. The masked fighter tells Wujuan that he will lead the soldiers and make a proposal on his behalf to Her Highness, and if anyone is against it, they will simply kill him. The shocked guy looks out from behind the corner and realizes that they will lead the army and kill the dissenters. He smirks and realizes that this is what he needs and it is time to act. The events take place in a large conference room in the city. The heroes are standing next to the man on the throne. Gon, with a displeased look, realizes that he did not expect the morning meeting to be so gloomy. He wants to quickly get down to business. Chao loudly declares that they have maintained respect for Her Royal Highness for 3 years and are glad that they have gained powerful forces. The hero stands in front of the girl on the throne and says that the human army was preparing for an offensive, but thanks to the general's help, they managed to avoid an attack. Lu says with interest that the general is working hard, because he has been in command since the time of Her Case's reign, and he needs to be generously rewarded. The Fearsome stands nearby and states that since Her Highness has proposed, he has something. The man looks at his son and calls Wujuan to him. The general seriously asks her to marry his son. The boy looks at him seriously while his father says that they grew up together. Lu smiles and replies that they have not seen each other for 3 years, asking if Wujuan likes anyone. She looks at the general in surprise, who asks to marry her son. Lu loudly objects and asks him not to joke like that, since she and Wujuan are not in such a relationship. The general looms over the throne and says that it is not that important and that they can cast aside their doubts, since the demon clan has never been ruled by a woman before and many are losing trust in them. He fiercely states that after Her Highness ascends the throne, there will be civil strife, but if she marries Wujuan, no one will dare to say a word. The red-haired fighter stands near the other warriors. She says that this is reasonable. People explain that it is so, because the gentleman is unusually handsome and brave, an ideal candidate for a husband. An old man nearby in a rage calls this nonsense, and asks not to give in to it. Lu nervously tries to say something. The protagonist with a grin thinks if this is his chance. Gon runs forward, they ask him what he has in mind. The protagonist grabs her hand. He loudly asks her not to agree to this, because everyone is free and has the right to decide for themselves who to marry. She embarrassedly pronounces his name. Gon stands next to her and asks the old man who gave the right to tell their leader. Wei in shock remembers the guy who gave him the suit. Lu sadly apologizes to the general. Un looms over them and claims that he did everything so that their clan would prosper, and he is the only general appointed for 2 terms at once, a great commander who is honored by all the servants. He looks at them with a blaze and says that Her Royal Highness should think it over carefully before giving a final answer. The old man pulls back his bowstring and shouts not to even think about taking the palace. Wei angrily demands him to watch his behavior. The general furiously replies that he has an entire army in his hands. The hooded fighters, led by him, stand nearby, and he wonders which of them will dare to oppose him. The princess sadly looks away and asks the guys to stop, stating that the general is right and she needs to agree. Gon laughs loudly and says that she gave in quickly, asking if she doesn't have royal blood. He smirks and asks if she was scared. An looms over him and asks what he's talking about. They look at each other angrily. An watches in fury. Gon sarcastically tells him that he is a great general, but who gave him the right to command, asking whether he is from a herd of cows or the leader of dogs, since he decided to mock her. The protagonist points at her and states that, in addition, she is the strongest demon and her status is more important than them, because she is stronger than 10,000 people combined, clarifying whether his son is worthy of her. Wu Juan is standing behind him. The father asks what he is even talking about, because his son is the strongest and no one can be worthy of him. The protagonist embarrassedly says that he is, because they were together with her in the cave just a couple of days ago. The picture shows his ideas about a romantic relationship with her. He, holding back laughter, thinks that now the general will definitely kill him. The old man and Lamer look in front of them in shock. One understands that Gon dared to go against the general, the other considers him courageous. People look at them. They discuss that there are rumors that when Her Highness was surrounded by the Blue Union, it was he who stood up for her. The other notes that he has never seen him. Lu embarrassedly understands that the protagonist is taking such a risk for her. And enraged asks if he wants to die. He sarcastically shouts for him to be killed. The general's eyes are burning. He screams that the guy will regret his words because he will kill him and eat him whole. He starts using magic. Everyone screams that this is the general's awesome power and they need to run. And deals a powerful blow to the main character. Wei hurries forward, realizing that he will not make it in time. The main character flies away with a smile and screams for how to wait for him because they will meet soon. He imagines himself next to her. A powerful explosion occurs. The general and the others watch the huge fire. Wu Juan looks ahead questioningly. The main character is standing in the fire. The guy clenches his teeth and asks why the hell he is still alive. Gon frantically appears before them. The system says that a fatal injury has been prevented. The guy sees notifications that new skills have been received. Defense has been increased by 30%. Indicators have increased by 5 points. Resistance will act when he is hit 15 times, after which a critical hit will be activated. Also that he has defeated an army detachment and risen to level 40, now rank A. Shocked fighters exclaim that he has overthrown the general and this is happening for the first time. Because no one has withstood his blow, the system says that a demon who has received an order receives the complete trust of all demons and in the future is granted an important position of commander-in-chief. Lu looks at the interlocutor with a serious look and says that her grandfather and father gave him an order, but from now on he will be the leader of the soldiers. Gon receives the highest award. She points to the guy and says that from now on Gon also becomes a general. Together with him he will lead the army of demons. The general is furious, thinks that it's not bad, now he can take away her power. He stands in front of the other demons, realizing that there is still no one stronger and more powerful than him. Wei greets the new general with a smile and calls for congratulations to Gon. The old man congratulates him with a smile. The protagonist watches as the others kneel, congratulating him. Gon does not understand what is happening, because the difficulty has been increased again. An looms over them in a rage, saying that it turns out that some demonic order was able to win the trust of Her Highness. He asks how he can lead an army at all and if he has any experience in battles. He says with a grin that only he can be a leader and only he is connected with the ancestors, since only those who were recognized by the ancestors are worthy of power, and if the guy can earn the approval of the ancestor, then he will hand over power. The old man shouts in a rage that no one has left his refuge alive for 100 years. Clarifying what he is going to do, Wei declares that the general has already proven himself, and it is time to listen to the demon lord without resistance. Lu shouts loudly that he cannot be led into the cave because this is a forbidden place and he will die. The surprised protagonist realizes that no one has ever gotten out alive and he will die. An laughs and says since they disagree. The guy raises his hand with a smile and says that he agrees, specifying where to go, because he will go immediately. The shocked demons look at him. The picture shows a battle with a fire. It says that 200 years ago, the clan of demons faced a serious danger and in order to protect the clan, the Lord sacrificed his own life. The crystal hangs on chains. It is explained that he sealed the remains of his soul so that it could still be used to pass the deadly test that no one has ever managed to complete. Wei turns to the general and says that a team of at least 2 people is required to enter, specifying who will go besides him. The surprised fighters talk about how dangerous it is there, and no one wants to die. The general seriously says to forget it, because no one will go there and in that case, let the protagonist go alone and if he can't even find a partner, what kind of conversation can we have about managing an entire army? The frame shows a raised red hand with claws and a shout of I will go. A-rank demon Lieutenant Wu Juan stands calmly next to them. The father angrily asks who said that they would let him go. He clarifies whether he really thinks that the guy is worse than gone. Woojun turns to the fighter who shouts that he is the future of the city, and there is no need to risk it. The guy points his finger and says that he also wants to show his strength to his ancestor because he will become the future ruler. The surprised wards talk among themselves that they did not expect anything else from the master, and they would also like to have such determination and strength. The general silently holds his head. The girl approaches Woojun and says that the master made the right choice, but he needs to be careful, because he has been brave since childhood. We cannot allow him to stay alive. Chao stands behind him and says that during the passage of the cave he can destroy him himself. Woojun straightens his hair and says that he knows. An old man stands next to Gon and says that the red-haired fighter is cruel and selfish and he will never leave him alive. He can stab him in the back, so he needs to be careful. The protagonist realizes with a grin that this is another great chance. Wei entered the room and calls General Gon. The old man with glasses says with a smile that he has the best restorative and healing potions. Since the cave is dangerous, you need to watch your health. The protagonist notes with displeasure that he is too worried. The heroes stand in a circle in the middle of the ancestral cave. Gon gives a bag to Woojun and says that these pills are for him. The girl comes out to them and asks if they are sure they are ready, but everyone was perplexed. Lu excitedly asks Gon to be careful. The determined Woojun looks at the protagonist with a grin. It is said that they did not yet know that the true Lord of Demons was about to be born. The girl begins to conjure, declaring a formation. A bright yellow pattern forms around them, penetrating everyone. Two heroes walk along an open copy of the ancestral test. Ghost bats hang over them. Red walks behind and says that he did not think that such monsters were in the cave. The protagonist remembers the old man's warning that Woojun could betray him. Gon spreads his arms and shouts that he is so defenseless, like an open target, very weak. He in turn does not understand what he is doing. Woojun, through anger, realizes that he should not expose himself to the enemy. Gon with a terrifying grin thinks that he has turned his back to him, and he can attack. Woojun pulls out a red blade and gets into a fighting stance. The protagonist with a grin thinks that this is it. He suddenly sees flowers in front of him. A red projectile flies near Gon's shoulder. He in turn is shocked. It pierces the monster's body. Woojun is in a fighting stance with a bat in the background. The protagonist looks up in amazement. They are standing in a cave in the middle of bats attacking them. Woojun summons flowers with magic once again. The monsters fly into an attack in rage. The red-haired fighter raises his hand and blocks their blows. He snaps his fingers. Small petals are connected by green rays. Woojun stands with his back to the protagonist and asks why he noticed the hidden enemies a long time ago and wanted to become bait to lure them out and make them come closer, and then let the strongest demon deal with them. Woojun tells him with a smirk not to think that he was able to catch him by surprise. Gon raises his finger up and says that he swears that he did not see them at all. Woojun smiles and says of course. He attacks the flying monsters again. He effectively activates the ability of flowers and storm. He swings a fiery blade. Gon, with a serious expression, realizes that he just wanted to set himself up, but now he decided that they are partners. He looks at the fighting guy and thinks that now all the monsters are running to him. It is said that due to the extremely powerful level, the mice have a response reaction and therefore they rush to save their comrades. The protagonist thinks discontentedly that now Woojun not only did not finish him off, but also exterminated potential killers. The danger level is 0 and now apparently he is safe here. Gon with a crazy smile wants to make them finish him off. The protagonist looks up at the system window that all his stats have been increased by 600%, strength 56, speed 41, physical strength 60 and 480 points can be distributed. Gon wonders where to assign them. Woojun goes forward and tells him that they are in the deepest part of the map. The red-haired fighter looks back at him and realizes that he is still doing nothing. Woojun, dissatisfied, assumes that he is not strong enough to fight the monsters. The protagonist looks ahead in shock. The system window screams about danger. In the picture, a huge foot is pounding the ground. The system window says that the difficulty of the battle is level A, the completion time is 20 minutes, the conditions for passing are to destroy the defense of the Demon Lord's messenger. Several monsters of different types and colors appear in front of them. The guy frowned. He waved his hand calling for flowers. A plant bud rushed towards the monster, engulfed in flames. He bared his teeth, alert. The monster squatted and crossed its arms. He struck and the battlefield was covered in fire. The red-hot stone core approached the fighter. A powerful explosion occurred and a fiery shock wave passed over the surface. Woojun covered himself with his hand and exuded tongues of flame. He became alert, noticing something to the side. The thorny tentacles broke through the flames and rushed towards her. The vine bound the horned one. The demon stretched out his hand and the plant wrapped around his hand. Woojun looked back with displeasure, wondering if he would do anything and understood that it was a waste of time, and he had come here in vain. The hero held his hand to his temple, looking at the screen and saying that he hadn't expected anything else from him. He frowned, thinking that he only had 480 points of strength, and his defense was weak and thought that he just needed to turn his attention to himself as soon as possible. The partner was furious and his body created green discharges. While he thought that what was expected, she was the strongest and asked the enemy to taste the strongest attack. There was a powerful explosion and he broke free from the shackles, releasing magical energy. The projectiles flew towards the monster, trying to break through the messenger's defense. The thorny one bent down while he ordered him to die. Wujun pointed his fingers to the side and commanded to explode. A massive explosion occurred, covering the battlefield in a red-hot core. His back was to the attack, and flames rose up. The monster lowered its head, focusing on the man, and a message appeared stating that the opponent's defense was 90%. The man panicked, feeling horror and wondering if he was injured and if the demon had any weaknesses, because his defense was at the highest level. The purple enemy stretched out his hand forward, creating a black hole that sucked in the warrior, who was thinking that things were bad for him. Wujun grinned, examining the messenger's assistance, while he was pulled into the supermassive object. The guy fell to the ground, while the monsters turned their attention to the side. He was wary, seeing his ally, who defeated one of the enemies. The protagonist was scared and surprised, thinking that he destroyed him with his attack and concluded that in fact, his strength is not small. Red was surprised, thinking that he killed the demon messenger in just one blow, and decided that the enemy only had strong defense in front and needed to be attacked from behind. A realization came to his mind and he put his hand on his mouth, thinking that this is why he was standing there like a pillar, because MC had long understood everything and was simply hiding his strength, deliberately allowing the demon messenger to attack him in order to strike from behind. Gon stood surrounded by demons and a message came out that since he had dealt an extremely powerful attack, the monster's attention had shifted to him, and his partner said that he was a good guy and actually quite interesting. The enemies looked at the satisfied hero with sparkling eyes. He looked back, thinking that the plan was working as it should and now he was the target of those. Fang opened his mouth, while the protagonist thought that A-rank plus demons were very strong and had high attack power, and with his current defense level, he would deal with him in literally one blow. He beckoned the enemy to his side and loudly commanded the creature to come here. The enemy rushed to attack, being engulfed in green energy, while he thought that he would become human again. The protagonist spread his arms and closed his eyes, anticipating death. A bud appeared behind the thorned one, and the ally summoned a flower. The petals were painted green, pierced with threads, and he was going to use thorns with poison. The giant's body was connected with magical lines. A powerful cut occurred, which MC watched. He looked inside the torn tear and was in a stupor. Wujun stood among pieces of flesh, while his hand exuded magic. They were surrounded by the remaining 3 messengers of the demon lord. Gon was scared, looking away. The red-haired one looked back, saying that his strategy was not bad and noted that he was glad that he realized that the enemy's weak point was the back, saying that it was good that he set him up in the beginning. The redhead put 2 fingers on his temples and then pulled them away while the system said that due to the powerful damage dealt, the monster's object had changed and they would now attack his comrade, while he said that he understood everything. Gon was very upset by the current situation and thought that he understood, and seeing that he was using poison, he realized that they would definitely not defeat him now. The hero watched as the creatures ran after the guy and said that they would be his. He grinned, ordering the monsters to return. He rushed to attack, piercing the soft tissues of the monster with a shining fist. The body was split in half and blood splashed onto the ground, forming an impressive scarlet trail, and the demons watched what was happening. The enemies looked at him and the protagonist again became the main target. He stuck out his tongue, putting his hands to his cheek and told them to kill him. MC put his hands on his hips, anticipating death. Wujun hit the yellow one with all his might in the back of the head, taking away most of his health points. He ran away, offering to kill him instead, to which Gon shouted, ordering him not to leave. The hero dealt a weak blow to the body of the black demon, ordering him to receive, and thought that he used too much force. The muscular creature exuded a blinding discharge of mana, and the guy said that he was the last one left and asked him to hit him, thinking that this was his last chance. The protagonist frowned, striving to attack. The monster swung, preparing to strike. The fist approached the happy guy, who was about to receive his. A powerful blow occurred and blood sprinkled the surrounding area. The partners stood near the disappearing corpse, and all the messengers of the demon lord were destroyed. Wujun showed his fist, praising his comrade for a good strategy, saying that he did not think that their cooperation would be so fruitful. MC was confused, realizing the hopelessness, and thought that yes so that, and asked himself in his head what he had done, and why he had destroyed. The redhead pointed his finger at the guy and said that his partner would become a worthy opponent in the future. Dust and small stones began to fall from the ceiling of the dungeon. A crack instantly appeared on the floor from which strong magical energy appeared, while someone laughed loudly, saying that no one had reached this place in the last dozens of years. Blocks of stone began to fall down, hiding the bright light with dust, which was barely breaking through to the outside. An electric discharge appeared in front of the partner, and the creature said that he thought that the current demonic youth would no longer dare to enter these lands. A blindingly bright light filled the space, hiding the blurred outlines of the guys' figures. The huge lizard sat on the rock, digging its claws into the hard rock, and congratulated them on passing the test and noted that the final battle awaited them. The snake looked down with a glittering eye and said that of the two guys, only one would be able to get out of here alive, noting that they had 10 minutes, and a message came out with information that he was the SS-rank demon lord, the evil dragon Lu Yun. The dragon looked at the fighters, saying that the survivor would receive the title of lord and a reward from the demon lord, but warned that it was possible that they would both die. Wu Yuan lowered his head and, wary, asked what this meant. He stood with his back to Gon and asked that he wanted them to kill each other. The hero's eyes were hidden by a shadow of hair, while he thought that he was the future of his homeland and could not die here, but his comrade was much weaker. The protagonist smiled, thinking that everything had worked out perfectly, and he had another chance. He clenched his fists, wanting him to kill him. The former partner looked at the guy and thought that he looked quite relaxed and thought that he intended to win and could not lose. The white-haired man undressed while he said that since only one would survive, they would not hesitate, and a notification came out that the armor was being removed and the defense was reduced by 50. Wu Yuan stood in a stance and thought about what he was going to do and assumed that he wanted to lure him into a trap, to which he asked not to worry, and the system reported the removal of armor and a decrease in defense by 10, and speed by 20. Gon stood in pants, and said that he did not have space, and he was left only in pants. The hero spread his hands and said that therefore the title of the overlord and the rewards right before, and asked him to start, saying that he could become the only true overlord. Wu Yuan stood his ground, asking what the guy's plan was, noting that he was literally one step away from great success. The guy's face showed irritation, and he did not understand what he was making up. The spikes were near the throat of the naked one, and he said that the protagonist had already won the trust of the Highness Toy, gained military power, noting that he was clearly no longer a weakling, and asked if this was true, saying that he had defeated an A-rank plus envoy with simple attacks. Wu Yuan was furious and shouted that if he was serious, he did not think that he would even have a chance to survive, and asked what the point of all this was then. Gon lowered his head, saying that their homeland would not be able to live without the other's family, and Wu was a true veteran of their state and he was the future of their clan. The hero smiled, saying that he was just a pathetic nobody who was not even worth a finger. Red looked at his former friend, who was saying that he had to die for their race, puzzled. He lowered his head, upset. He remembered his mother placing her hands on his shoulders and saying that one day the whole world would be in his hands and they were demons, and their strength was in their union. His hand was clenched into a fist, and he called out to his mother. The thorns hid deep in his flesh, and he said that he would definitely cope with this. Wu Yuan looked away, thinking that he was ready to give his life to ensure the well-being of the demon clan, and assumed that maybe this was some kind of strategy to lure him. Red lowered his head and understood that he wanted a title, but he only thought about the race. Lu looked at the people with a glittering eye and said that there were 8 minutes left before the punishment, and if they continued to do nothing, he would kill both of them. Gon was furious and ordered to hurry, asking what he was worth and wondering why he was inactive. The fighter looked away and said that the demon said that if they do not hit each other for 10 minutes, then he will finish them off, to which the hero asked so what? The guy was serious, saying that he wanted to try something. He bent over, spreading his legs wide, and his chest glowed with a bright light, making a strange sound. He stretched out and the inner light burst out from his mouth, chest and eyes, emitting green energy. A blinding green light filled the space. The demon turned away while the light enveloped him. He froze, focusing on the man. Discharges of energy touched the shield and he was about to use the explosion. Powerful attacks swept across the battlefield, raising columns of dust and creating huge clouds of hot gases. The snake opened his mouth, showing fangs, and asked that he dared to attack him, and a notification came out that there were 8 minutes left. Wu Yuan transformed and the system showed a notification with information that he had acquired the highest state, and his rank had been raised from A to A+, and he asked why they didn't kill this lord together. The enemy squinted at the opponents and, laughing, said that they didn't have enough strength, and a message with information about the creature came out. The red-haired one stood in a stance, exuding energy, and said that now he had enough strength for everything, and a notification about the strengthening came out and that he had increased the characteristics, and now the strength has plus 100% and the speed has increased twofold. Lu aimed a blow at the opponent, raising a huge cloud of dust, and Gon held his hand on his forehead, saying that it was decent. He irritably held his hand palm up and did not understand why he liked to complicate everything so much. The dragon's mouth glowed blue while the guy was rushing to attack and summoning flowers. A powerful beam was directed towards the attacker, and he was engulfed in magic. The snake dealt damage, destroying everything around and raising a smoke screen. Wu Yuan found himself to the side of the creature, and there was a magic circle behind him. He delivered a slash and took away 150 points of health from it out of 100,000. The redhead squatted down and called for blood. The enemy's head was enveloped in blue magic while he was about to strike. The beam rushed forward and the guy's shadows parted in different directions. There was a powerful explosion, raising smoke, and the burning creature was surrounded by green thin but strong threads that took away about 200 points of health from it. The magic rope smashed against the creature's thick armor. The fighter stood in a stance with his head down, and the demon chose him as the main target. The huge body began to move while the demon stood in the dust. He became wary, looking around. Horror froze on his face, and he was very scared. A powerful blow crashed into the frail body, deforming the face. The figure flew to the side, breaking the stone's surface. Gon looked at the wounded man, thinking that if he died, he would receive the title of conqueror. The muzzle of the demon rose up and magical energy was visible through the strong skin. A huge, blindingly bright sphere burst out of the mouth cavity and rushed towards his partners, emitting discharges. The hero took the blow, absorbing all the damage. The body was engulfed in murderous energy. He lowered his head, vomiting blood, and he had 1,400 health points left out of the maximum 8,200. The protagonist fell to the floor, holding his stomach. Wujun grinned, thinking that he was helping him. He held a potion in his hands and a notification appeared that this was a restorative liquid and the effect of it restores 10,000 units of life. The fighter threw it at the white-haired man, saying that it would be like this. The hero looked at the health bar, confused, and a notification appeared that he had restored 8,200 energy. MC turned around in a rage, calling out to his comrade. The red-haired man swung an object. Potions for restoring strength, defense, and attributes were aimed towards Gon. They smashed against his body and the system showed a notification that the characteristic had been increased by 100, the power of restoration had received plus 50, and the defense had increased by 500. Wujun drank a potion to increase strength, lasting 1 minute, and said that they were continuing the battle. The hero held his collarbone, and through tears said that he was very grateful to him. The curved line on his chest shone, exuding fire, and he spread his arms. The protagonist watched as the red-haired man approached Lu's face. They looked at each other, and the dragon's horns exuded energy. He clenched his fist with white particles. The discharge rushed to the dodging guy, who was trying to escape the attack through the portal. There was a powerful explosion that illuminated the entire space. MC ran to the wounded guy, while the demon watched the fall. The creature directed a powerful spherical attack at the guys and he said that he was coming. Gon met the beam with his body, absorbing all the damage. Gon grinned while his health bar was losing points. Gon looked back, noticing that the one he was saving was restoring his health. The hero looked back, asking if he could stop. He pointed his finger forward and smiled. The dragon created a deadly beam, trying to hit the flying one, and it was said that so the red-haired and the hero continued to fight against the demon until the demon's health dropped to half. The dragon showed his teeth, drooling. Wujun landed next to the exhausted guy and offered to continue in the same spirit, and noted that they would definitely defeat the dragon. The enemy raised his head, opening his mouth wide, and a notification came out that since the demon lord had lost half of his health, he was entering a new phase, and the system notified about a new SSS rank skill, namely, reverse absorption, and the creature's health was restored by 100,000 points. The opponent lowered his head, examining his opponents, and green particles flew next to him. He rose above the battlefield and the guy asked what kind of skill this was, saying that he returned 100,000 health points, to which the red-haired one replied that even if they continued to beat him, he would restore health. The snake looked away while a filled health bar hung above him, and he said that they were just pathetic weaklings and noted that they had started this in vain. He pointed his muzzle at his opponents, opening his mouth, and powerful sound waves began to emanate from him, distorting space and causing enormous damage, stunning and disorienting, saying that in the face of absolute power no courage will prevail. The guys were enveloped in alien energy, losing a huge number of points, and a message appeared that a new effect was activated and their defense was significantly weakened. They were lying on the floor, gradually losing 150 units of health. Gon was lying on the floor, resting his chin on the ground, and a drop of blood was running down his mouth. Wujun looked away at his ally and the system showed a message that he was on the verge of life and death, noting that a second blow for him could be fatal. He sat down, leaning on his hand, and said that the potions were over. The dragon was gathering the whole game for the final blow, and the magic was gathering in a vortex near his head. The redhead was running out and said that they had lost. The hero smiled, feeling happy, and said that they had not lost yet, and noted that there were only 10 minutes and if he died, he would still be able to complete the task. He looked away at his comrade and said that then he would be able to receive the title of Demon Slayer. The blue-eyed man frowned, asking what that meant. The protagonist grabbed the boy by the braid and asked him to live, while a huge spherical attack was approaching them, illuminating everything around. He threw him aside, calling him the hope of their clan, to which he did not want the boy to sacrifice himself. Wujun looked at the boy, who was engulfed in blinding light, and he said that despite belonging to the demon clan, he did not hate him. The horned man flew to the side and called out to his partner. The silhouette of his comrade dissolved in a magically blinding light. The beam shattered all living things and raised a column of dust in front of the saved one. The red-haired man looked up, confused. Lu looked at the boy through the smoke and said that this was a victory, and that he was able to pass the test, and noted that the ancestor of the past would generously reward him. The fighter watched as the title of a brave demon lord appeared above his health bar, and the dragon said that his friend was willing to give up his own life to protect him, and a notification came out that 2 million experience points were received and he rose to the 4th level. And the system also showed that he now had access to rank A+, an elite demon of rank A+, and all characteristics were increased by 700%. Would Yuan looked back, and the snake said that for 200 years there was no one who wanted to protect a comrade. He froze, being in a stupor. His face changed to a satisfied one, and he said that it was wrong. In front of the red-haired Gon stood, and Lu said that he would award the title to both of them, and this is a kind of faith in partners. The hero reflected a bright light and had the title of a brave demon conqueror, while he said that it was because they had all the necessary qualities, and a notification came out about receiving 5 million experience points and reaching the 10th rank. The protagonist looked up and a message appeared with a SSS rank skill, namely reverse absorption, and it was noted that using it restores 100,000 health points, to which he meaningfully remained silent, and a notification appeared that he had passed the test of the ancestors and all characteristics were increased. The group looked at the guy and could not believe that they managed to pass the test of the ancestors, and noted that for hundreds of years no one had succeeded in this. Chao stood to the side and said that so that's it, noticing that the prophecy was coming true, and asked what it turns out. In their lifetime they will be able to meet the demon lord who united the entire clan, and the girl repeated the name of the title, noting that the last was the ancestor Lu. The creature stood on a hill, radiating energy, and she said that such a lord is born quite rarely in the world, and he is surrounded by a special energy that is different from ordinary lords, and after a while becomes a creature that the whole world will admire. And smiled and said that he was worthy of being his son, and it goes without saying that he was the one who received this title, because it could not be otherwise. The horned one appeared in front of the group and asked for forgiveness, saying that Wu Yuan did not become the ruler. The old man looked away and smiled, saying that Gon became the ruler. The group was shocked and asked again, clarifying what was said. The barmaid held a bottle in her hands, while he asked for a couple more bottles of oblivion, to which she replied that he was powerful. The hero walked down the street and asked how he could die with so much health, and a message appeared that he was restoring 100,000 health points and gained immunity to attacks. The protagonist shed tears and said that now he definitely cannot return to his sweetheart, while the system reported that he had 2 new skills. He walked down the street, where there were many people. A creature peeked out from around the corner, while the guy looked around. MC became wary and looked back. He was looking at the empty corner, but he felt someone's presence. A little boy was standing around the corner. He peeked out from around the corner. Gon was furious and asked if he was being followed. The child was sitting on the pavement in front of the boy. Tears were welling up in his eyes, and he was saying in a trembling voice that he was not scared and that he was not afraid at all. The man watched as the boy bent down in front of Tian Shao and asked why he was following him. The child handed him a map and wanted to ask him to accompany him to the lifebuoy, and was sure that only he could do that. The garbage man was peeking at the letter while the hero was carefully reading what was written. The piece of paper said that he had the ability to make wishes come true, and asked him to bring this notice and go into the lifebuoy to fulfill 3 wishes, to which he asked where it was. The green-haired man looked ahead and said that as soon as he received the letter, he immediately ran to find out. But he was told that he was too young, so he couldn't. Then he saw him leaving the bar and thought that he could ask around. The bearded man pointed his hand at the piece of paper and asked if he thought it was a lie and who believed in such letters anyway. The white-haired man pointed his finger at the letter and said that he thought it was true and asked if he could really fulfill his wish, to which he asked if MC really believed it. Gon frowned and said that he had heard before that the demon clan had a so-called wish fountain that could grant wishes, but he didn't expect it to be right in front of him. The hero gave his hand to the boy, who said that he had received this opportunity after passing many tests and paying a membership fee of 50,000 coins, to which he replied that then it was definitely true, and the old man asked the price again. The black-haired man pointed his finger forward and said that this was definitely a scam. The garbage man lowered his head and said that something was wrong with the guy and asked if it was worth it, and if it was really that easy to trick kids out of money, saying that he wanted to change his profession. The green-haired man looked up, remembering the woman, and said that his mother had heart failure, and noted that she only had a month to live, and said that he needed to cure her as soon as possible, to which the man said that despite the fact that he was very touched by this story, it still looked very strange. The protagonist looked at the guy with a satisfied smile and said that he would go with him, but the boy would have to fulfill his wish as well. The white-haired man showed his fist and thought that he wanted to reincarnate as a human, and that's all, and was proud of himself, thinking that he was very smart. The man stood with his back to them and, listening to them talk to each other, said that they had become very close friends. He watched as MC told the guy that he was very caring and asked him not to worry, because his mother would definitely feel better, and noted that he could call him brother, to which he thanked him. The man looked up and said that, by the way, the baby is not allowed, a life preserver, a wish, and asked if this was not a scam. The guys were standing in front of the doors, and Gon said that they had arrived and the fountain was here. He showed the letter to the scanner, and it beeped, saying that the door was open. The gate swung open in front of them, and they were happy. The camera showed their partners and someone said that this was a new bait. The man looked at the screens and ordered them to close the doors. Pang looked away and asked them to remember that they should not be left alive. The door behind the guys began to close and they became wary. An enemy appeared behind them and his hand was enveloped in electrical energy. He rushed to attack and Tian Shao shouted at him to be careful. The white-haired man turned around and asked again. There was a powerful blow, but it only took away 5 health points. Gon was out of his mind and asked if they had come in the right place, while a message was coming out saying that a passive skill had been used, back recovery. The demon swung and thought that he was a pretender, because he had taken the blow, but was pretending to be so calm, and a message came out saying that it was a D-rank demon. The light illuminated the guys and there were opponents in front of them, while the guy was talking about how they had come to fulfill wishes. Gon lowered his head and asked if he had come to the wrong place. The demon pointed at him and said that he was a storyteller, and said that such people would not understand anything and advised not to even strain their brains, because it would not be possible to fulfill the wish. The hero got angry and asked where the Fountain of Desires was in order to show them, to which they only laughed. A group of demons burst into tears from laughter, and the main one said that the Fountain of Desires was just a fairy tale for children, and asked if he really believed it. The guards watched how the guys worked, how they chopped off limbs, and he said that they were the largest black market in the country, and specially lured them here. The man put a gun to the victim's head, the girls sat on the floor with chains, and he said that if they obeyed him, then so be it, they would allow them to serve for the rest of their lives, and if they refused, they would be sold for organs. The man in the hat smiled, remembering how the guy sat in the cage and how the knife was put to the victim's head, saying that in any case, their lives are worthless and no one will lose them. He looked ahead from under his brows and said that despite their skinny bodies, he thought that they could make something worthwhile out of the guys. He put his hand on the protagonist's cheek and said that he suggested obeying them. A powerful blow occurred and the enemy's body flew forward. MC's hand turned into a fist and the demons asked what happened. The soul came out of the body and it got stuck in the ceiling. Gon examined the opponents and said that this had happened many times already. The hero looked down and said that since waking up he has not ceased to be disappointed, to which the child called out to him. The red-haired man grinned and asked how he dared, talking about their leader. Shells flew towards the group. The girl formed a protective barrier and ordered to go into combat mode. The hand was covered with armor. The guy was looking forward and his body was covered in blue armor. His legs were wrapped in metal, creating protective boots. The group stood in a stance. Green was swinging, ordering them to show their cruelty, and said that now they will see how he can deal with B-rank plus armor. Red rushed forward, ordering an attack. The protagonist had his fist ready and because of the 2 liters of liquor he drank, he became a little emotional, saying that every time he was so close to success, but he could not do it. MC rushed forward, saying that he was very sick and disgusted and a notification came out that due to the alcohol he drank, immunity to attacks increased. He struck and the shockwave spread throughout the bunker, while he said that everything was pissing him off. A powerful force rushed forward, destroying the floor and raising dust. Demons lay on the floor without equipment, and the B-rank plus armor was destroyed. Gon lowered his head, grinning and bursting into tears. The opponents looked at him and asked who he was and the gray one showed his hands, apologizing and begging him to let them go, while Tian Shao said that his brother was strong. The old man was confused and said that they were forced to do this and no one asked them, and the power behind the organization was very strong and they could not just up and run away. The hero put his foot on the red-haired man's head and, suddenly sobering up, asked again, to which he replied that he had already said that he would not live. The opponent grinned, being under the guy's foot, and said that there were big shots behind them and that it would be the end for him as soon as the general came. Gon imagined strange figures and thought that initially 3 people were working on the plan and he wondered if he would still be able to die. The doors opened and blue energy burst out of them. The red-haired man looked up and said that here was the general and noted that he was about to die. The protagonist looked back while his friend Tian Shao panicked. The man stood at the door and asked what they were doing. Pang looked ahead, and behind him stood a guy. MC remembered him from before and shouted that he was that guy. The bandit looked ahead and asked how he knew their boss and how dare he address him like that. The fat man snapped his fingers and said that it was just a pathetic bug and a notification came out that Chao's younger brother, Pang, was an A-rank warrior. The red-haired man held out his hands and said that it wasn't them who said that and begged the general to let them go. The heads of the opponents instantly exploded into pieces, spraying blood everywhere. Tian Shao was horrified and said that it was very dangerous. The horned one smiled and said that they were useless brats, and noted that they were unworthy of him. The blonde guy lowered his head and said he was curious about who he was. The commander stood in front of Gon, saying he knew too much, so he would die here. The hero hid his eyes under his hair and said that the chubby guy looked strong. He took a stance and said that he should kill him then. He extended his palm to him and said that he would give his opponent 10 minutes to finish him off. The guy's face glowed red and he said that otherwise, he would not have to blame him for the consequences. Everyone present was shocked by what was happening. Chao put his hand on the back of his head and refused, asking what 10 minutes meant. His hand was enveloped in blue energy, and he asked how dare he humiliate him like that. The opponent rushed to attack, leaving a column of dust behind him. He struck and asked him to catch 5 of his blows. The body fell to the destroyed floor after the finishing blow. The horned one sat on him, dealing blow after blow and asking him to receive 8 more blows. The fair-haired one looked back, thinking that he remembered him. The enemy was sitting over the exhausted body and saying that he was damn tired. The protagonist frowned and asked him not to stop, and a notification appeared that with the help of reverse recovery, 1,666 health points were returned to him. The man frowned. He jumped up, gathering energy into his fist and swung, intending to deliver a powerful blow. The fist crashed into the guy with all its force, and a notification appeared that a passive skill was activated, namely, after receiving 15 blows, he receives recovery, and it was noted that all blows dealt to him were also reflected. The horned one received damage in the amount of 2,800 and spat out blood. He jumped away from the crater in which the victim lay. The man grinned and asked what was wrong with him. The blonde pointed his finger forward and said that he remembered and said that he was the same person who became the second general, and asked that didn't he go to his ancestor and why he was still alive. Peng smiled, saying that everything was clear now, but he would repeat himself. He raised an eyebrow, saying that if everyone cared about it, then he shouldn't think that he was the coolest, noting that he was just a low-level demon who relied on a girl. There were still 2 hearts beating in the opponent's body, and he said that he was the strongest upper-rank A demon with 3 hearts, and noted that he was the future of the demon clan. Gon's hand rushed forward, wrapping itself in energy. A magic circle appeared in front of him. The demon transformed and a notification about receiving rank A ice armor came out. The hero lay on the destroyed ground and said, "Let him begin." The opponent's eyes sparkled. His hand began to gain energy. He stood in front of the victim and was about to strike. An attack occurred and the floor cracked, forming cracks. A blast wave passed along the floor between the cracks and 50 health points were taken from him. A powerful explosion occurred, which took very little health from the hero. A hot cloud rose in the building, illuminating everything. Pang looked down and raised an eyebrow, and a message appeared that after receiving 15 blows, he receives recovery, and all blows dealt to him are reflected. The blow returned to the sender and a powerful shock wave occurred, throwing him back, while messages from the system appeared. The body flew up above the lying one. Blood spurted from his throat and the health bar showed no health points. The blonde burst into tears and called out to the general. The body fell next to him and he was confused. The horned one looked ahead, saying that this can't be, asking why, and a message appeared that there were 10 seconds left until death. The mutilated enemy lowered his gaze, preparing for death. He looked ahead and horror was painted on his face. Gon was rising from the ruins. He stood up and said that 10 minutes were up. He looked ahead and asked why. The hero's features were blurred and he asked why he was still full of energy. The guy hit his fist on his palm, wondering if this was all. The man was in a panic while he said that he gave him everything and apologized for letting him down. Chao watched as the hand approached him and asked him not to hit, promising that he would give him everything he wanted, namely money, influence, fame. Rage was written on the protagonist's face, and he said that he wanted him to kill him. Tears appeared on his face, and he said that he did not want to and asked who he was. A creature appeared in the doorway and called out to the general. Chao looked ahead while the servant said that this was the brother of the man, to which the man replied that he was the one to blame for his death, and the final word would be with General Gon, and he had no right to decide anything. He folded his palms and said that this was a military factory that worked on producing weapons. The hero waved it off while he said that poor management was to blame for this misunderstanding and asked for permission to fix everything, to which he replied that he did not need this unnecessary information. He stood next to the defeated one and said that they were scum and did not understand who among them was truly strong, and noted that they dared to assume such statuses. He took a step and said that he had one more thing. The protagonist looked back, saying that the chubby one promised to give him everything he wanted. Peng was horrified while he smiled and said that they did not say anything like that, and asked what he meant by this, saying that he was scared of him. The building cast a shadow on the street. There was a sign on the door saying that an operation was underway. The horned one was lying in the ward and saying that he had made a mistake and begged to let him go. The surgeon showed his hand and asked to get ready and not to worry, because he could live without one heart. The guys were standing by the door. He was shouting from behind the door that he did not agree, while Tianxiao asked if his mother would really recover now, to which he replied that he thought that something like this could help. The protagonist looked away and thought that it was a pity that his wish would never come true, and asked in his head if everything was okay with his road. Chao stood opposite the servant and asked if he had not found the energy accumulator, to which the fair-haired one asked not to worry, saying that everything was okay with the demonic element. The horned one looked ahead and said that this was the most powerful energy weapon of the homeland, and it needed to be protected so that no one could get it. He bared his teeth after he was told that it seemed like an army of people was approaching. The ship's turbines glowed blue. Flying machines flew over the surface. The blonde raised his hand, standing in front of the army, and ordered to prepare and line up. The planes flew over the high rise. The girl sat behind the curtain and said that Foam was supposed to lead this battle. She looked at the sleeping body and said that now there was only his body, and said that she missed him, asking when he would feel better. She stroked the sleeping body and said that there was not much time left, and noted that they would meet very soon. The guy's eyes were closed, and he showed no signs of consciousness. The fighters rushed to attack, calling each other forward. Sharp blades approached Gon, taking away 100 units of health from him. He grinned and ordered them to start attacking. The enemies looked at the guy in surprise. He burst into tears and repeated that they were scum and asked why no one could kill him. He woke up in bed and looked scared. He held his head and said that it was that dream again. The girl lifted her skirt, bowed in front of the guy, and asked General Gon that there would be a meeting today and asked him to prepare. The hero looked away and asked again. The guards were standing by the closed door. People were sitting at the table, and the main one was saying that according to the intelligence report, there had been some changes in the leadership of the Human Legion. Bingy lowered her head, saying that it looked like they were preparing an attack on them, and this time, humanity had sent a legion of more than 10,000 soldiers. She sat in front of the generals and said that this was why she had called all the important people together to discuss strategy. There was a frantic slaughter, planes were attacking, and the dragon was circling between the fire, and said that the last time such a large-scale battle was fought was 10 years ago, and the forces of the entire country were mobilized. But even then they barely repelled the attack, and in the end, they had to use rather sneaky and hidden methods to remain safe and sound. The Horned One was angry and said that at that time, the human army was only 5,000 people, and at present they have not improved much in strength. But the human army has increased. The general looked at Wuju and said that they need to mobilize the fighters, ordering him to lead the vanguard. The red-haired man turned to the man and said that he would carry out the order. Bingy looked away and turned to Gon, asking what he thought. He thought about it, imagining the graph and thinking that 10,000 soldiers would be here, and if 1,000 people attacked him in a minute, they would cause an average of more than 100 units of damage per second. An idea flashed through his mind, and he thought that then the total damage would exceed the volume of his blood, and in other words, if they were to constantly injure him, he would die. His face showed joy, and he said that this was a great opportunity. The hero slammed his hands on the table, saying that they would start a war. The protagonist frowned, leaning on the table, and said that they would fight, noting that a fierce struggle was needed. The interlocutors looked at him angrily and could not find the words. Hands slammed on the table, and was furious, and said that the country could perish because of this, and noted that one should not listen to such nonsense. He walked around the camp and said that 10 years ago, 5,000 people attacked them and they repelled them. Now a legion of 10,000 people is moving towards them, but even they will not be able to defeat them if they call for reinforcements. Gon lowered his head, saying that in another 10 years, 20,000 people will attack them. The hero pointed his finger forward, showing anger, and asked who they would trust their lives to next time. She spread her hands, asking if they did not want to become more majestic, and the commander-in-chief called out to him. He closed his eyes and asked who said that the demons did not improve their power, and guessed that they must have forgotten. He pointed his finger at himself when the title of the true demon lord appeared above him, and asked who he was. The protagonist looked away and said that he was the one who made them stronger. Bingy was impressed by the performance, and placing her hands on her jaw, said the name of the one. The man stood up, holding out his hand, and said that he was the first one to pass the test of the ancestor, and the interlocutor said that how could they forget about it, to which the other said that the prophecy of the demon clan was coming true and the demon lord really was uniting the entire race, and noted that the demons would see the light. And opened his mouth wide and loudly asked that he was going to put the lives of tens of millions of their soldiers on the line. The general clenched his fist, showing mad aggression, and said that many had never been on the battlefield, and asked if they knew all the cruelty behind the battles. Gon was calm and, looking around at those present, asked what they thought. Was it possible to win with such an attitude, and what they thought if they surrendered now, would they have hope for a brighter future? The hero pointed his finger at the opponent of his opinion and asked what he thought about the fact that simple words can be used to win, and saying that he had been a soldier for so many years, and asked if he really did not understand anything. He approached the bearded man and, showing his fist, said that now was the most important moment in their lives. The protagonist spread his arms and, smiling, said that they must win, but if he was against it, let him behead him and show it to the public. The two commanders looked at him with aggression, except for the old man, who was inspired by such a speech. Wu Juan looked forward and thought that this guy was very determined. Bingy rose from the throne and, closing her eyes, said that she understood. She frowned and said that in this battle, General Gon would be the leader and everyone should obey his orders. She pointed her hand forward and said that they should begin. Everyone present stood up. The sun was setting and the sunset illuminated the building. Dragons flew over the city and one of them descended in front of the camp. The man stroked the flying reptile and stood in front of the soldiers and said that the strength of each warrior was several times greater than theirs, and noted that he doubted that they had any chance of winning. The horned man looked away and said that the other leaders had been working with him for a long time, so he was the one responsible for the lives of those. He closed his mouth. The general frowned, shouting that everyone should listen to his order. His fist hit his palm. The subordinates repeated the gesture and bowed. The man pointed his hand to the side and shouted that they did not have to go into the city, and also did not have to listen to the orders of the commander-in-chief. Gon looked at the clenched fist and said that the lady should understand that it was not worth leaving him aside. The plane was flying near the surface and the action took place several days after the human army made its way into the country of demons. The soldiers of the 21st Human Squad stood near the tank, while the rest loaded into the aircraft. The man with the white armband looked ahead. He looked through the rangefinder. The man lowered the object and with a satisfied smile said that the end had come for the enemy. He looked back, ordering to get ready, and they obeyed. A mad smile appeared on his face and he asked to listen to his orders and said that all evil spirits must die. The commander watched as the missiles rushed forward. The projectile was approaching the object. The dragon rider looked up and shouted that people were attacking, while the rest began to prepare for defense. The girl aimed an arrow forward. They repelled the missiles and they exploded in the air before reaching the surface. The demon shot down the threat and the fragments from the threat flew to the side. Another projectile burst through the hot cloud and the blue-haired girl watched the last seconds of life. There was a powerful explosion that smashed the asphalt. From the main epicenter of the attack, 2 more flew in different directions. The hot cloud was approaching the fortification. Gon watched what happened, while An and his wards stood behind. The hero lowered his head, saying that this day has finally come. Through the smoke, the outlines of a huge combat vehicle were visible. A platoon was appearing on the horizon. They were emerging from the smoke screen, showing their weapons. Like spiders, the huge mechanisms were moving along the ground, approaching the future front. On the tank was the commander, and behind him were only the stormtroopers. The hero watched as the threat was getting closer and closer, and covered his mouth and, turning to his subordinates, asked them to remember what he had said. The soldiers looked at each other and one of them asked what to do and noted that they could not disobey General Hua, to which he interrupted, saying that he himself did not know. After all, he was not the one giving the main orders. The protagonist looked back. He frowned and ordered to listen to the order. A mad smile appeared on his face, and he said that everyone should stay here and he himself would do everything. Everyone present fell into a stupor and did not understand what was happening. He turned away, saying that they were starting. MC stood up and asked to rely on the master. He made a powerful jump, landing on the ground, and lowered his head and, not believing what was happening, asked again. There was a powerful explosion and the commander-in-chief of the people became wary, while the soldiers looked out from behind the combat vehicle. The man with the katana fell into a slight stupor and looked ahead with interest. In the smoke screen, the outline of someone's figure was visible. Gon appeared in front of the people. All combat power was aimed at him. The hero forced them to stop and the infantrymen kept him at gunpoint. The commander lowered his sword and thought what was wrong with this demon. The owner of the katana examined the enemy. The mage of the Blue Union looked ahead and thought that he went down alone. He raised his head and thought that everyone else was just standing and assumed that it was a trap, and stood on the edge and watched what was happening. The ward looked at his comrade and asked what was going on and if he had heard right, to which he replied that the commander-in-chief had said to rely on him. The horned one grinned, thinking that he was sick and crazy, realizing that he could not cope alone. More infantry appeared from the smoke, who focused on the demon, and he thought that there were 10,000 units on the enemy's side. MC took off his outerwear and said that they considered their army strong and 50 points were reduced from defense. He took off his t-shirt and the system reduced 20 points of defense from him, while he asked why they did not approach him. The hero stood in front of the army and asked if they were really afraid of him. Renjia was surprised and they asked him if he was really alone. The owner of the katana stood on the turret of the combat vehicle, not taking his eyes off the first enemy. The protagonist looked ahead and thought that this was the mage who used to be his subordinate, and he didn't think that he would grow to be the leader of the army. The man held a gun in his hands while asking not to let him down. A smile appeared on the demon's face, and he thought that he was the bravest of them all and was going to heat up the situation. The hand hit the body. Gon stood with his back to them and offered to try to attack him. The commander-in-chief fell into a stupor. He fell into a rage and asked how he dared to behave so disrespectfully. He pointed his katana at the enemy and ordered him to move forward towards him. The machine guns rattled, spitting bullets out of the barrel. The hero smiled and anticipated how they would attack him and cause damage. The bullets hit the protagonist's body. Renjia took out his weapon and looked away. The tank gun fired, throwing a red-hot projectile towards the target. The mage delivered a cutting blow, knocking off 150 points of health. Swordsmen were approaching the guy. They were hitting him, taking away a very small amount of health. The protagonist was recovering and thinking that this was not enough and he needed to wait until his defense, which he had 1,666, dropped. MC stood up and shouted, ordering them to give it their all. The soldiers froze and did not understand what he wanted, and one of them noticed that their attacks had no effect on the creature. Renjia looked back and asked what his recovery power was so powerful. He touched the earphone and ordered the second squad to act. Swordsmen were standing on the battlefield. Soldiers were taking out katanas. The combat module of the armored personnel carrier activated the infrared laser. The machine's gunner aimed at the target, and the program determined the target. A shot was fired from the main gun. The projectile rushed forward from the cannon. The beam hit Gon, creating a shockwave. There was happiness on the hero's face, and he said that this is how it should be. The demon stood on the cliff and gritted his teeth, trying to understand what was going on with the hero's recovery power. His eyes widened. He opened his mouth and thought that the battle had just begun, and the young man was already ready to fight the human army alone. Gon took the enemy's blows with a smile, while the general wondered if he had any countermeasures and what he was trying to achieve. The blonde licked his lips and asked to continue, watching as the health bar slowly decreased. The guy looked in surprise at the pop-up window for activating the passive skill. The screen said that after receiving 15 blows, he would receive recovery, and all blows dealt to him would be reflected. Energy emanated from the main character. This power pierced the bodies of the people around him. The soldiers turned around in fear, trying to understand what had happened. The bloody man trembled and muttered that this was definitely not an ordinary demon, and his resistance power was too strong. He fell back, and his allies exclaimed that he was dead. Renjia frowned, thinking that they were in trouble because this opponent was very strong. The man frowned and ordered to stop attacking. The hero turned to look at him, while the general was thinking about what General Xian said, that among the demons there appeared one SSS rank, a true overlord who had the ability to recover. There was a silhouette of a dragon above the youth, and Renjia decided that he, relying on his own strength, broke through many worlds on his own and came to them to allow the demons to gain strength that they did not have before. Gon grinned ominously. The man's eyes widened, trying to understand why he was still alive, and who he was. The protagonist clenched his fist in displeasure and was indignant that the opponent stopped, although there were more than 10,000 of them, and his health bar was restored. The soldiers sweated, discussing that the wounds on the demon's body had healed, and something was definitely wrong with him. Renjia touched the earphone and said that the enemy they had met was not that simple, so everyone should remain calm and not attack. He threw his sword over his shoulder and said that their task was to attract the strongest demons. The general turned around and added with a grin that they had accomplished their task. The man waved his hand and ordered everyone to retreat, as they did not need losses. The soldiers hurried after him. The hero stood there, watching the enemy leave. The demons on the slope looked on in surprise. Lamer narrowed her eyes and asked if they really wanted to retreat. She mounted the lizard and ordered it to follow her, and not let the people escape. Her dragon rose into the air. The rest of the squad followed. Wu Juan looked at the allies who had flown out. The red-haired man grinned and ordered the army to advance. The masked subordinate jumped on the dragon and accepted the order. The protagonist turned around in surprise. Demons were flying from above. Renjia's eyes widened and he asked why they were attacking so suddenly. He grabbed his head and exclaimed that he had already released the entire army and that they were finished. The dragons flew forward while Lamer shouted that they could not be let go, and smirked and thought that Gon was not so bad. He closed his eyes and remarked that today's youth were quite treacherous, which was a good thing. The man took off his cloak and demanded that he listen to the order, and waved his hand, activating the highest state of an A+ rank demon, and ordered everyone to listen to General Gon's orders from now on. The demon ignited and declared that the Ant army must be smashed at all costs. The subordinates folded their hands and accepted the order. The general stood still while his warriors rushed forward. Someone ran up to him from behind and exclaimed that things were bad, and turned around and asked again. The servant frowned and reported that the human army had set a trap and the siege army was just a cover for the real one, and they had already passed through the gate from the west. Tears welled up in his eyes as the boy muttered that all the generals who were on duty there had been beheaded. He imagined the demons being killed and reported that the people of Yun were suffering from the massacre. Someone stepped on Tianxiao's face with a boot. The human soldiers laughed evilly. The general gritted his teeth when he heard that their real troops were attacking the capital from all sides and the demons were finished. Someone was holding Pang's head. The man with the sword walked forward, muttering that the demons were useless. Lu and Wei stood in front of him. The girl held his hand and breathed heavily, saying that this man was very strong. The advisor frowned and noted that the demons should evacuate. The knight sat on the corpse and declared that their defense force was defeated. He smirked and added that it would soon be time for the game. The eyes of his allies behind him flashed. A fireball was flying towards them from behind. An explosion occurred behind the warriors. The swordsman turned around questioningly. One of his men was injured, and 2 others were rushing to help him, asking if the demons had returned. The general narrowed his eyes. He was floating in front of the queen, engulfed in flames, and the blonde noticed that now the true opponent had appeared. The knight took up his sword and was glad that a truly strong demon had finally arrived. The warrior straightened up, muttering that he had been sitting for too long. His body was engulfed in a purple glow, and narrowed his eyes and noticed that the enemy was much more powerful than the other humans. The man released some of his energy, deciding that he needed to speed up. His body was engulfed in fire and sparks. His eyes were glowing, and had gone through the transformation of an A+ rank demon and took the form of a dragon. A few minutes ago, someone crossed swords at the southern gate of Yun. The demons were fighting fiercely with the humans. The protagonist lowered his head and muttered, "Great." He turned around and decided it was time to play. The guy walked forward, saying that since he reincarnated into this body, it was as if he had activated some kind of achievement, and no matter how much he wanted to die, he could not. The blonde grinned. The protagonist covered his tears with his hand and laughed. Gon threw his head back and asked what was that. He widened his eyes and exclaimed, was it not enough that he had already been made the lord of the demons? Red lightning flashed in the sky. The guy saw that it had struck not far from him. The youth frowned and froze. In front of his eyes was a battlefield, and he asked if the humans were not fighting the demons outside the city. Gon frowned, trying to figure out when they had managed to enter. He turned around, hearing someone asking to let his daughter go. The soldier stepped on the man and said that he didn't need anything, and his partner carried the girl away. The man holding her smirked and said that he would probably go. The demon extended his hand and asked to let his daughter go. The blade pierced his palm. The man raised an eyebrow and said that one always wins and the other always loses. Then a fist flew into his face. The protagonist threw the enemy away. He took a few steps forward. Gon frowned and decided that this would not do. The soldiers glanced at him, saying that another suicide bomber had arrived. The girl's hands were tied. The men suddenly rushed to attack. One of them swung, and the hero thought that even in a fierce battle, the ruler could not lose. The blonde narrowed his eyes, realizing that the army of people was out of luck. He sharply hit the enemy, killing both at once. The man fell to the ground, coughing up blood. The boy grabbed him by the throat. The soldier glanced at him in fear, amazed that all their health had been taken away in just one blow. Gon stood over him, his eyes flashing, and the man thought that he was just a system error. The protagonist grimaced and demanded to know what formation the man was from. The interlocutor closed his eyes and muttered that they were from the 21st Squad, 511th formation, and his partner tried to understand why the demon needed this information. The young man frowned and asked again. He loosened his grip, realizing that he was the commander there. The guy froze, trying to understand what was happening, and the soldiers hurried to run away while they could, discussing that the demon was somehow strange. The hero frowned and thought that a strange feeling of uneasiness did not leave him. The blonde turned around. Nearby, the girl's father furiously attacked the offenders. The city was engulfed in flames, blood was everywhere, and Gon thought that it seemed like he had been here before. One of the demons was lying on the ground. Rockets were hitting the buildings. The protagonist turned pale and realized that it was Yun. The boy turned to the sound of a child screaming that they had tortured his mother to death. The woman was lying in torn clothes and with bruises on her body. The man hugged the boy and tearfully muttered that everything would be fine because his father was near. Lightning struck from the sky. Gon raised his head. He was standing in the middle of a battlefield. In front of him, the demonic dragon was visible in the air. The blonde touched his head and thought that he seemed to remember. The young man imagined the image of a knight with a sword, because 6 years ago he led an army heading for Yun. Then a huge dragon confronted him. They clashed in battle, and the hero defeated it. Gon remembered himself standing on a corpse and thought that the victory was too easy, so he even forgot about it. After that, a system window popped up in front of him, informing him that thanks to the 511 army that he led, a very valuable contribution was made to the fate of humanity. The guy pressed the revive button with a trembling hand. Gon gritted his teeth and realized that he had returned 6 years ago, but why then was he not leading the army? He frowned, wondering what had happened and where his body was. A warrior was lying on the girl's lap. She looked at him and said that the hatred between the races was about to flare up again, but he was different from the rest. She patted the protagonist and said that his war was for protection, not for robbery, power and tyranny, and that was the most regrettable thing. Gon walked forward on the battlefield. The guy frowned, thinking about the 511 army with strong convictions and strict discipline. The human soldiers kicked the civilians, and the hero realized that after defeating the demons, they let them go. Tian Shao squeezed the knife and demanded to let go of his mother. He looked at the woman, and the villain muttered that he did not care who she was to him. The devil cried and asked the child to run away. Her body shuddered from the discharges. She went limp in the soldier's arms. The current deputy head of the 511 squad, who had previously been detained by the protagonist for violating the rules, picked up the woman and said that for a demon, she was nothing. The man was reflected in the eyes of the blonde, who understood why everything led to this. He darkened with anger and decided that this was unforgivable. In the past, and stood outside the door, and the doctor reported that the lady had given birth to an heir. The man smiled happily and asked to show him quickly. The demons looked at the general in surprise, noting that this was the first time they saw him so excited, and took the child and looked at him with delight. The baby was smiling, and the father was amazed at his calm. He hugged his son and promised that he would protect him and their city. The demon stood by his wife's bed. A bright bolt of lightning flashed through the air. It pierced the dragon's body. The general bared his teeth, shouting that he would not let Yun perish. His opponent scratched his ear and said that just an ordinary A+ rank demon was not dangerous. He squeezed the hilt of his sword and noted that it would not take long. The warrior pushed off the ground. The blond man quickly rushed forward. His blade was approaching him. The dragon's eyes widened. The powerful blow left wounds all over his body. The demon arched, pierced by lightning. The knight turned away smugly, and returned to his original form and fell to his knees. He clutched his chest and realized that he was not strong enough against such an enemy, and was only teasing him. The enemy stood behind him, and the general was horrified that no one was his equal. The man frowned and muttered that he was still dissatisfied. He raised his blade above his head and advised his opponent to die. His sword met an obstacle. The knight raised his eyebrows questioningly, and turned around and asked what was the matter. His son extended his hand to take the blow, and the general asked him why he was there. Wujun narrowed his eyes and replied that he had come to kill him. The father gritted his teeth and exclaimed that he would not allow this, because the boy was not his opponent, but just a pitiful bug in his path. The man shuddered when his son mimicked him. The red-haired man frowned and said that he had been telling him this since childhood, so was he really that insignificant in his eyes? The boy remembered his mentor asking him whom he admired most. The boy smiled and replied that he admired his father, the general who led the troops. Another day, a satisfied child ran forward, rejoicing in first place. He brought his father a certificate and boasted that he had come best in the exam. The man looked at him indifferently and replied that he knew. Wujun looked down, disappointed. He stood sadly in the corridor. The already grown-up youth smiled and told his father that he had won first place in the assessment. The general glanced at him and replied that he had been the same in his youth. The interlocutor silently frowned. After a while, Wujun looked at his parent and said that he had been promoted to lieutenant general, and the advisor exclaimed that he was the youngest demon to hold such a position in history, and did not even turn around, saying that he knew it. Wujun frowned and exclaimed that he would never get his approval anyway. The human knight leaned on his sword and muttered that this was interesting, and sat behind his son, asking him to leave, because the enemy was not so simple. The red-haired man activated his powers and replied that he did not care if he was Buddha himself, because he had attacked their land. The demon rushed to attack, exclaiming that the enemy must die. The general extended his hand, mentally scolding his son and thinking that humans were too strong. 2 soldiers appeared from behind the knight, preparing to attack. The demon's eyes flashed. Claws flashed in the air. Wujun landed behind the enemies, decapitating 2. The blond man's eyes widened as he held the split sword, and his defense immediately fell. And then the advisor stared in shock at the boy who had smashed the opponents in one blow. There was a symbol glowing on the red-haired man's chest. The knight gritted his teeth and realized that this demon was different. Fiery wings appeared behind Wujun. The man frowned and tensed up. The boy used the demon lord's skill. A powerful energy engulfed his body. His father's eyes widened in shock. He stared forward, muttering that something was starting. Wujun was floating in the sky, releasing demon lord energy, and the general only realized that his son had long since become stronger than him. In the past, the boy stood there with a frustrated face. The father looked at him. The man was looking at the child's exam paper, thinking that his son was the best, as expected. Suddenly, the boy looked into the office and called the general, and put on a serious expression. Wujun reached out to take his report card. The general gritted his teeth and thought that he had named his son with a name that meant not a soldier, because he did not want to lose him, so why was he so interested in war? The subordinate folded his hands and reported that Wujun had won first place. The man clenched his fist and exclaimed that he knew the boy was the only one. He became serious and added that this did not suit his plans. The soldier raised his eyebrows and thought that every time the general heard that his son had achieved success in military affairs, he was upset. And looked down. The man was sitting under a tree near his wife's grave. His face was sad when he asked if Wujun liked the dangerous path. The general smiled and told his wife that their son was a genius who had won first place again. He lowered his head again and muttered that he had already said that he would be cool with the army, because the boy would be fine at home. And hunched his shoulders, not understanding why his son had left so early, and now he didn't know how to treat him. He imagined Wujun's face, thinking that he should have a safe and happy life, but how wrong he was. At this moment, the red-haired man swung his sword and used Dragon Roar. The opponent gritted his teeth and extended his sword. A powerful blow fell on him. A bright light illuminated everything. The ground under his feet cracked. Wujun was floating in the sky on wings. He frowned. The knight stood in the smoke, leaning on a large sword. He grinned. Then he laughed and exclaimed that a truly worthy demon had finally appeared. The boy squeezed the handle of the blade and asked him to show his whole self. The warrior took the weapon away and offered to play. An's eyes widened in shock. He looked at his opponent and thought that he had seen this weapon on the map before. Wujun assumed a fighting stance and agreed. The general extended his hand to the man. The man's eyes widened as he recognized the sword that could cut through anything. The blonde swung the blade. His opponent's eyes widened. The red-haired man froze as he felt a gust of wind. The building behind him was cut through. It collapsed, and the armor on the demon began to evaporate. Lu and Ning stared at him in shock. The two turned to the side. Wujun's eyes widened and his mouth opened in shock. In front of him stood his father, who said that he was wrong. The young man raised his eyebrows, hearing what the man had forgotten to tell him all this time, and smiled and declared that his son was his greatest source of pride. The boy cried, denying what was happening. The demon's hand fell to the ground. The general shielded the young man. The man smirked and added that Wujun was the best soldier, and in the future, he would definitely become the best demon. A fire lit up his head, and he asked his son to live. The knight slung the sword over his shoulder, and the demon told him that the weapon was not so easy to obtain and that he must have fought an SSS-ranked demon, and created a barrier in front of the boy and said that none of the Yun were his opponents. He smiled and added that his father always made the final move to protect their future. Wujun cried, trying to object. The general used the final skill, creating an indestructible wall of fire at the cost of his life, and repeated that the boy must live. There were streaks on his face. The man remembered the baby in his arms, telling him that he must grow up in peace and health, and that his father would provide protection for him for the rest of his life. The general smiled and added that he would protect the city for him. An advisor ran up to Wujun. Ming grabbed him and the queen, asking them not to waste time, but the boy did not want to leave. The knight stood in front of him and remarked that their attempt to escape was ridiculous. He leaned forward and said that he had not yet enjoyed their performance. The boy swung his sword and added that he wanted to see their despair. The blonde glanced back in displeasure when he was asked to take his time. The knight turned around when someone advised not to kill them so easily. Chao held out the cube in his hand, saying that a group of idiot demons were desperately protecting this thing. He smirked and said that he would give it to him if he accepted it into his team. Lightning flashed in the sky, and the blonde asked if this was an important demonic element. The boy leaned the blade against his interlocutor and asked why he should believe him. The brunette smirked and replied that his clan had been guarding the element for several centuries. He presented silhouettes and said that from the very beginning of the unification of the entire demonic continent by the first demon king, his ancestor Chanlong had been the most trusted person of the Lord. An's eyes widened as the traitor said that there were 3 demon generals next to each king, one of whom was good at spells, one at governing the country, and one at fighting and warfare. The knight continued to hold the sword as the man said that only his clan could be next to the king without magic and war skills. He held out the cube and said that this thing was very useful, and they had been its guardians from the beginning. The item was glowing, and the demon added that only their clan could activate it. The blonde looked at it, thinking that the demonic element obeyed him, and in front of him was an elemental body that collected all the life force and spiritual power of the demon race, and each of them needed the work of this element. Besides, the appearance of the next one takes about several decades. Chao smiled nervously as the interlocutor clarified whether he would really give it up so easily. The man frowned and shouted that he was not a complete idiot. Lightning flashed above him. The demon's eyes widened. A bright light appeared, and then everything shook with thunder. Chao trembled and apologized. The cube fell to the ground and bounced off. The man grabbed his head, muttering that he just wanted to live, but he was too weak and had no fighting ability or inclination for military affairs, and would even die under the power of this demonic element. He sat on his knees, telling how their clan had never been very popular. Although they were generals, they were the very last. Lu cried and shouted that he was crazy, because this man killed their comrades and friends. She frowned and exclaimed that he even killed his younger brother with his own hands. Nearby lay Peng's severed head. The knight looked to the side questioningly. He kicked the limb and asked if this fat man was really his brother. The man kicked the head. It rolled to Chao's feet. The man bared his teeth and exclaimed that he deserved it, since no one asked him to fight. He held his ears, muttering that they weren't enemies with humans to begin with, so why start this war in the first place? Chao looked up and asked if he was right. The blonde laughed, throwing his sword over his shoulder. He reached for the cube and remarked that it was quite wise of him to give something so important to the demons to a great man. The knight looked at the object and added that he was flattered. Chao's eyes turned bloodshot. He raised his hand to his face and said that everything was ready and the order was carried out. The old man stood in a stance and called upon the spell of the art of flowers, namely absolute defense, while grinned and looked forward, and a message appeared saying that the skill is the roots of life. The red-haired looked back and asked what it meant. Green energy ran along the ground forming a dome. Blood flowed from the horned man's mouth, and he spoke of a demonic element. He waved his hand and shouted for activation. The blonde-haired man looked at the cube, which began to glow. A bright light burst out from its circles. The man grinned while he was engulfed in radiance, and did not understand what it was. The light filled the space and hid the man. Chao was engulfed in flames and said that they were a poor clan and said that he had been waiting for this moment for several centuries. He looked forward and said that they were finally useful. The horned man narrowed his eyes saying that they would benefit the demons and there was nothing more to worry about. There was a powerful explosion in the center of the city and a spherical shock wave, together with a sound wave, began to spread along the surviving streets. It swept away everything in its path, turning living things into ashes. Light illuminated the lying object. The blow to the city inflicted intolerable destruction on the state, demolishing everything within the radius of destruction. The soldiers watched the explosion and how the shock wave engulfed the man standing in front. The streets were engulfed in smoke. The servant turned around, asking what was happening there. An explosive mushroom rose above the city, and the girl watched the last seconds of the city's life. Powerful discharges of static electricity appeared in the sky. Lightning struck the center. An explosion occurred and a column of dust rose above the buildings, blocking the view. The demons looked at the hot smoke that was about to engulf them. The demon sat on his knees, covered in burns, and said that he had already shown all his strength. He gradually lost consciousness and his eyes closed. The horned one fell to the ground and thought that he had only activated 1% of the true power of the demonic element. Woojun helped him, who had lost his arm, to get to the shelter. Chao's mortal body fell to the side and he said that he could not do it anymore. The structure released a discharge into the sky and a notification came out about the dragon and the S-rank skill, namely, Absolute Defense, which saves all living beings in the circle from any attacks for 30 seconds. The black serpent raised its head and was enveloped in yellow energy. The soldier looked to the side and he said that his last choice was wrong. The blonde one stood with a gun at the ready and said that he should not have used the strongest skills without knowing the opponent's trump cards. The serpent stood next to the enemy, who looked at the exhausted body, while the survivors watched what was happening. Chao's hand reached for the cube. A discharge occurred and the cube evaporated in front of his fingers. He lowered his limb and a pool of blood formed under it. The blonde looked down haughtily, holding the object in his hands, while yellow discharges of energy sparkled above it, and asked if he was ready to bear responsibility for the consequences. The tattooed one examined the trophy, standing in front of the wounded one, and said that who would have thought that a demonic element would be in such a place. The fighter walked near the pet, and said that this place does not look like one in which a demon lord could be born. The object was in the hands of a man. He looked down and said that it was time to get to the point. The blonde looked back, ordering the snake to move forward. He showed his teeth and sighed. The soldier frowned, asking about the fact that he did not want to go against his comrades. The collar on his body put pressure on his larynx, releasing excess air from the mechanism. It dug into his skin and set his scales on fire. The dragon threw his head back and screamed. His eyes flashed red and he aimed at the guys who were standing nearby. The old man used a magic circle while he was about to attack. Woojun looked out from behind the healer and ordered him to protect the lady, to which she said that it was better to take care of herself. The warrior emitted discharges and said that the demon clan can only talk, but did not finish. The magic discharge instantly struck the enemy. The mustachioed man looked forward and froze when lightning pierced his chest, splashing blood from there. He looked at how his chest was shining and began to groan. The fighter stood behind, holding his hand in the wounded old man, and said that now he will show him what a real battle is, and appeared behind him, who was about to strike. The opponent intercepted the hand, quickly reacting to the attack. Glasses appeared on the man's face and a notification appeared that protective glasses give plus 50 to the strength of the spirit, and during the fight he receives information about the characteristics of the enemy. A research circle appeared on the enemy's face and it showed the strength of the creature. The soldier smiled and said that he had 1,484 strength and 1,456 physique, noting that these were not particularly high indicators, but he was very proud of them. A mad smile appeared on his face, and he said that in this case they would start with strength. He took his hand and the armor fibers tore, falling off in pieces. The demon opened his mouth wide, screaming in severe pain. The blonde waved his hand and his face showed that he was pleased with the sadism. He looked to the side, noticing the flying bud. Woojun appeared next to him, preparing to attack. The man's face was illuminated by bright fire. The red-haired man made a powerful cut and became wary. He watched as the soldier was engulfed in flames and a notification appeared stating that the enemy's characteristics were available to him. The man examined the demon and studied the characteristics. He put his hand on his jaw and said that who would have thought that the demon lord would be here, noting that the speed indicators were very high and more than 2,000 points. This is very good. Woojun looked back and grinned. The blonde man appeared behind him and said that he thought that he was the fastest demon. He swung his leg, preparing to strike. The guy made an attack and the opponent flew to the side, leaving a bloody trail behind him. Blood flowed from the demon's mouth and he struck, throwing his opponent further. The horned one lay on the floor and exuded yellow energy. The man stepped on his foot and suggested slowing down his speed. He pressed on the body of the exhausted creature and then screamed while blood flowed down his chin. The blond man looked down, asking that they thought they could stand up to him, right? He spread his hands, holding a gun, and said that their characteristics were several times less than his indicators. The wounded watched as magic gathered around him. There was a huge explosion and Wujun froze, not understanding where the pressure went, while he said that none of them even closely resembled him. The shadows of the creature appeared in the smoke, and he asked what was going on. An army appeared around the people and a notification came out that the Thunder Shadows, S-rank science, which consisted in the fact that when lightning appears, he can copy it and transform it into a shadow, and each such unit has the perception and strength of the owner. The old man looked at the approaching threat, being wounded and did not want to die. Bingy was held by the face, and he said that he often thinks. The cat looked away and he asked that if they were so weak, then why were they still alive? The shadow lifted the girl above itself, while she held on to his hand. The soldier looked forward and frowned, saying that he later realized. The tattooed man strangled the kitten with a rope. Foam poured from the animal's mouth and the body trembled. A mad smile appeared on the young fighter's face, and then he understood why they lived. Shadows surrounded the wounded and a notification about the ability came out. The red-haired girl held the killer's hand while he said that they lived to satisfy his needs. She sat on her knees exhausted while the copies approached the helpless squad. The girl looked at the floor and said that there was no more hope. A foot hit her in the face, and the body fell to the floor, and stood around the wounded allies and said that they lost. He walked forward, saying that he was very sorry. The horned one bared his teeth and said that they would die together. The shadow looked at the demon and said that he did not expect anything else from the state protector. He took a step forward, saying that it was all pointless. The soldier's gaze turned to the side. The demon looked to the side and froze, falling into a stupor. The shadow held Wijuin and he asked, "This is the son of the other one, right?" The fair-haired one put his hands in his pocket, saying that he could either let him go or kill him along with the general. The copy's eyes were shining and he said that if he kneeled down, he would be let go, and grinned and was furious, while the red-haired one said that he was a brat and his father would never kneel, but did not finish. The clone pointed his finger forward and said that he could think twice, because it was the other one's choice. The horned one lowered his head and grinned, being confused. The general fell to his knees in front of the man. He lowered his head and begged for mercy. Wujuin burst into tears and called out to his father. The blonde looked to the side and called out to him, asking if he wanted to ask for his father, saying that he could let him go too. The redhead frowned, shouting that he was an animal. A smile appeared on the soldier's face. He said the number 10 and the sword pierced the left side of the man's chest, which the fighter watched in fear. The boy tried to reach his father, while another clone held him. The corpse fell to the ground and he said the number 9. He cut off and second limb and said 8. Tears ran down the blue-eyed man's cheeks. The man struck again, saying the number 7. Wujuin knelt down. Tears were dripping from his face, while he trembled and begged to be let go. The red-haired woman watched as both fighters knelt. Tears ran down her cheeks and she clenched her fists tightly. The shadow smiled, looking at them and saying that they finally bowed down and asked who he should let go, saying that it was a very difficult choice. And looked down. His heart pounded. He rushed forward and the blade pierced his chest through. Wujuin went hysterical and called out to his father. He looked at the offender and asked to let his son go. The warrior wiped himself of blood and asked who gave him the right to do what he pleased. He struck, calling him a brat. The body fell at his feet and the man said that he had changed his mind. The copy closed its eyes, about to announce something, but he interrupted. The red-haired man rushed to attack. The blade pierced his body and the clone said that a new game was beginning. The guy held on to the sword while the red-eyed woman called out to him. Tears flowed down the cheeks of the survivors. The chain rose from under the ground and was illuminated by magical energy. The soldier watched as the prisoners were raised on chains, their hands tied. He remembered standing in front of the hanging cats. The blade pierced the fighter's body and he gasped, experiencing terrible pain. Wonju was losing consciousness, and blood was running down his mouth. He pulled out the blade and said that he wanted to see how long it would last. The man turned around, calling the dragon. Its spikes and horns were engulfed in bright flames. The tattooed one closed his eyes, saying that it was time to prepare for the end of the celebration. The soldier put his finger on the earpiece and said that he wanted to hear the deputy captain and thought that they had already played enough. A mad smile appeared on his face and he ordered to report to the entire army that they were moving out, to which the interlocutor said that he was strong. The fighter froze after hearing someone ask how he dared to rebel. He looked away and called out to his comrade, asking where he had gone and who it was. The man sat on the dragon and heard both behind him and in the earpiece that he was there. The white-haired man turned around. Gon was holding a corpse in his hands and said that he probably already understood the situation his friend was in, and a notification came out that he was the lord of S-rank demons. The white-haired man lowered his head, saying that he did not think that he would seize power, noting that he also acted like the last pig. Corpses of infantrymen lay on the battlefield. The hero lowered his head, saying that it was he who killed them all. Darkhan lit the chain on which the demons were hanging. The swordsman looked back and was perplexed. The protagonist frowned, saying that he should have guessed long ago that beasts will always remain beasts. Hatred was written on his face, and he said that the enemy's actions were grave sins for which one must bear responsibility. The opponent's body was covered in energy, and he said that this was another scum. He jumped up, saying that it was time for Gon to die. The soldier swung his arm, preparing to strike. A mad smile appeared on his face. The fist met the attacker and a notification about the unknown amount of strength came out. The hero hit the opponent in the chest and the shock wave spread throughout the space. He lay on the floor, bleeding while he was held by the neck and wondered what was wrong with this guy. The protagonist was furious and asked if they would start. Aggression was written on his face and he said that riots, adultery with their women, robberies and murders of comrades, asking where to start. The blonde one grinned and asked what he was talking about. The guy crawled towards MC, leaving a bloody trail behind him. The dark-haired one was wounded and said that something was wrong with this demon, and he understood it from the first meeting, assuming that he knew people well. The soldier held the girl, standing next to the ice copies, which he ordered to kill everyone. He looked at the red-haired girl and said that she smelled very sweet. Tianxia was held and he called for his mother, while he told the clones that the child cannot be touched. The soldier licked the girl's face and said that he wanted him to see how he mocked his parent. Ice shards flew in different directions and he became wary. Gon stood next to the green-haired man, striking an ice copy. The man grinned, saying that there was another demon here. He sent the ice forward, offering him a taste. An ice puppet of enormous size appeared in front of the hero. The enemy smiled, saying that this creature contained half of his blood and strength. The protagonist rushed to attack, while he said that he was finished, but he finished and a notification appeared about the activation of a D-rank skill, faster than the wind. There was a powerful blow, and the ice block was scattered. It broke through the hole in the puppet. The dark-haired man frowned and screamed, being scared. The hand hit him on the cheek, and his face was deformed by the force. He threw him forward and the foot soldiers flew to the side, and the system showed a message that he successfully used the crushing blow, and received 500,000 experience points. The white-haired man looked ahead from under his brows and a notification appeared about leveling up and an unlocked S-rank skill, which is the ability to copy the skills of opponents. The offender's health bar ran out, and he died. He looked down, saying that it was time to find out the truth. Gon held the fighter by the hair, and asked what happened to his army. People were at a wedding and he said that initially the 511th squad was led by Feng, the deputy was Manhwa. But about half a month ago the deputy held a banquet in honor of the engagement. The partners looked around and he said that it was that day that they decided to act and the captain was not present at the banquet that day, which gave them a great opportunity. The girl was tied up while the guy was lying on the floor out of his mind and he said that while everyone was drunk, he and his partner snuck into the deputy's camp and tied him up, and then told him that they wanted to frame the captain. Allegedly he was taking bribes, noting that he had already taken all the documents, and it was better for him to sit quietly so that things wouldn't get worse. The tattooed man looked down and asked to be allowed to become captain and then he would appoint him deputy, and they would go against the demons together. The guy was lying on the floor and asking if they had gone crazy, because it was against the rules and she said that the deputy had no brains and refused to go against the captain. The dark-haired man stood in front of the girl and asked what she thought, that he came here to bargain. The blonde held the deputy and said that today was his first wedding night, to which he ordered to let her go. Energy was building up in the guy and he said that he would finish off those. He spat out blood while they told him that there was poison in the alcohol and nothing would come of it. The guy stuck the blade into the floor and said that it was useless to continue while he was slowly dying. The soldier looked at the deputy and asked if he would go with them against the captain. He was furious and refused. The dark-haired man tore the bed linen and said that Wenhua was not afraid of death, therefore he died with his dear wife. Knives were stuck into his body and the soldier said that it was all because they refused to desecrate the captain. The killer stood in front of the corpses while he said that they left the commander-in-chief's frequently used things at the scene. The tattooed man grinned and said that when he arrived, the deputy took his last breath and the captain must have been in a hurry to leave the scene of the murder. The soldier stood outside the building and he said that Jibiao put all the blame on the captain and then led the army straight to the camp, preparing to deal with him. The army stormed the building and the dark-haired man said that no one could have imagined that he would no longer be in the camp and must have fled. The psychopath examined the armory and he said that even the equipment and weapons that he always carried with him were left behind in the camp. The sword emitted energy while the soldier said that the killer requested a search warrant from God on the grounds that the commander was caught plotting a mutiny, raped a teammate and escaped with the murder. The blonde man smiled and held the sword in his hands while he said that he had become an army sinner. A new captain stood before the people and the army changed its leader before the war. The warrior looked at the enemy and asked why he was interested in human affairs. Gon looked down and asked. No one else understood anything. The hero stood before a war criminal who asked him what he was talking about the fanatics, saying that they resisted but were immediately sacrificed. The wounded man rolled his eyes, saying that things should have been done differently, and he asked why the army had such a system. The fighter looked at his opponent and said that he was finished and now he could let him go, because if he freed him, he would talk to the captain and he would leave the demon alive. There was a powerful cut and blood gushed out to the sides, and he asked what he was doing and screamed about his treasure. The protagonist looked at the opponent, who begged him to let him go, and from behind a woman called out to the general. The girl burst into tears and said that this was the uniform that General Wei kept for him, because he predicted the crisis and asked him to give it to him. She held out a briefcase and asked him to take it and run away, saying that he was the last hope of the demons, and said that it was not worth dying in this battle. The fighter cried, saying that she had literally just received a message about that and assumed that something had happened to the old man. Gon held his hand to his jaw and a notification about receiving S-rank equipment appeared. The guy walked forward and his stats increased. He was enveloped in energy, and the system showed the activation of the transformation skill. The hero dragged his mortal body by the hair. The girl shouted after him that the exit was on the other side, to which he replied that he was not going to run. The protagonist looked ahead and said that he would go to the criminal, to which he replied that he was sick and he could not stand up to him. The soldier bared his teeth and shouted that he would kill him and ordered him to pray. MC beat the enemy while he thought about why he was so interested in people. Blood flowed down the man's nose and he pondered his origin. Clones of the warrior appeared behind him. The demon stood with his back. Glasses appeared on the tattooed man's face and a notification appeared about the ability to view the characteristics of others. Gon looked back while he studied his stats. The soldier froze and his face showed horror. The fair-haired one smiled, saying that it was an ordinary demon with great strength, because its speed was half that of him. The copies rushed to attack. The hero did not turn and prepared to absorb the blow. The white-haired one looked back and said that he would not be able to hold out for long. He counterattacked the creature. The clones flew away and the opponent said that he was not as fast as him. Shadow was scared and asked who he was. The protagonist stood in a stance and said that it was his turn now. Shadow stood next to the burning dragon. Jibia looked away, thinking that judging by the level of his strength, the values were not bad. He frowned and thought that his stats were much better. Gon held onto the decoration and the system showed the indicators of what the opponent did not understand, why the relics of him were hidden. The tattooed man was angry and thought that something was wrong with him, and the notification showed the characteristics of the soldier. He looked at the weapon, thinking that his strength was 4,102, but thanks to his weapon, he had 5,424. The man looked ahead from under his brows, comparing his 3,732 speed points with the enemy's 1,477 points. The blonde looked around, thinking that therefore he could not be faster than him, and noted that it was time to act. The shadow copy stood up, being engulfed in flames. The opponent approached the demon, thinking that it was time to play. The hero counterattacked, landing a powerful blow to Jibiao's face. The tattooed man hid behind the dragon while he beat the shadow and thought that his opponent had some hidden skills. The protagonist swung and told him that it was not worth relying on second-rate data while the system showed reliable characteristics of the fighter. MC attacked the face, creating a small shockwave, and he had a hidden attribute, namely the title of the Demon Lord, and all the characteristics get an additional one-time bonus, and cannot be detected, and he asked what he thought that he was seeing everything. A bolt of lightning appeared in the sky. Shadows were approaching Gon, and he thought that he did not agree with this. The opponent frowned, thinking that he did not believe. The demon dodged the attack and counterattacked with a precise blow to the face. He made a side kick to the enemy's body. The hero hit him in the face with a jab. The body flew to the side, raising dust. The white-haired looked back, examining the space. A shadow appeared in the spreading dust and stood in a stance. Jibiao was furious and said that his speed was not comparable to his. The protagonist appeared behind the stunned opponent. There was a powerful blow, and the helpless body flew up, turning over in the air. The tattooed man stood behind the shadows and thought that it seemed that he did not see the true characteristics of the other. The copies began to turn into electric discharges, while he thought that it did not matter what kind of hidden skills he had. The fire clone appeared next to Bingy and said that in the end, he had his comrade in his power. He stood next to the girl and called out to him, saying that he had the demon's mistress. The shadow grabbed the red-haired girl by the neck and a mad smile appeared on her face. Would-you grinned, watching what was happening, and said that it was impossible to defeat him and asked why he used such dirty tricks at all. The clone tightened the chain, cutting off the demonist's oxygen, and aggression was visible on his face. MC walked forward and said that they knew such tricks. The man's face showed anger, and he shouted that everyone present was finished. Energy ran along the chain and the red-haired man screamed, demonstrating unbearable pain. Jibiao stood with his back to the unconscious demon. The copy held Bingy and continued to strangle her. The clones stood near the prisoners. The military man frowned and called him to attack, asking if he had lost his desire, and the system showed the characteristics of Gon, and then the opponent's indicators. The man showed his teeth, asking that he was not strong. The hand pulled the sharp chains. Woojun grinned, experiencing pain, while he said that although the hero was fast, he was not alone. The shadow held Bingy by the hair, and if the protagonist began to save one, the opponent would instantly kill the other. MC frowned, being dissatisfied with the situation, and was asked what he would choose. Liquid dripped from the trembling fist of the savior. He rushed to attack and his eye flashed red. The clone bared his teeth, saying that he really ran. Woojun looked ahead from under his brows and ordered him to save the lady. The white-haired man pointed his fingers at the enemy. 2 fingers crashed into his nose and a small shockwave occurred. The red-haired man froze and was stunned by what was happening. The body flew to the side with great force, raising a cloud of dust. Gon stood with his back to the guy, who asked why him, noting that it was necessary to save the lady. The hero looked back, asking who said that only he was saved. The ice puppet held the girl in his hands and a clone was strung on a sword. The weapon sat tightly in his cold hand and a cut occurred. The puppet swung while he struck. MC looked at the henchmen and ordered them to help. A powerful blow broke the steel chain. The black-haired man looked ahead and asked how it was possible and did not understand when he learned this skill. The injured man was angry, thinking that wasn't he the only one who could use this skill. Jibiao swung his arm, about to strike the ice minion. The puppet grabbed the shadow's head and swung. The creature stuck the clone into the ground, raising dust, and Gon looked at his protege and said that he had the same strength as him. He put his hand to his jaw, remembering how the guy died, and a notification appeared that a new S-rank skill was unlocked, namely copying any skill and attacks of the enemy. While he was thinking about which skill to copy, the hero raised his head, saying that it was the right decision. The soldier lay on the ground and assumed that he simply copied his unique skill. The ice swordsman fought with the clones of Jibiao. While he thought that this was a new learned skill, and although it was very powerful, there were still weaknesses, and a notification about the ability came out. The creature made a powerful cut, and he thought that the first weakness was that the water element was needed to activate the skill. Blood flowed like a river on the exhausted soil of the battlefield, while he thought that the second weakness was that blood was needed to create puppets, and not so little, because they needed something to feed their power. The copies of the tattooed one suffered losses, turning out to be powerless against the swordsman, and the dark-haired one understood that he had a large volume of blood if the ice mechanism had the same power as him. Gon folded his arms while he made his conclusions. The military frowned, shouting that the captain should not fight the puppet. The shadow stood next to the creature while Jibiao hid, and he said that the hero was using his skill and asked to believe that it was better to hit the demon, because he was now weakened. The protagonist stood with his hands folded, and he thought that this is it, and now everything is clear. The clone stood in a stance, and he thought that he would kill the enemy with one blow. The opponent was approaching the white-haired one, preparing to strike. An electric discharge pierced the body and the soldier landed a few meters after the strike. The shadow stopped, landing on the ground. He was engulfed in electric discharges and said that he won. Jibiao looked back and was surprised that he did not die, saying that he had defeated him and decided to do it again. The copies were approaching Gon, preparing to strike. The soldier struck the demon in the chest, causing critical damage of 300 points of damage. The copy dealt slashes and took away 100 points of health from him. The hero looked away. Would there be anything else? The blonde-haired one frowned and denied what was happening in his head, and a notification appeared that the scanning vision skill was activated. The protagonist looked down, while there was a filled health bar above him, and he wondered where he got so much blood. The accessories on the demon's hand began to glow, and he thought that something was wrong with this demon, and a notification appeared that the Heavenly Demon Illusion skill had been activated. Dark energy began to gather around MC's hand while he thought that even his character and temperament were different from others, and a message appeared that the reverse SSS rank skill, namely, 100,000 units of health are added to him every minute, had been activated. A powerful sword appeared in Gon's hands and he asked why Jibiao had run out of tricks so quickly. The tattooed man frowned, panicking, and he thought that he needed to run, because the current one could not win now. Lightning struck near his paw, creating a shock wave. Lightning flashed over the battlefield and he decided to go to the sky, considering it the best solution. The copies were standing in the crowd and he thought that there was enough thunder in it, and he could create many clones, and then he would not be able to defeat him alone. The hand held the blade, releasing blood rust and a notification about the activation of the skill of the ice blood puppet, and the countdown came out. Gon kept his fist clenched and said that he relied on his ward. The horned one stood next to the survivors. The black-haired one watched the hero, thinking that he should have guessed earlier, because he was too worried about the problems of people. The wounded one trembled, testing the guard, realizing that in addition, he knew all the skills of the captain. The hero held a sword in his hands, hiding his face with a shadow from his hair, and he thought that the protagonist knew the abilities of people better than all of them put together, and realized that he was not a demon. MC frowned and said that rain, snow, or clear sky, it all didn't matter that much. The ice army rose from under the bloody soil, and he said that he had enough water in any case. The shadows showed discontent, and Gon said that each of the enemy's copies was at his fingertips. The demon closed his eyes, lowering his head. He spread his arms, while a large army stood behind him and asked that he really thought that the truth could defeat him. The minions of both sides entered into a fierce battle. The shadow looked at the dragon and asked in a rude tone why he did not fight. The hero was next to the copy in an instant. The hand reached forward, releasing energy, and a notification came out that an illusion of a heavenly demon was created. He struck and brass knuckles were visible on his fingers. The protagonist showed an armed fist and said that he thought it was time for them to end this battle. Jibiao watched his opponent from behind cover. He grinned, thinking that now he did not have a single chance to win in a duel with him face to face. The man came out of hiding and thought about what he imagined he was capable of. The protagonist showed his fist while he thought about how the enemy had an extremely strong recovery ability. But when attacking, he still spent health and realized that MC was not immortal. He smiled, examining the weapon, thinking about how it was an SSS rank sword capable of accumulating energy and had the ability to defend, and noted that if he filled the surroundings with energy, he could solve everything in one blow, and the weapon was tied to his body, which meant it would follow him wherever he went. An ice monster appeared behind him. The blade pierced Jibiao's chest. His face was sprinkled with his own blood, and he grinned. A lightning bolt occurred and he disappeared, breaking the creature's ice sword. The bolt swept through all the clones. The soldier appeared in the crowd and knelt down. He frowned, thinking about how he could instantly switch between copies and that he would not be killed. The black-haired man watched what was happening and said that he understood what was happening and noted that until the captain took the initiative, Gon would not be able to kill him. The ice soldiers destroyed the shadows and he said that the ice puppet had a time limit. No matter how much blood the host had, it was impossible to create copies infinitely. A smile appeared on the face of the war criminal and he said that he would lose, because Jibiao could not be killed. The hero strangled the copy and asked who said that he could not kill him. The military man looked down while he said that, as he had already said, he must be punished for each crime. The enraged opponent looked up and bared his teeth. The fair-haired man held a pair of huge scissors in his hands and begged her not to die. The cat lay exhausted on the sheet between the blades, and he said that he had not played with her enough yet. The protagonist was furious and shouted that everything would come back to him many times over. The boa constrictor sat on Jibiao's neck and he said that all the pain he caused to the living, he returns to him. The copy looked at his hands and MC asked if it was good. The blonde grinned while the copy coughed up blood and asked how he knew about this. Gon held the clone tightly, saying that the participants in the coup d'état conspired to start a mutiny, raped women, abused children and maimed their teammates. The illusion's head exploded and he said that even death would not cover all of his sins. The military man held his head, screaming that it hurt a lot. The ice giant tore the shadow in half. The hero dealt a powerful blow, cutting the clone and offered him to feel it all. He frowned and said that he would feel all the pain he caused to the living. The black-haired man opened his eyes wide, saying that he did not plan to kill the captain, but just wanted to mock him. Jibiao frowned, absorbing everything that was happening to his shadows. The captain leaned on the sword that was emitting electricity and thought about using support and strengthening, putting all his energy, and noted that he would soon be full of energy, because there was only a little bit left. The blonde-haired man grinned, saying about the SSS-ranked blade. Energy filled the weapon and he was glad that he succeeded. He swung, saying that this blade would destroy the demon clan. Gon watched as the enemy fired a beam into the sky. The creature ran through the forest, jumping from branch to branch. A pink plant hid behind the green grass. A small beast peeked out from the bushes, examining the area. The soldier stood next to his partner and asked if he had seen the thunder dragon, to which he replied that unfortunately it had run away. The long-haired one watched the soldiers who were looking for him. Foam sat on a log eating a cookie, while the beast was scared out of its wits. It bared its teeth, stood up, and hissed. The boy handed the cookie to the beast and asked if it wanted it. The blonde looked to the side and said that recently a war broke out between humans and demons for possession of a magic crystal and many people were starving. The guy looked at the treetops and said that he wanted the war to end quickly. The sword was filled with energy, and he thought that he had arrived. Jibiao raised the sword over his head, which emitted discharges of electricity, and said that this was a blade that would slay all demons. Gon watched as a huge beam rushed into the sky. The dragon looked at the hero, who stood on the battlefield. His hand stretched forward. He looked to the side and ordered the power to return. The blonde held the weapon in his hands and smiled. The sword broke and he was confused. The equipment fell apart into parts. The guy lowered the handle that was emitting electricity. The protagonist held the weapon intact and said that it had returned to its rightful owner. The captain was confused, asking how this was possible, and saying that he had tied the item to himself. Gon looked ahead from under his brows and thanked him for improving his blade. The man stood in front of the demon, and there were shadows nearby. The hero raised his hand with the weapon. He swung it and placed the blade tip on the ground. A vortex began to form around the protagonist, and copies of the enemy disappeared into the stream. Bodies evaporated, leaving nothing behind. A dome appeared over the devastation and illuminated the area nearby. Streams of energy rushed forward, twisting into a spiral. The black-haired man looked ahead and said that he understood who he was. The dragon stood in front of the guy and said that he had returned. Behind MC, he stood in the guise of the captain. The shadow dissolved and was scared. Illusion was kneeling while the other was standing. The particles of the enemy's minions were floating in space, and he said that the copies were disappearing, and the dark clouds, with thunder and lightning, were also dissipating. The ice monster stood in front of Jibiao, who was kneeling. He looked back, noticing a blade in front of him. Gon was holding out his sword and telling the enemy that the battle was over. The guy pointed toward the endless forest and asked if he saw where the demon had fallen. Foam pointed his finger at the dragon and suggested that they go there, to which he remained meaningfully silent. The dragon turned its head and he asked what it meant and suggested that he was pretending to be a dog. The young hero spread his hands and said that he knew that he was not a dog and asked who would even think that. The guy stroked the creature with his wing and said that he was his main partner, and noted that they say that many years ago dogs were also friends of people. The collar shocked the beast, and it growled in pain. Jibiao held his hand on his chest and ordered the animal to grab the guy. Gon turned around, saying that since there was no thunder, he was powerless. He put the sword on his shoulder and said that the opponent had nowhere to run. The blonde-haired man held the detonator in his hand and thought that the speed of the thunder dragon was estimated at 10,000 units, and the demon would not defeat the beast. The captain pressed the button and ordered it to follow him faster. The horns and spikes on the creature were engulfed in flames and it threatened to explode. The fire broke through the scales and he threw his head back, experiencing unbearable pain. A tear flowed down its head and the dragon sighed. The hero was scared and called out to his pet, thinking that it turned out that a bomb was planted in it. Jibiao ran to the beast's head and ordered it to take off faster. The black-haired man watched as the dragon lifted the soldier and shouted that they had forgotten him. The creature took off and dust rose under the flapping of its wings. A group of fighters stood below while it flew away. The wounded Psycho looked ahead and said that this was a clan of scum, and he would never come back here again, and was glad that at least he got an element. Ming watched them and said that the general's speed was about the same. Wu Juan looked at the warrior. He bared his teeth and asked what he was thinking about. The protagonist's face showed uncontrollable aggression. The dragon dived in the sky and he asked if MC would really let those go. He lowered his head and there was a destroyed city nearby. Gon became wary after someone said in his head that they believed him. The hero fell into a stupor and he said that there was nothing to worry about, to which he thought it was the voice of his dragon. Jibiao held his body and was about to break loose while the creature asked its owner if he remembered the game they played before. The soldier flew up in front of the creature's mouth and asked what it was doing. The fangs dug into the soft body of the killer, and he said that the dragon would become a corpse. The flying reptile looked away and offered the owner to continue and noted that now it was his turn. Gon looked up, watching the pet gracefully dive over them. The hero frowned, looking up. He swung, preparing to jump. The soldier was in the dragon's mouth and asked not to blame him. The man threw the detonator and said that it was about to explode, and a notification appeared that the explosion progress was 75%. The dragon was rapidly decreasing its speed, while the explosion progress was significantly increasing. The protagonist's attention was focused. The pet was approaching the ground and there were 3% left before the explosion. MC rushed past, making a powerful cut, and the explosion progress was 99.5%. The collar was divided into parts and it stopped functioning. The creature landed in front of the guys and blood was flowing from its mouth. Bingy stood behind the wounded and everyone was in shock. The black-haired man was shaking, saying that he had exploded. The flying reptile looked away and the outline of the fighter's figure was visible from the fog. Jibiao was lying on the ground in a pool of blood and groaning. The figure was approaching him and he asked to let go. The blonde man had lost his lower body and asked to let him go, asking why, but did not finish. He scratched the ground, repeating the question. Anger appeared on his face and asked why the opponent did not die. Gon's lips were pressed together. The hero lowered his head, saying that he should not have betrayed him. The captain was lying in a pool of blood and asked again, wondering who betrayed him. The dragon stood behind the warrior, who was holding a blade in his hands. The protagonist extended the sword upward. MC looked down and said that when he saw Manhwa, he should not forget to apologize for that night. Jibiao was horrified and realized that the former captain was standing in front of him. A powerful cut occurred while he was talking about a coup d'etat with a rebellion. Gon swung. He remembered how the black-haired man tore the bed linen. The fair-haired man received 2 cutting blows and he spoke of torture. A memory of how he cut off En's hand flashed through his mind. Several blows approached the captain. The deputy commander lay by the bed, studded with knives, and he said that the criminal killed a comrade. The enemy's body was cut. The hero looked down and looked cold-blooded. Fury appeared on his face and delivering powerful blows, he shouted that he took his weapons and dragon. Numerous cuts appeared in an instant, and he said that Jibiao was a ruthless man who did not deserve to live. The man's face was cut. The protagonist looked at the enemy and said that the death penalty awaits him. He remembered all of his sins. MC held the sword in his hands and said that it was the end. The black-haired man was shaking and said that this demon was their former captain. Foam stood behind the dragon, and Gon was in front of him, and he said that their commander-in-chief had not run away anywhere, and a notification had come out that he had killed the team boss and earned 2,200,000 points. The girl stood next to a huge vessel in which the guy was, and he said that the issue needed to be resolved as soon as possible. The fair-haired man was in the liquid, and he said that his weapon, equipment, and dragon would return to the guy. Liang put her hand to the glass, and he said that the chosen one would return too. People were sitting by the river, and the man was saying that news had come from the front lines. The soldier looked at the old man and said that the 511th unit of the 21st Army had been defeated. The military man stood behind Jibiao's father, and he said that his son had sacrificed himself. The float was in the water, and he asked if there was a corpse, to which he received the answer that it had not been returned. The bearded man was emotionless and said that in that case, it was necessary to prepare an empty coffin. Waves diverged from the plastic in the water, and he asked to tell the whole world that his son had heroically fallen on the battlefield. The guy's hand was shaking while the old man asked his assistant for help, because there was a bite. The fair-haired man stood in front of his father and talked about demons and their country. His eyes sparkled, and he said that he would kill everyone. The sun was shining over the city. The horn man stood in the foam palace. He lowered his head, saying that the letter for the Alliance Conference would be in 3 days, and asked if His Excellency had decided on a suitable candidate. The ruler looked ahead and thought that this Alliance Conference was like a public repentance, but he could not refuse to participate. The mustachioed man stood in front of the demons and said that their state should not hand over A+-ranked demons, because they were too valuable personnel, but it was too dangerous to go there, because not everyone could return from the event. The horned man showed his teeth and asked if he had decided. He released his tentacles, and the old man asked to give him 2 more days and he would definitely decide, but did not finish. The tentacles hit him in the head, and the creature said that they would help make a decision. The girl handed over a letter and said that it was from the Alliance. The violet-eyed one put her hand on her belt, saying that she did not think that the country would go through so much in just a few days, and noted that another state sent them support. Bingy lowered her head and thanked her for her help. The newcomer bent over, asking the lady to have a good rest and soon give an answer about the participants of the conference, because this is the most grandiose event for the demon clan. The workers were rebuilding the city. Their hands were stretched out forward and a red whirlwind formed around them. Tian Shao was lifting the debris, returning it to its place. He wiped the sweat from his face and sighed. The boy turned around and was asked to rest, and noted that General Chao was looking for him. The man was in a wheelchair and said that such a young worker would help them rebuild the city. The green-haired man leaned over, saying that of course, and thanked him for transplanting a second heart into his mother. The wounded man looked forward and said that the one in his body had stopped beating because of the explosion, and it came in handy for the boy's mother, and noted that he was also indebted to him. The general looked around, saying that among humanity there are both good and bad representatives, in general, as well as among demons. The black-haired man was in a panic and begged to let him go, saying that he would not even go near the clan of those again, while he said that the bad ones receive retribution. The creature approached the victim and he asked to stop. The beast tore at the body of the one, and Chao said that those who do good receive rewards. Tian Shao stood in front of the disabled man, who said that this was the creed of their poor clan, but his brother had broken the rules in life and therefore did not regret his death. The wounded man became wary after he said no. The child lowered his head, saying that his brother used to be a terrible demon. The guy was focused and said that when people attacked them, the horned one did not care about his own health. The bearded man showed his teeth and ordered to go faster. He held a container in his hands and he said that he stood up for him and his mother, while the fighter warned that his heart would not last long. The blonde looked back and he thought that he then met Jibiao. The green-haired man watched as the man held out the container and ordered him to take it and then leave. The warrior looked forward and said that he would stay. Tian Shao was horrified and screamed that he died for him and his mother. Chao was shocked as he said that his brother was the savior. He looked at the destruction. The fighter lowered his head, saying that it was true. Tears came down his face and said that he did not understand his brother. The horned one looked down at the invalid, while he said that he was the same as when he was a child. The dragon sat on the fence, and he said that he was an important source for the country for the past 200 years of the state's existence, and the guy said that he was currently the most powerful demon, the hope of their clan. Ming held out an element, saying that by the unanimous decision of the 3 great demon generals, this thing can only be given to General Gon. The old man stood in front of the dragon and said that this could promote him to rank S and help him gain extremely powerful skills. The hero stood on the pet and asked him to keep it and asked why not use the element to restore it. He looked back, saying that he was going to leave the country, to which he asked again. The bearded man was furious and asked if he was joking, to which the protagonist thought that if everything continued in the same spirit, then no one would be able to kill him. He looked into the distance and thought that he should return to people as soon as possible, because otherwise they would begin to suffer from such changes, and he could not imagine how his chosen one was now. He remembered all his allies and thought that he belonged to the human race, and they to the demonic, and they should not have anything in common, and wanted to become a man after death, and the demons would not help him. A voice appeared in his head and the dragon asked him not to worry, because the princess was safe. The reptile looked at the guy and said that she would stay with him. MC smiled and said that it was good. The dragon looked at the city and asked where he wanted to go. Ming looked ahead and asked where he was. The wings stretched out. The dragon flapped while he tried to call out to the general. The red-bodied man's leg was bandaged. Wu Juan sat up in bed and looked down. He looked back. The mechanical arm was lying on the bed and he was asking what they had already said. When would the other prosthesis be delivered? And was lying with an oxygen mask and said that he was asking this question for the third time and asked why. He looked at the ceiling and asked what about him. The redhead put on the hood and asked his father to rest. He was leaving the room and thinking that since he saw him, the demonic world had changed. The guy grinned, remembering the moments with Gon, and thought that he should have realized long ago that he was not a demon. The guy grinned. They stood with their backs to each other, and he thought that, unfortunately, this was a dead person. The sun illuminated the fields and mountains. The announcement was on the cliff, and it said that he would turn back into a human only if the guy was killed, and it was noted that suicide would not be counted. The dragon stood behind the guy and said that no matter how much he asked, he received the same answer. The protagonist put his hand on his jaw and said that his recovery ability also prevented him from dying easily. The white-haired man looked back, saying that if he could find another S-rank demon lord, he might still be able to die. They stood at the edge of a cliff and Gon said that he had only met him once, and only in the tower, and asked him to help him figure out a way to die. The reptile rolled its eyes, saying that of course, but he was a contract creature, so it would be a little weird to help him figure out how to die. The ledge began to crumble. The rocks began to fall down. The ground beneath the guy began to give way. There were many cuts and MC began to fall. The snake looked away, saying that he wanted to protect him from danger, to which he asked him to control himself and noted that he did not need to be protected. The dragon narrowed his eyes and said that he realized that he was going to die. An enraged bear was approaching the hero. A huge beam rushed through the animal's head, killing it instantly. The snake looked confused and asked for forgiveness, to which he said that everything was fine and asked not to worry. The moonlight illuminated the treetops. Meat was roasting on the fire. Gon was sitting in front of the fire, and saying that he had eaten too much. The hero took the sword and offered the dragon to eat too. A huge beam rushed from the sky. The protagonist looked into the cut, and behind him stood the pet. MC laid out the sword and said that at dawn they would go to the west and try to find another magic tower, to which he replied that the goal was unclear. The guy looked at the object, while the companion said that even if there was a magic tower in the west, it was not a fact that there would be an S-rank lord there. The demon put his hands in his pockets and asked what he should do, saying that it just so happened that people also lived in the west, and he had no other choice. The weapon was on his belt, and the dragon said that someone was coming. The blade was near his neck and he said that Gon left without even saying goodbye, noting that this was not right. Wu Juan looked at the guy and said that the country was holding a celebratory banquet and asked why the hero was leaving. The white-haired man looked ahead and asked why he was not celebrating. He frowned, saying that so be it. The protagonist looked back while he asked who he was and why he had come to them. There was a sword on his belt, and the companion said that he was angry, but clearly did not want to kill. The demons were standing in the middle of the forest, and the red-haired man asked how he was connected with people and why he knew so much about people. The fighter was furious and said that he had both a dragon and a weapon. MC took up the dagger and said that he was a man. Wu Juan bared his teeth and was at his limit. Gon lowered his head and said that unfortunately, he could not kill him. The red-haired man frowned while he said that it would have been very good. He was beside himself with anger and asked what was going on. All this time he was trying to die, and not saving him, and Dad protected him in the dungeon. He grabbed him by the neck and asked why he didn't run away even during the battle with people, and it turns out that he intended to die all this time and didn't understand why. The hero looked ahead and said that if he dies, he will become a human, and noted that initially he was from the human race, and then by mistake he got into the body of a demon, and he must die to return to his previous state. Wu Juan grinned and asked why he killed his teammates then, because they could have killed him and the guy could not have saved them. The redhead looked at him from under his brows and shouted that he could have just waited for them to kill them, and then run to certain death, and asked why he didn't do so, because people could have won and he could have returned, asking why he helped the clan. Gon looked away and said that it was much more complicated than that, because it was a matter of principles. The fighter was stunned while he was saying that he could not watch someone do evil. His hand dug into his neck and he was saying that they continued to commit outrages. Wu Juan removed his hand. He looked at the interlocutor and said that the human race had invaded their territory, causing them to lose lives, namely the human race had killed his mother. The red-haired man bared his teeth, saying that he hated people and wanted them to die. He was furious, saying that he should die too. The fighter closed his eyes and said that he hoped that he would turn out to be a demon. Gon watched what was happening and the dragon said that he felt it now, that he was in great pain. The hero began to leave, saying that it was time for him to go. The white-haired man stopped while the reptile asked that he would not talk to the guy, to which he replied that he did not want to interfere in the affairs of demons, because they were not friends. Wu Juan bit his lip, saying that in a week there would be an alliance meeting. The protagonist froze. He lowered his head while he said that this was the most important event, in which 18 countries of the demon race would participate. The red-haired man looked back, saying that there would be a tournament. 2 demons would be needed from each country, and the strongest would be there. MC froze after saying that even S-rank demons would be there. The fighter stood in front of the guy and said that if he wanted to die, there was no better chance. The horned one looked ahead and said that despite the fact that his homeland was not at odds with anyone, one should not underestimate opponents. Gon opened his mouth in surprise and asked what could be killed there, to which he replied that of course, because they had to prove their desire. Wu Juan was angry while his companion said that he was not lying, but he felt something. The redhead pointed at himself and said that their country should win this competition, because no one wants to lose, and offered them to perform, saying that if he helps him, he will help the hero. They looked at each other, and the wounded one said that the demon lord is not so easy to kill. The blue-eyed one showed his teeth, saying that he needs to think of something. Gon looked ahead and was silent. They shook hands and the satisfied protagonist said that everything is in force. The map showed the borders of the countries and he said that the Demon Alliance is a united empire consisting of 18 large and small demon kingdoms. The creatures stood in front of the pyramid and he said that the power of the world comes from 10 mysterious regions, and the current clan of demons owns the second region. The horned one sat in the hall and the guy said that the alliance conference was held for 2 main purposes, namely, firstly, the leaders of all countries were called to a joint meeting to discuss strategies for future development and unite the remaining demons. The crown was placed on the creature's head and he said that secondly, to elect the next leader of the alliance, and the election method was to hold a competitive competition once every 3 years. Purple raised his hand to the side and he said that this was the best option for elections, because in a world where strength is of paramount importance, it is extremely important to determine a strong leader. The sun was setting over the horizon and it was said that however, by now it had become a platform for demonstrating one's power. Bingy lowered her head and said that the so-called alliance of 18 countries had actually been calculating its own interests for a long time, and there was no so-called unity and peace in it, and in order to win, they would do everything possible and send the most ferocious generals. She looked ahead and said that out of the 36 participants in the last competition, only 5 survived, and this year, 3 powerful countries would definitely send powerful S-rank fighters. The girl opened her eyes wide and said that none of the warriors her father sent could return alive. She pulled down from the throne and said that it was not too late, and asked them not to leave so that they would say that no one was found among them. The guys disappeared from the places where they stood before. Gon looked out the window and said that they had arrived, thinking that Yango and in his past life he had never had the opportunity to see this place, and noted that he always thought that it was just an abandoned house. A dragon with a cabin below was approaching the city. It flapped its wings and flew over a skyscraper, while he thought that everything was completely wrong. Animals were sitting on a signboard and people were in the capital of the country. The suitcase fell on the asphalt, and she said that only a few years had passed, and who would have thought that the city would change so much. Bingy looked around and said that there would be a party tonight, which would be attended by participants, but did not finish. She noticed the guys missing and called out to them. Gon stood at the counter and said that he had never seen so much fruit, to which he thought that people had not seen anything at all. Wu Juan looked away and thought that he had already forgotten that he would have to kill him. He looked at the sign of the organization. The hero looked at the fruit and thought that it was a type of melon with black stripes on a green background. He had only seen in books and noted that it was a legendary fruit, to which he asked that the guy was from the east and had never seen such fruit. He showed a berry in a cut, and said that it was a watermelon, and asked if he wanted to try it. The redhead put his hand on his jaw while he was saying that this plant was grown in a magical field and had the effect of instantly restoring physical strength, and he said that all those weapons were rank A+ and did not expect that they would be mass-produced in some roadside store. He looked at the weapons and said that there was even an arsenal from Yungo. The green-haired man appeared after him and clarified that he was from there. The gunsmith smiled and said that their weapons were not as good as those in the Yango country, and no matter what aspects you take, be it national strength, resources, economy, land area, their country is superior to that in everything. The man looked at him and asked that he came to watch the competition, to which he replied that he was a participant. The girl stood with her back to them, and asked again. The warrior mage from Yugo turned around, saying that so that's what it was, and said that it seemed that Yungo was really bad with candidates. Wu Juan looked back with aggression. Xian spread her hands and asked for help choosing an S-rank weapon and noted that everything needed to be delivered to the hotel. She smiled while he laughed, and said that he thought that the Yungo country would really have a hard time. She walked away and exuded purple energy. She looked ahead and said that her opponents would fall to the Yugo country. The red-haired man looked at his opponent, and thought that this was a very powerful energy, and guessed that it was an S-rank demon. People were walking on the top floor of the building. Binny walked ahead while he said that there were very arrogant people here, To which she replied that it was normal because they came to compete and therefore they needed to show themselves well. She presented a map and said that everything was very different from when the 18 countries meeting was first held, and in the past, the countries had roughly the same level of national power, so they behaved cautiously towards each other, and until now, only 3 countries, namely Yango, Lego and Yungo, had real power and voting rights. The winners of the past few decades have mainly changed between these 3 countries. The Horned One stretched out his hand for the crystal, and she said that the strong will always be strong, noting that these are the laws, and the alliance competition stipulated that the winner can get the promotion stone, which is the fastest way to develop an S-rank demon. The man stood on the pedestal, and she said that at the same time, the leader of the winning country will become the commander of the army of 18 countries, will command the army of the alliance, and will receive the key to completion. In other words, the winner will receive S-rank representatives and national power, and the state will have the right to exterminate members and access to minerals in that place. There was a mark on the map. Gon froze and asked again. They stood in front of the skyscraper, and the woman said that this was the tallest building in the entire demon clan. The red-haired man stood next to those present, and wanted to say something. Xiang stood behind, and the man and the woman in a wheelchair asked that this was the Xiangla Hotel. The green-eyed girl narrowed her eyes, saying that they had come here again. They entered the building, and a group with Gon stood in front of the couple. Woodyuan grinned and said that he couldn't stand her and asked if he could finish her off, to which she asked him to calm down and not let her provoke him, because if aggressive behavior was recorded before the start of the game, he would be disqualified from the competition. The hero stood next to the couple and asked why they had come to participate, to which they replied that yes, and they were from the Yugo countries. He smiled and asked that if they met in the arena, then let them not spare him, to which she replied that she would try. The red-haired girl looked away and suggested that they go. The backpack flew off the girl's back and she fell into a stupor. She looked back and said that there were invitations in her backpack. The protagonist turned around and asked what kind of technique it was, and Woodyuan asked who dared to do this. The guy stood in a stance and asked to take care of his sister. He closed his eyes and magic appeared in his eyes. He exuded energy. He lowered his head and spread his arms. He stood on the floor and magical wings appeared on his back. The redhead was above the water. The guy opened his eye wide. The magician raised his hand and summoned a cloud. His hand reached forward and an ice shard flew forward. The tattooed one looked back and his face was illuminated by the projectile. The shock wave moved away from the magician and the block froze him until he understood how he was found. He saw the bud from above and became wary. The horned one folded his arms and was serious. The fighter looked at the offender, who was bursting into tears, and said that it was time to accept punishment, to which he said that he was also a participant and offered to simply return all the things and they would not cause each other problems. Gon held a wheelchair and told the girl that her brother was great, to which she agreed and he thanked those. The guys looked at them and Bingy said that without that they wouldn't have managed, and the guy said that it was a great technique and assumed that the other was an S-rank demon. The red-haired man scratched his temple while Woodyuan was dragging the offender by the ear and said that there were no demons of that rank in his country, but he would try very hard. The security came to the hotel and the guys were walking towards the exit, and the fair-haired man was watching all of this. The guard stood next to the guys, filling out the protocol, and he said that the candidates continued to arrive. The man held a cup in his hands, saying that everything would start soon. A group of demons were going to check into their rooms while he was thinking that quite a lot of citizens from other countries had arrived here. The red-haired one looked at her watch, saying that if they continued to stand here, they would not make it to the banquet. Gon looked at the line with a tired look. He turned around, thinking that didn't the others know that the disabled should be let through. The hero approached the reception and thought that it was finally their turn. The red-haired one stepped back and said that the brother and sister should go first to rest faster, to which they thanked her. The violet-eyed one was angry and asked where the documents were, saying that they should be prepared in advance and that they were just stalling for time. The red-haired one stood in front of the table and apologized, asking that this wasn't it, to which she said that this was an invitation and she needed the documents. People turned around and someone said that a demon had arrived, whom they had only seen on the news, and asked to go through. The fair-haired man sat on the couch and said that it was the same every time. The dark-haired man entered the building and was a candidate from Lego, and they said that he was the most famous candidate and more powerful than all the candidates from 18 countries. The old woman closed her eyes. The guard ran forward. He stood near the table and apologized, asking to let him through. The red-haired man looked back. The bodyguard stood in front of the guy. He threw Chi aside and the sister became wary. She extended her hand and called out to the guy. Her hand fell on her shoulder. Gon stood behind her and was angry. Lin looked arrogantly to the side and the girl said that his mother was sick and suggested that they go straight to the green zone and not stand in line. He adjusted his glasses and asked his brother to go upstairs with his mother, and only then he would come, to which he obeyed. The hero hit him in the back and called out. The protagonist was driving a disabled person while the bodyguard was holding the arrogant demon, and the guy was saying that everyone should stand in line without exception. MC looked down and ordered her to serve them first. The violet-eyed girl was scared and tried to say something. The fair-haired guy was watching what was happening and wondering what was starting. The red-eyed guy narrowed his eyes, saying that he was not only a star, he also had a title. Lin was adjusting his jacket, and he was saying that he was the first of the demon clan. The fashionista asked why he was still hanging around here. The fighter was standing behind Gon, and saying that he was brave if he dared to offend his friend. The hero looked at the girl and asked what was going on, assuming that they had some errors in the evidence. Ham put his hand on his shoulder and called out to him. He frowned and asked if he didn't hear. He looked away. Woo-Jun looked at him from under his brows and asked him to let go. A smile appeared on the black-haired guy's face. He laughed, and the sound wave spread to the sides. The redhead bared his teeth, thinking that he had powerful energy. Lin smiled and said that he liked them and offered to try again, because his strength was impressive. The hand went up and they turned to the gentleman, saying that if the candidates started fighting before the tournament began, they would be disqualified. The dwarf looked down and said that he was an important person, so there was no point in waiting for registration and offered to come to him right away. The mustachioed man showed his palm, saying that he would check into a luxury room and there would be no need to wait for others. Old buildings were visible from the window, and he said that ordinary people lived in those areas. He looked back and arrogantly agreed. They were leaving and the fashionista said that they would see each other at the competition. Woo-Jun looked at her with aggression and asked how much longer they would have to wait. The mustachioed man stood next to the girl and said that he would do it. The worker looked at the guy and asked if he was a candidate, saying that unfortunately, the girl would not be able to live here. The redhead approached the dwarf and asked again, saying that the letter did not say that they could not come with family members, to which he asked again and asked how he could prove it, noting that Yugo's certificates did not work here. The mustachioed man turned away, saying that they only give priority to the participants, even the country of that, and its 2 participants are given a standard room. Gon looked away and thought that the man was provoking them. Woo-Jun grabbed him by the collar and said that they were candidates, and asked where such terrible conditions came from and how dare he. The employee smiled, showing his teeth, and asked who he was that he should treat them specially and who invited them here, saying that they could go home, and asked that he wanted to hit, and was not afraid of being kicked out of the tournament. The redhead let the scoundrel go. He adjusted his bow tie and said that they came for the competition, not for drinks and food. The disabled man lowered his head while he was saying that these children can't do anything and have never seen such tall buildings before, noting that the opportunity to come to their country for free is a real blessing for them. Woo-Jun candidates can't raise their hands, otherwise they will be disqualified and asked, so that's why he was so impudent and said that Yango is a disgusting country. The mustachioed man pointed his finger forward and asked so what, saying that if it weren't for the tournament, he would never have gotten here, and added that it was high time to kick the countries Yugo and Yungo out of the alliance. The red-haired man grabbed him by the face and said that he would kill him, but did not finish. The dwarf looked to the side. He rose from the floor and was engulfed in energy. He was dragged to the side. Bingy extended her hand, lifting him up. The red-haired woman looked at the bastard and said that she was not a candidate. The burr's face crashed into her hand. She looked at him from under her brows and, throwing him to the floor, said that she was the ruler of Yungo. The girl bared her teeth and said that she was also the successor to the first leader of the alliance of 18 states. Aggression was written on her face, and she said that she had every right to kill him. The dwarf rubbed his cheek and tried to threaten, but Bingy interrupted him and said that when the demons gathered for the first time, they agreed that the 18 countries should unite. The figure stood under the banner of the Union and looked down. The ruler was furious and said that if someone threatened the clan, she had the right to get rid of this creature. The girl's face changed and said that initially the alliance conference was a symbol of prosperity and unity. The bastard trembled while she said that now everything had apparently changed, but she did not finish, making a pause. She stood up, radiating powerful energy, and said that everyone had forgotten about it, to which he knelt down and apologized, begging to let him go. The blond man clapped his hands and said that it was a wonderful show. The old man burst into tears and asked to save him. Ming looked at the disgruntled group and apologized, saying that they were the ones who had not kept an eye on it. Bingy turned to the guy and said that this is who is in charge here, to which the red-haired man replied that the hotel staff is SOSO, and with such subordinates you won't get far. The manager reached into his inside pocket and said that they didn't have many rooms and the expensive ones were booked in advance, so he asked them not to get excited. He had 2 tickets in his hands and he said that in order to express his apologies, he would give them the keys to the presidential suite. Ming extended his hand with the ticket to the girl and said that they could stay in his room on the roof, and he himself would live on the outskirts. The children were happy imagining the room, while he said that it was the highest point in the city, and they would be able to admire the views from there. He threw up his hands, saying that the conflict that had just arisen was a small misunderstanding due to poor management, and hoped that the candidates would not hold a grudge. The boss looked at Gon and said that a banquet would be held a little later and suggested that they prepare for it. The hero pointed his finger at the scoundrel and asked what about it. The dwarf burst into tears, while he asked that they just let the man go, to which he received the answer that it would be too easy. The hotel owner was holding a revolver. He loaded 5 bullets out of 6. he spun the cylinder. The man cocked the hammer and said that he would take care of the future of the traitor. The barrel was pointed at the forehead of the traitor, and he said that the chance of survival was 1 in 6, to which he tearfully begged for forgiveness and promised that such a thing would not happen again. The demons looked away and anticipated the reprisal. The hammer was cocked. The shot didn't happen and he went into hysterics. The mustachioed man fell to the floor and thanked him for not killing him. Ming looked at his charge and said that he didn't want him to see him in the hotel again, to which he thanked him. The elevator button was glowing up. People were going inside. The blonde man smiled while the girl was saying that she was very scared and said that it was good that he arrived in time. The Lord narrowed his eyes, thinking that some of them surprised him, but they resolved the conflict quite quickly. The protagonist went inside. He walked forward and asked the dragon if he felt anything, noting that he easily got rid of the staff, to which he replied that it was very strange. The owner of the hotel stood next to the ruler and the scoundrel, and he asked why he did this and assumed that he had deliberately forced them to act, to which he said that then it was not worth going out. Gon looked back and the companion said that there was only one reason and that he was the same as him, he wanted to test his strength. Ming saw people off and laughed sarcastically. He exuded energy and hoped that they would meet again. The girl sat at the table and was asked if she wanted another cup. The violet-eyed looked away and refused, thanking him and thought that she hoped everything would go well. The Colosseum was empty and it was said that the states would be divided into 2 stages, namely, the first stage was the qualifying round, and the second already contained the main essence of the competition, and a total of 36 demons from 18 states took part in the tournament, but one of those who arrived would not take part in the first round. The girl's outline was illuminated, and it was said that the remaining 35 people would be divided into 7 groups, each of which would have 5 people. The girl attacked the warrior and it was said that only 1 person from each team would have to survive, and then 8 people. Woojuan frowned while the hero introduced the hierarchy and thought that he needed to find a way to become the best, and noted that what happened yesterday just pissed him off. He looked at the sign of the store and said that he had already lost his mood at the reception and thought that he could cheer up at the party. Bingy walked in a fancy dress while the participants were behind her. She was stopped and apologized, saying that these seats are for important people. The red-haired girl looked at the guy and said that they were representatives of the Yungo country, to which he replied that he knew, but these seats are for candidates Yango, Yugo and Lego, and the Yungo representatives should go to the first floor for the second class. He closed his eyes and said that there was nothing he could do about it, because those were the rules. Woojuan remembered the blonde, arrogant Xiang and the scoundrel, wondering if they had really avenged the fat man like that, and wished him a safe journey. He looked at the alley and thought that he had stocked up on equipment and potions and did not understand what else was missing. He looked down and in the alley stood a burr who ordered the girl to give her everything valuable that she had, noting that all the security was now at the tournament venue, so there was no one to save her. The girl held onto her bag and said that even in the most developed country, robbery flourished. The bandit pointed a knife at her while she thought that if she had not found out that her brother was going to the competition, she would never have ended up here in her life, to which he ordered her to stop standing there like a statue. He looked at her and asked her to hurry, saying that otherwise she would get it, and a notice came out that he was a slen of the Black Gold criminal organization. Her hand was covered in magic, and she thought that it was a pity that a person with the ability of stealth was engaged in robberies, and was going to just kill him. Her eyes sparkled and she noticed the guy. He looked to the side and she called out to Woojuan. The victim raised her hand and asked him to save her. Ham frowned and ordered her not to scream, asking if she wanted to die. Woojuan stood above and watched as he asked not to blame him for being rude. He struck him in the face. The redhead watched as the criminal's face flew to the side and asked that last time was not enough. He hugged the girl. The guy looked at her and asked why she walked alone in such places, to which she thought that he was very handsome, and also cared. She closed her eyes and thought about how she didn't even know she would meet him here. One of the criminal's partners was peeking out from behind the wall and asking where the assistant came from. One of the accomplices was sitting on the roof and saying that she looked very rich and that such a chance should not be missed. He became wary and was asked what was the matter. The bandit's legs were covered in ice and he screamed that his leg was frozen and he asked who dared to use his abilities. Michelle looked away and thought about those creatures interfering with their date, while he asked if she was okay and what they did to her. She hugged him and said that if it had been a little bit more, it would have happened to Burn, but fortunately he appeared in time and saved her. Woojuan looked back, asking how he managed to escape from surveillance. The blonde smiled, asking him to forget about it, and suggested going shopping and chatting. The robber's body was freezing as they walked away from the alley. The siblings were crossing the road. He looked at her and apologized for being so useless, to which she asked what he was saying that the prices for medicine were just too high, but they would definitely come up with something. The redhead frowned, saying that he would do his best to take first place and promised to get a reward and definitely cure her. The girl looked back, saying that it would be better for him to spend the money on equipment and potions. Lacey showed his fist while she was talking. If the enemy was too strong, he would not be able to fully protect himself and take first place, To which he asked why he hadn't thought of that before and said that he should buy potions to increase attack, and she asked him to concentrate on defense. The guy was holding a sword in his hands. Gon examined the weapons and asked his companion if he thought there were any who could kill him, to which he replied that it was hard to say because they hadn't seen the previous champion. The girl was in space and he said that he had heard that the Yugo partners had tremendous strength. Lin stood next to Ming and the dragon said that the hotel manager was clearly no pushover and that the Lego candidates had quite a powerful energy, but they couldn't know their capabilities until he fought them. MC closed his eyes and said that it was very difficult and asked why they didn't just finish him off. Gon opened his mouth and an idea popped into his head. He got up from the bed and thought why not run into him, to which he asked what the owner was up to. Would you and watched as a girl asked the salesman to pack all the S-rank equipment for her brother, to which he said that he didn't need it and didn't need it. Ming was in space meditating near a black hole. Lin was in the gym doing push-ups. Fireworks exploded above the Colosseum, and it was said that the conference had finally begun and a total of 18 countries had participated and all the candidates were live on air. The host grinned, saying that welcome, and it was said that no one even suspected how the conference allowed the Demon Clan, and this was supposed to be the biggest event. The head of Yango sat on the throne and it was said that everything was supposed to happen very soon. The spectators were in the stands and everyone was rejoicing. The dark-haired man frowned and asked the participants of the qualifying round to come out and go up to the stage. The fighters appeared in the arena. The big guy showed off his muscles and he said that the first group consists of 3 countries, namely Hui, Huang, Shuang. Xian looked at his hand while he said that he had the strongest defense, and noted that he was from the country of Yango. The mustachioed man looked ahead and said that one of their people was present at the very first game, and he thought that the world would soon learn about the power of Yango. The bald man looked back, saying that no one was their rival at the tournament and that they would win. The group stood in the center. The host stood in front of the microphones and said that the last candidate was on stage and introduced Gon. He smiled and the dragon asked if he would really behave like that, to which the hero replied that he would, noting that he would regain his identity. Blades appeared from his hand. There were people in the underground club and someone said that it was time to place bets and asked who would go further. The dark-haired man smiled and said that the competition was about to begin and asked not to drag it out, to which he was told that Huanwu, the real pride, was there, and the other said that his chances of winning were slim and doubted that he had made the right bets. The short-haired man looked at the board and said that almost everyone was betting on that one to win, and the old man asked what kind of fool would bet on anyone else with such a candidate, and said that he didn't think anyone knew about that one, especially the demons from Yungo country. The man laughed and said that he thought he would bet on that guy, to which the bearded man asked how that was possible. Ming showed up at the club and said that he would bet 5 million on that one. The bald man looked at that one and asked why he had come. He closed his eyes and said that he had some time left on his schedule, and since that was the case, they would discuss entertainment. The host gave a thumbs up and said that that was all that he was, to which he suggested betting. The dwarf looked at that one and said that the gentleman needed to get ready, to which he asked him not to worry, saying that he wasn't going to end it all quickly. Ming frowned, saying that he wanted to see the performance in person. The light illuminated a group of demons in the arena. The host smiled and said that all the participants were in place, and the competition was about to begin. Yuseishi looked down, and the countdown began. Wujun frowned and he said the number 4. The fighters were focused and the man said that there were 3 seconds left. The fighters' eye was flashing and there were 2 seconds left. Gon was focused and the fight was about to begin. The warrior swung, gathering on the ground, and a notification came out that this was the Galactic Combat Engineer Kai. His eye shone and he activated the armor. Steel plates appeared on his body and a notification came out that this was a Black Star armor. Huanwu opened his mouth and a notification came out about his characteristics. The fighter stood in a stance and was about to strike. The big guy showed his palm, standing in a stance. The swordsman dealt numerous blows. Everyone attacked the huge S-rank demon, and the host said that they began to fight and the titan stood out the most. Streams of energy appeared in front of him and he clicked his tongue. Everyone was surprised and the bespectacled one shouted that this couldn't be and anyone would have wounds, and the blue-haired one suggested to continue. Lin was lying in bed and said that everything was going as expected. The weak were uniting to defeat the strongest, thereby increasing the chances of victory. Wujun looked at him while he said that if they still couldn't break through the armor, they wouldn't waste energy in vain. The purple-eyed one looked away and asked what he was doing. Gon stretched out his hand and thought about what he had finished warming up. He was calm and his companion said that he had regained his strength. The red-haired one stood up to look and asked if he would do anything strange. The white-haired one grinned, taking out his sword, and decided to show everyone its capabilities. The hero pointed at himself and asked what they were doing and ordered them to come here. The dragon with the camera flew over the arena. The lens was aimed at him. The fighters looked in his direction and did not know how to react. The protagonist pointed his finger and ordered the warrior to activate the second-level defense. Huanwu flew into a rage and asked how dare he order him. He swung and asked to taste his blade. There was a powerful blow, and a shock wave rushed towards the fighters. It covered the fighters and they received serious damage. Lin froze, feeling horror. The mustachioed man was stupefied by what he saw. There was a powerful explosion, and the host said that the arena was divided in half. His partners looked down and Woojun understood what he wanted to do. A column of smoke rose up. The gray-haired man lay on the ground, the blue-haired man's eyes were rolled up. The big guy was dead. Huan was sat on the battlefield and did not understand how it was possible, and the system showed messages about wounds. The host frowned and shouted that he had killed 3 opponents with just 1 blow, and only 2 remained. He pointed his sword forward and spoke with full force. The warrior was scared and asked to stop, saying that he was surrendering. The audience was shocked and meaningfully silent. The mustachioed man was furious and asked how this happened, and the bald man asked how he could do such a thing. The demons in the club were indignant, and asked why he gave up and did not understand why he gave up in the first battle. The red-haired man looked away, thinking about how his weapon ignored any armor, causing colossal damage, and for the first time he saw it, noting that if he hit with all his strength, the room would be destroyed. He was shaking and did not understand where this guy came from. Gon's hand was raised up and the judge said that he won. The bald man held a microphone in his hands, saying that they had their first winner, who hailed from Yungo. Behind him stood a big guy who was wondering where he got such a powerful weapon and strength, and noticed that he was not as strong as the other A-rankers. Ming watched as the guy tried to interview him, but the bald guy refused. The blonde guy frowned as the demon burst into tears and thought that his speech was not over yet. Gon stood in front of the audience and asked to be heard. He brought the microphone to himself. The hero made a face and asked the other teams to show the true S-rank candidates and called them weaklings. Everyone listening was wary and did not understand what he was doing. Woojun covered his face with his hand and thought that everything was clear now. Bingy was scared and did not understand what he was planning. MC closed his eyes and said that the first place would be his, because he was the strongest demon in the demon clan. People watched the performance while he said that if someone does not think so, then let them try, but did not finish. Gon smiled, saying that you are welcome. The demons watched the performance, and were happy for their comrade. Everyone smiled and the guy with the hat said that they survived only because of him. And sat next to the old man and said that his appearance changed a lot. The Colosseum was glowing and the host said that Lin from Lego was coming on stage. He rushed between the enemies, destroying them. He was furious, and said that no one would take first place from him. The blonde watched what was happening, while his fans screamed words of support. The general and Ming watched the fashionista and he said that it was because of such faces that they never hoped for victory. The elder looked to the side and said that now they have gone and Woojun and noted that Yungo will soon regain its former power. The view opened onto the Colosseum, and the horned one said that the red-haired one would appear in the 3rd round. There were people in the center and a man said that he was introducing the players of the 3rd round. Xing looked forward and he was introduced. Lang frowned and the host said that he was from Lego. The fighter looked forward and he was introduced last. Gon held a glass in his hands and Bingy said that thanks to his performance, their country was introduced separately, asked that they would really target him now. The hero looked forward and persuaded that the demon from Lego had the highest level and noted that as long as Woojun would watch his actions, everything would be fine. They sat next to each other, and he said that in total, 7 matches were held during the entire qualifying round. There were no representatives of rank S in the participant table and among the demons of rank A, plus the red-haired one had no opponents. Michelle came out onto the court, and shouted that he was the best, and he would be able to take first place. The girls watched her and said that she was the princess from Swego and asked why she did not support her country. The guy swung after the host announced the beginning. Everyone rushed at him with a proposal to remove him first. He smiled and said that this was all the tricks of his partner. Several powerful cuts occurred and he called for a peak of flowers, to which the host said that the second general and Yungo were also very powerful, saying that he was alone against everyone. Lang covered himself with the body of the weaker one, avoiding the attack. The head received irreparable damage and the man said that on the other side, the enemy cut off the opponent's head. The opponents stood opposite each other, and he reported that there were only 2 candidates left. Woojun frowned, thinking that the opponent is strong, and does not even believe that he is a rank. The opponent licks his lips menacingly. Woojun rushes to attack, realizing that he has survived several wars with the human race. A fierce villain stabs another with his hand. The fighter thinks that he has also become stronger. The monster glances to the side, not understanding where such speed comes from. Woojun at this time uses a poisonous robe. He deftly cuts the enemy's body with his blade. Dao's body falls to the ground. It is said that Woojun killed him with 1 blow, and the battle is over. He clenches his fist and calmly declares that it's over, realizing that he would have dealt with him even if he were an S-rank demon. Woojun looks ahead in shock. Gritting his teeth, he sees a puncture in his chest. The host shouts that the competition continues. The fighter turns around in fear, seeing a silhouette. It is said that Tian, deprived of his head, seems to have survived. Woojun waves his blade at his opponent. The girl, watching the battle, is surprised that he is fighting even without a head. The protagonist, watching what is happening, realizes that something is wrong with Tian. Wu Juan jumps high into the air, intending to attack his opponent. He angrily realizes that he can't. There are bright flashes of blades. He realizes that he will not lose at this stage. The fighter cuts Tian's body with many blows. Wu Juan lands not far from him. Tentacles crawl out of Tian's body. He laughs ominously. The red-haired fighter frowns and says the end. In complete shock, he opens his eyes, not understanding what is happening. Tian's severed limbs have grown back. He prepares to attack. The hero does not believe that his body has recovered. Wu Juan stands in front of him. Particles are flying behind him. He thinks about his skill. Tian attacks him with a red blade. He deftly jumps over. Wu Juan rolls on the ground not far from his opponent. Wu Juan, sliding his legs and hands on the ground, realizes that the wound was serious, but for some reason he is still as powerful. Gon, sitting in the stands, watches the progress of the battle. Putting his two palms near his mouth, he shouts loudly that something is wrong with him. There is some strange energy in his body and he should not continue the fight. Blood flows from Wu Juan's mouth. He hears the cry of surrender. Tian, with many vines and tentacles sticking out of his body, approaches his opponent. Wu Juan wipes the blood, asking if the opponent really thinks that he will give up so easily. Gritting his teeth, he recalls the fight, saying that in any case, he does not want to experience the powerlessness that was that day again, and he will not allow anyone to hurt his father again. His eyes glow red. He adds that he will not let his people be harmed. Flames burst out of Wu Juan's chest. He furiously declares that in the future, only he will protect the city. His body transforms, a mask and armor grows. He claims that therefore he must become stronger, become number one and the best S-rank demon, or die. Tian with tentacles pulls his blade, hearing that the guy is not going to lose either. Wu Juan rushes to attack. In rage, he begins to use the Demon Lord's Dragon Breath. A powerful green beam makes cracks in the ground, rushing forward. The guy looks at the powerful explosions, thinking that after them, nothing will remain of the arena. A silhouette is visible among the clouds of smoke. They say that it worked. Half of Tian's body is lying on the ground. The host says that most of it was torn off, so he is declared the winner. Tentacles are growing from this half, glowing red. The announcer says that you need to wait, because there is something there. Tian's head has almost recovered. He looks forward with a terrifying look. Wu Juan stands in front of him in shock. The system says that the body has been restored. A state of weakness has been imposed. Gon loudly shouts that things are bad. Tian stands in front of him with a grin. The system says that the body has been fully restored. He puts his hand in front of him, from which red magic flies out. The system notification says that the Demon Lord's Dragon Breath skill has been used. A red beam pierces the ground and rushes towards the hero. Wu Juan sees a bright flash in front of him, and stands next to Ming and watches what is happening with tears in his eyes. Lu and her friends sadly shout no. 3 heroes surrounded the lying Wu Juan. The girl holds him and asks him to wake up, asking what's wrong with him and whether he will die. The protagonist with a serious look states that fortunately, at the last moment he passed the zone of maximum damage, relying on instincts, but still fell under the residual effect. Gon stands against the background of his friends leaving. He advises to quickly take the wounded to the medical room. The protagonist stands in front of the enemy, declaring that the candidate turned out to be problematic. Tian with black eyes looks at him. The host announces congratulations to the winner. In the frame, the king of the Phone Kingdom, Maiden, hears that the assistant tells him that their candidate won the round. 2 characters stand with severed heads. An insect with many legs crawls along the shoulder. It crawls into the bloody neck. As a result, the body begins to deform. It gradually transforms. Suddenly, a new head appears in place of the severed one. Tian looks at his hands in shock. Maiden looks forward. A fighter approaches him. The 2 of them are kneeling in front of a hooded figure who claims that they will be great helpers. The same men are standing in front of him now. Tian claims that they have finished the first task. The man with black eyes looks at the owner. He laughs and speaks very well. An unknown character from the Spirit Clan with a frightening grin declares that they should take first place. At the same time, another round is taking place on the other side of the arena, against the background of the Colosseum. It is heard that in the 4th round Seong wins. The guy smiles against the background of the lying opponent. It is said that in the 5th round Mr. C wins. It is explained that the Demon Clan did not realize that the threat was quietly approaching. The announcer loudly shouts into the microphone about inviting participants to the 6th round. A girl in a pink sweater enters the arena. It is said about another candidate from Lei, whose name is Jasmine. The guy with red and black hair with a serious look wonders why he has never heard of her. The protagonist looks ahead in shock. His eyes are wide open and he recognizes Jasmine. He remembers how, as a little boy, he held a sword and shouted not to come closer. A little girl against the background of soldiers asks him not to be afraid, because they are good. Children are sitting by a tree. She asks if it is true that he does not remember anything. He replies that he does not know how he ended up here. The bandaged protagonist tells her that he only knows his name. He looks at her and asks how she ended up here and what her name is. She looks away in embarrassment and tries to explain that she ran away. She looks away with a smile and says that her name is Jasmine. A soldier with a weapon on his shoulder turns to the princess, offering to return, because her mother is worried. She looks out from behind a tree and asks to be quiet, because she asked not to talk about it. 12-year-old teenagers make their way through the building. The girl says that they must get to the party, but so that no one finds. The protagonist takes her hand, hearing that it is high up here. He looks at her with an embarrassed smile and says yeah. Jasmine looks him in the eye and asks him to remember that they use different names. He looks away embarrassed, and says that he knows everything. The guy is shocked to remember that every time the girl secretly left the capital, she called herself Jasmine, and is it really Nana? Gon looks at the arena with fighters. It is announced that the competition has begun. Nana stands still while the enemy flies towards her. She sighs. Blue crystals appear on her body. She attacks enemies. The announcer says that her skill is to attack from a distance, and it's great. The system says that when used, the singing spreads over a certain distance and therefore all the people around experience pain. It is said that it turns out that she is a singing demon, and it is very rare to see the owner of such a powerful force. The main character screams in shock how this is possible, because even the skills are similar. She closes her eyes and casts a spell. Jasmine flies above the ground. The host wonders if this is singing. She lands and hits the ground with her staff. Vines entangle everything around. A cocoon of plants forms around her. The host declares that Jasmine is an elemental mage. Gon watches in amazement. A bunch of vines suddenly breaks. Plants hit the opponents. They fly high into the air. The announcer says that she knocks everyone off their feet. Jasmine looks forward in glasses. The host asks to congratulate the winner. Gon looks at her from the balcony, thinking that she is a cloud singer, a bloom mage, and it turns out that even specializations and skills are the same as Nana. He wonders in amazement where such coincidences come from. The protagonist watches her standing in the arena and asks himself, if she is Nana, then why does she look like this and how did she become a demon? Jasmine goes to the door. The host announces the winner of the 6th round. The protagonist is in a hurry. He knocks down a worker while running down the hallway. He sees a staircase in front of him. Gon runs quickly and shouts Nana's name. He stops in front of the doors. He thinks in shock that she also got into the demon's body, but he doesn't believe it. He sees a corridor in front of him. The guy sadly lowers his gaze, realizing that if this is true, what did she forget here? The inner being replies that she is very similar to the princess, only the energy is different. The girl in the pink sweater is standing in the room. She sadly looks down and mentally apologizes to the main character, saying that it is too early. She stands against the background of a girl with a crown, saying that first you need to finish your business, because it was at this time that the most sinister clan appeared and took the leading positions. Tian, Maiden and a mysterious villain in a hood are presented in the picture. It is said that the demon clan fell under their control and it is on these days that a turning point in history will occur. The protagonist stands in front of Tian's image. The girl understands that she must stop him from taking first place, because he must become king. Jasmine stands resolutely in front of the villains, saying that their opponents are very powerful, but if they show themselves now, the consequences may be irreversible. She turns and looks forward, telling the protagonist to wait a little longer, because she will tell everything soon. Gon walks forward, stating that after his reincarnation, the world has undergone some changes. In front of blue butterflies, he says that since his reincarnation was chaotic, he did not know where he was, and at this time in humanity, Jibiao successfully calculated the situation and attacked Yun, so he had to side with the kingdom. Gon looks forward in front of the city, saying that the butterfly effect has already begun and may soon spread to the entire world, but he cannot predict what disaster will befall humanity. He seriously hears the question of what he will do if the conference fails. He answers that there is only one thing to do. The picture shows the tournament participants. Gon explains that there were 6 qualifying rounds in total and combined with the exemption, there are only 7 candidates to reach the playoffs. Lu stands next to a thoughtful Gon and says that there is still one place left. Against the background of the Colosseum, it is said that there are still 2 players left in the last qualifying round, who will take the prize place. Xiao stands in front of a ball giant with a weapon in his hands. It is explained that an S-rank demon, the leader of the Black Gold faction, is opposing him. Bai in a mask hangs over the guy and asks if he attacked his people. The enthusiastic spectators wish the big guy good luck. The masked giant shouts in rage that he wants Xiao to understand what happens to those who oppose Black Gold. It is explained that in addition to being an S-rank, this man is a potential champion. Louis looks down with a serious face and talks about the round. She stands next to Gon and hears the question that Xiao has no chance. She replies that although he helped them earlier, his life is of little value and there is too big a gap between them. The main character, sitting on the couch, calmly says that he is clearly not comparable in strength. Everyone believes that he will lose very soon. The girl sits in a chair in fear and mentally asks her brother to be careful, while the guy says that there is one person who believes in him. The boy points his weapon and realizes that he must take first place and save his sister. Gon says that Xiao knows about this, that someone really needs him to win. He shouts forward in rage, declaring that he is not afraid of the enemy. It is said that for her sake he is ready to put his own life on the line. Gon looks forward with a serious expression. It is said that the little devil has challenged the gladiators. In the background of the Colosseum, shouts of "kill him" are heard. The 12-year-old protagonist stands with a sword in his hands in the middle of the arena. People shout "kill this bastard" and quickly, and the mammoth is their most ferocious beast. The boy shouts forward in rage, declaring that he is not afraid of him. In front of him stands a huge warrior of the A rank, the gladiator mammoth. He laughs and says that he has not eaten fresh meat for a long time. In a cage in the prison of the awakened, little Gianna sits. She asks why he came back, because she said that she would detain them. The guy holds a sword and declares that he has already made a bet, and as soon as they win, they will be released, and despite the fact that their legal system is rather strange, they will never break the rules of the arena. The little warrior hears through the pain that this is their strongest gladiator, who needs to show his cruelty, and as soon as the B-rank guy dared to challenge, he replies that he will definitely bring her home. A huge monster swings a cannonball on a chain, shouting that he does not have enough strength for this. The question arises under what circumstances a person will overcome his own boundaries. The protagonist, being a teenager, clenches his teeth in rage, just like Xiao does in modern times. Bai blocks Xiao's shots, shouting that now he will see absolute power. The big guy pierces the enemy with yellow lightning, causing paralysis. He swings his hand, shouting that he is finished. In memories, the protagonist gets hit in the face with a cannonball and flies to the side. He slides along the ground with a bloody body. Mammoth walks towards him with a grin. Shouts of "kill him" are heard. Now Bai is also hanging over Xiao. People are shouting the same thing, demanding to kill. The girl in the cage with tears in her eyes shouted the name of the protagonist. Now the girl in the wheelchair with tears in her eyes also addresses her brother. It is said that when a person has a reason to win, the enemy's body is divided into Mammoth and Bai. They are furious and say that it was not worth it to climb. The little protagonist and Xiao look up in rage. The big guy swings his fists at the guy. Both boys feel the weapons approaching their heads. There is a strong explosion and Bai flies off to the side. Xiao shoots an energy bow in flight and declares that he will not lose. The protagonist in his youth pierces the gladiator's body with a sword, claiming that he will not lose to him. The boys shout in rage that only here. A fighter pierces the head of a gladiator mammoth with a sword. It is said that when the life of a loved one is at stake, you are ready to do anything. Xiao pierces Bai's head, declaring that he must save her. The system window says that S rank has broken through. Xiao, with furious yellow eyes, looks forward. The notification says that an elemental mage of S rank, Xiao. He stands in front of the killed opponent, blazing. It is explained that at that moment you become stronger than ever before. Shocked spectators shout that he made a breakthrough. Another does not believe that this is possible. Are there still demons in the world who can advance without the help of a stone? In the frame, the young protagonist blazes with yellow flames. People shout that he broke through and won. Lu, surprised, declares that he broke through right during the competition. Here is the first demon of S rank in his country. Gon sits on the sofa with a grin and says that all the overlords became strong gradually. Xiao looks at his burning hand. The host shouts about an amazing competition, because the candidate, being weak, defeated a strong opponent and he deserved it. There were cards of 8 candidates in the space, and the host was saying that the viewers were currently seeing 8 participants who had managed to advance. The system was showing the competition selection scheme, and it was said that the final selection stage would be held in 3 rounds, each of which would be a life or death battle in pairs. The fighters were walking towards the exit, and the man was saying that all finalists were invited to participate in the battle. People were walking along the inside of the Colosseum. Jasmine was holding a ball in her hands while Gon was thinking that when he saw her, he remembered Nana and wondered how she was doing. The hero lowered his head while his companion was telling him that she looked very much like a princess. He closed his eyes, thinking that he could no longer put it off and that he needed to return to his body immediately. To which the dragon replied that nothing had worked out so far and noted that he needed to find a very strong person. The blue-haired girl examined the object in her hands and the protagonist's pet said that its strength was still unknown. MC looked down and it said that there was still a chance, and the guy decided to take a look. The huge mechanism was moving. Gon looked at the ball with the number 1 and thought that he was the first number, and immediately the first round with the second number. Lacey looked at the ball and the guy thought that he was denying it, thinking that it would only rise, so it would definitely not be able to kill him. Seeming stood at number 5 behind the guy. He smiled and said that it was not interesting. The man closed his eyes. His pupil transformed into a gear, and he decided that they would change. The mechanism was moving and it made itself the second number. The protagonist examined the ball and thought that his first fight was with the second number in the first round. The fair-haired man showed the object to the guy and asked if he was happy. He smiled, asking that wasn't he looking for someone who could kill him. Gon looked away and said nothing meaningfully. The red-eyed man leaned over, putting his hand on his chest, and said that he could try. There were many spectators in the Colosseum, and the host said that the draw had been decided and there would be 2 matches in the first round. The head of the Qing army stood in front of the arena and a notice came out that he was from Yango. He looked at the pairs of future opponents. Gon stood next to Siming, and the host said that there was a dark horse in front of them, and on the other side was a fair-haired man. The second pair of opponents at the arena table, and it was said that Xiang was next, and Tian would be their opponent. The head of the army was gaining energy while he said that this battle would be very dangerous, and it would be necessary to fence himself off. The demon's legs were shrouded in mana. The energy absorbed gone, and he sighed in surprise. A black hole formed under the guy, and the host said that the players would go to the competition site. The opponents were standing on a rooftop, and the man was saying that the first game would be held on the high stage of their country. Dragons were flying above the head of the statue, and it was said that they would be right there. The hero stood in front of Ximing and asked that he had activated the ability so that he would be his opponent. The blonde man gaped as he said that he had been using abilities ever since they first met. The man pointed a revolver at his protege, and the protagonist noted that he remembered his revolver with missing bullets, and that the lot played a role here too. MC scratched his temple, saying that this pompous game was a test of strength, and asked that he was looking for a worthy opponent, assuming that he did not want to win. Gon looked away and said that if it was about winning, he would have chosen other opponents, asking why him. The opponent covered his face with his hand and laughed. He smiled, saying that he was not an ordinary representative of the demon clan, and he wanted to see his abilities. Ximing showed his fist and said that life is an experience, and he wants to get it in full, and noted that he already knows the outcome of each battle, so it is not interesting. The hero was calm while he said that he was the only one he was not sure of, and that was good. The opponent pointed his hand at himself, and shouted that he did not know if he would be able to win, and asked if it was not impressive. Gon spread his hands, saying that he would be able to defeat him only under one condition, and asked to kill him in front of everyone. The hero grinned, pointing his finger forward, and said that otherwise, his first major failure would be broadcast live to the whole world. Ximing stood up and asked not to worry, because he would not lose, because in his future there was not even such a word. The blonde froze and asked to wait. The protagonist stood in front of him and asked to begin. The opponent closed his eyes, saying that he saw 4 outcomes. Gon stood next to the corpse. He plunged the sword into the opponent. MC stood in front of the guy, who was on his knees. The hero held the sword to his neck, and the red-eyed man thought that no matter the outcome, he would still lose. He grinned and thought that this was his first time. Ximing extended his hand forward and decided to try 16 options, and realized that this was not it. He became wary and tried 256 options. He fell to his knees and asked how so. Sweat was pouring down his face, and he said that he lost in all options and Gon beat him every time. The hero looked down while he said that this did not happen with other S-rank demons. The opponent stood in front of the guy on his knees and said that he heard several legends that in this world there is the ability of immortality, and conditionally this is the so-called bug. But even S-rank demons are not all powerful. Xiang sat on the floor with her armor broken. She looked ahead and thought that it was impossible, because even if she used all her strength, he could instantly recover, and it was simply impossible to kill him. Tian swung, preparing to strike, and she realized that he was a monster. A powerful blow occurred and the fragile body flew up. Her eyes were hidden under her hair and blood flew out of her mouth. The dark-haired man stood in the arena, and she thought that there was no chance of winning. The girl stood in front of a fighter who had no arm. In an instant, a limb appeared and the wounds healed. The green-haired girl looked ahead and thought that it meant that the guy from Yungo already knew. She remembered how Wujuan stood in front of the creature and thought that he understood that he could not be killed. The guy opened his mouth wide and she thought that he still fought to the end. The black-haired man stood in front of Xiang. She lowered her head and said that she gave up. Gon stood in front of the opponent and said that he did not have the strength to kill him, and noted that then he could only defeat him and call out the one who was stronger. Ximing looked ahead and thought that after 16 years, he had never lost. He closed his eyes, thinking that it was funny. Besides, would there really be a second person who could defeat him? The blonde lowered his head, thinking that he had promised himself that he would never lose to anyone again. He frowned, proposing to play for life. Magic enveloped the opponent, and a notification appeared about the movement of constellations and the conversion of potential and physical strength into probability, and therefore, the probability value was greatly increased, and a message about the probability values appeared, and the notification showed a value of 8,000 units. The opponent pointed his hand to the side, saying that he had only used this technique once, and a notification about the final technique of the death area appeared. Gon was enveloped in dark energy. The guy appeared in the bloody space in front of the creature. The red-bodied one smiled, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The god of death sat in front of the opponents, and asked if someone had brought Ximing to such a state again. The demons looked at the drum with numbers. The white-haired one smiled and asked if he was ready to put his own life on the line. The hero smiled and said that he hadn't been in such a space for a long time, and noted that his abilities were very interesting. The fair-haired one grinned, saying that no one could use their skills in this space, and as soon as he lost, his skull would be torn off. The protagonist was pleased and said that he was surprising him more and more. The opponent looked ahead and said that his life would soon come to an end. MC smiled, asking him to dream. The drum stood in space and the creature said that there were only 38 numbers, 2 colors, and asked to choose one of the two, and then he would throw the ball and spin the roulette. The winner would be the one on the color the ball stopped. The god of death showed the skulls and said that the winner would leave the space peacefully, and the loser would leave his head here. Seeming was serious, and said that he chose black because it was his lucky color. The creature looked at Gon, saying that then he would be red, and he agreed, offering to begin. The opponent raised his hand and said that he wanted to activate the power area and would pay 36 years of life for 18 numbers. The ghostly shadow laughed, asking if he was afraid of dying, and said that he would fulfill his wish. The hero was surprised and asked if that was possible. On the roulette wheel it was clear that all the numbers were black except for one, and the demon said that this way he got 37 numbers, and he only had one. The protagonist looked at him and said that he could take the last one, to which he replied that you can buy a maximum of 18 and that was quite enough for now. The god of death held a ball in his hands and said that they were starting the game with lives and noted that he could not wait. The projectile rolled along the side and he said that he wanted to hear the sound of breaking bones. Seeming frowned and said that he only had one cell, and he had 37 and an even higher luck indicator, and noted that this time he would definitely die. Gon looked down and said go ahead. The drum spun and the guy thought that the roulette game had existed since the past era. The ball rolled along the side and he thought that it was widespread among their people. The projectile made several bounces. The fair-haired man looked away warily. The object bounced off the sides of the black sections, and he thought it was a game where everything depended on luck and probability, noting that it was not related to strength. Seeming froze, thinking that there was a very small probability, and it was impossible. The ball was approaching the red section. It fell into the only red cell and he thought about it. Everyone silently looked at the result. Gon was furious and asked what the hell and how did this happen. The blonde man froze and was confused. He was angry and said that the probability of winning was 97.3%, and even all the numerical values were transformed so that the chance value rose to 8,000. He remembered how he transformed strength and odds. The blonde man looked at the hero and asked that his chance value was really higher than 8,000. The god of death looked down and said that he had never seen anything like this either. The creature looked at the guy and said that it couldn't even scan him, while the system showed a message that the chance value was too high and scanning was impossible. The protagonist was upset and he thought that he couldn't kill. There were stats above the fighter, and he thought that hostile demons also had this data. The beam flew past the warrior while he thought that the chance value affected evasion, the probability of unlocking abilities, critical hit, the probability of using skills, the probability of synthesizing high-quality items, and so on. The opponent stuck his enemy into the ground. Money fell on the man and he thought that with an increase in the value, the luck in the life of demons will change for the better. Gon looked at his hands, thinking that he couldn't die purely because of luck. He grinned, thinking that this couldn't be true. He recalled the previous life of the body and thought that if the case was that the shell from birth had such a high chance value, then why did the previous owner die, allowing him to be reborn and transmigrate into the body? The warrior encountered various obstacles and he thought that now, recalling everything that happened before, it was really strange. The white-haired man put his hand on his jaw, realizing that as long as he had the slightest chance of surviving, he would be immortal. The god of death leaned on his cane, saying that this was interesting and perhaps the protagonist was one of the main bugs that affected their world. The demon stood in front of the powerful being and he asked again. Seeming showed his hand, saying that he was ready to admit defeat and asked to take his head. He looked down, saying that even if one can clearly see the future, it is impossible to correctly walk the path of life, and noted that he had been gambling for more than 10 years, won the whole world. But if he lost twice, he loses everything. The fair-haired man looked up and said that this was fate, and it seemed that he could not fulfill his promise. The death god smiled, speaking of fate, heaven, and noted, the will is predetermined. The scythe was covered in a black substance, and he said that they would decide everything here and now. Gon appeared before that. There was a blow, which the hero successfully blocked. He looked from under the sword at the enemy, and said that since he had at least the slightest chance to survive, he would be immortal, and noted that if so, he would deprive himself of this chance. MC stood up and said that only the three of them knew about this game, and the result would be as the three of them decided. The death god looked at the enemy and asked what this meant. Gon pointed his head at the roulette and asked him to look there, saying that it was clear that he had won. The ghostly shadow bared his teeth, asking that he had arbitrarily spun the roulette, and saying that this was against the law of heaven, asked if he knew about the consequences. The hero held out his sword, saying that his fate was in his hands and ordered to kill him. He bared his teeth and said that he should fight. The fair-haired man looked away and did not understand what he was thinking, realizing that anyone who entered the death space turned into an ordinary person, losing all strength. The red-bodied man became furious, and said that since he was so eager to die, he dealt a powerful blow and said that he would do it somehow. The wound healed and a notification about the ignoring effect appeared. Magic healed the wound and the system showed a message about restoring life and activating the rollback skill. Seeming was shocked and asked what it was and how it was possible. The red-bodied man looked at the guy and said that this was an exception and he knew this skill. The scythe fell to the floor. The ghostly shadow fell to his knees and asked what he had inherited from the power of his demon lord. He bowed to Gon and said that he was his master's contract demon and had never broken the contract, so his space could not limit his master's power. The fair-haired man was dumbfounded and asked again, and wondered if this was a joke or a legend. Tears appeared on the death god's face, and he said that since he died, he sealed himself in this space and waited for him here for hundreds of years. The creature bowed its head and asked if it could continue to serve him. The hero looked forward and was serious. The fighters appeared on the roof. Seeming approached the guy. He showed his palm, saying that he did not expect him to have such a story. The red-eyed man showed his hand and said that in any case, death obeys him, so there is nothing to be afraid of for now, and noted that he surrenders. 2 lightning bolts struck the arena. The fair-haired man left, saying that he was curious about what he would look like when he showed all his power. The opponents stood in the center, and the host said that in the first round, Mr. Seeming gave up and asked what had just happened, noting that they stood and looked at each other for several minutes. The bald man covered his eyes with his hand and asked why he gave up, saying that he was the only hope they had left. The servant burst into tears and said that it was a disgrace to the state, since both participants had given up to some guys. The mustachioed man looked down and said that he must have had his reasons for this, noting that this was the first time he had seen the third brother with such a relaxed expression. The Colosseum was illuminated by the sun, and the host said that this was the end of the first 2 rounds and that Tian and Gon had become the winners, warning that the second part was about to begin. The action took place in the city hospital. Xiang was standing at the door. Wu Jian was lying in the hospital and said that she was here too. She was furious and said that he also lost, and if she was given a second chance, she would definitely win, but she did not finish. Michelle was angry, while the red-haired man said that he knew that she was proud, and from the very beginning everyone considered her a shining star and among all she had no equal. But the same could be said about him, and noted that giving up is a sign of wisdom. Tian transformed, and the wounded man said that this sinister energy of Tian did not look like demonic. In the semifinals there were 2 fighters with regenerative abilities, and he asked to look at the other one. A news notification appeared, in which there were 2 warriors, and the host said that an emergency had occurred, namely 2 participants of the third round, Jasmine and Lacey, were missing. The girl was rolling in a wheelchair to the toilet. A woman appeared behind her and offered to help. The red-haired woman looked back. She rolled her forward and she was thanked. The fighter was standing by the wall. He looked at the fist and said that he had to win to take first place and cure his sister. He walked to the side and asked why she was taking so long to come out of the toilet. There was an overturned stroller in the room. A van was racing through the streets. The girl was lying inside unconscious. The car was driving along a narrow road. The woman who had helped her earlier was driving. Fang met her in the wilderness. He looked away and asked if this was a new product. The kidnapper got out of the car and asked not to worry, because this time the girl was okay and it was good product. She counted the money and said that she had brought a lot of product, asking if he could give her a bonus. He went to the back door and said that he would check the product first. The ruler pulled the handle. He looked into the empty trunk and asked where she was. She was scared and asked how it was possible, saying that she had given her a sleeping pill and that she was disabled and could not leave on her own. Fawn was furious and asked that she had brought the girl, but she had run away and said that she knew how angry he could get. Something began to burst out of his neck and he said that the woman had lost his trust. A huge tentacle appeared in front of her. There was a powerful cut, and her head flew off her shoulders. Her feet stepped on the mud. The girl walked through the forest, leaning on a stick, and thought that it was good that she had managed to hold her breath. She remembered how she covered her airways with a rag and thought that she managed to wake up earlier. The redhead came to the edge of the forest and asked what kind of place this was. People were standing in a circle. Tian stood in front of the demons and said that their gathering had undergone changes. He leaned over, saying that someone had already noticed and noted that they needed to act sooner. She was scared and wondered what was wrong with them and noticed that they looked like they were possessed. She remembered lying in the van, thinking that they first traded bodies and then brainwashed them, to which she told herself no, because brainwashing couldn't work that quickly and thoroughly, and asked what kind of technology it was, noticing that they looked like they were possessed and it was scary. The blonde looked down, while she remembered the girl at the reception and thought that she had seen this girl and she had changed a lot. The girl shuddered after being asked what she was doing here. She looked back sharply. The creature was looking forward and saying that their master was just holding a meeting with them. The dark-haired one was looking at the girl. His head began to come apart, and he said that she was not one of them. The tentacles burst out of the body of the one, and he ordered her to go away. The blue-eyed girl fell into a stupor, and he said that the owner gave her another task. He looked at her, and was silently meaningful. The monster looked at the girl. The guy turned around, going back and saying that everything is clear. The redhead knelt down, thinking that it seems that they do not know their comrades by sight. She lowered her head and understood that she needs to leave here. Her hand took hold of the stick, and she thought that these guys are clearly not demons and assumed that something strange had possessed them. Lacey walked, imagining the one who stood in the center and thought that the creature standing there was also a participant, and noted that the competition could be dangerous, and decided to tell everything to her brother. She looked ahead and said that although she did not know what this place was, but if she just ran to the tall buildings, she could return to the hotel. Someone was watching her from the bushes. The woman appeared behind her, and said that they met again. The blue-eyed girl looked back. The possessed one showed her teeth and asked if she really thought she could escape. Her mouth began to open wide. The redhead fell to the ground while tentacles burst out of her mouth. A huge limb burst upward. Paws with a mouth rushed towards her. Arrow rushed forward. The attack killed the creature and blood gushed from the body. The corpse fell to the ground. The girl looked back. Lacey was standing in front of his sister, and she asked how he got here. He looked at her and asked if she was hurt. The disabled woman looked at the savior and called out to him. He hugged her and asked her not to be afraid. He looked back, noticing Tian and his ward behind him. Monsters were standing in front of him, and he said that there were many creatures here. The boss smiled, saying that this is a good body. Something happened suddenly and the birds rose above the treetops. The guy waved his hand, creating a magical flow. It rose above the enemies, swirling the flows. Lacey looked down, preparing to strike. The possessed rushed to attack. He stood in a stance and ordered the attack to fly forward. An attack of enormous power hit the ground. The bodies of the creatures instantly began to collapse and pieces of flesh were torn off from their limbs and torsos. Rays flew out of the magic circle, creating even larger explosions. He landed on his knee. The redhead looked forward. He froze, realizing that their bodies had been restored. Creatures were appearing from the smoke. The sister stood behind him and said that they had the ability to revive, and said that there was some kind of connection between them. He lowered his head. The guy opened his mouth wide and called on the clouds. The wave rushed forward. He looked at the creatures and said that something was moving in the bodies of the bodies. The creature was in the body and the guy said that these were some kind of insects that he had not seen before. Tian pointed his hand forward and ordered to kill both. Tentacles burst out of the bodies, and he thought that the guy's actions were very coordinated. The redhead remembered how they had a meeting and suggested that it was very similar to a collective brain. She stood behind the guy and said that they had a strict hierarchy and they needed to figure out who was the most important. Tian looked to the side and his sister said that everyone listened only to him. Lacey's eyes shone and he said that he understood. He rushed forward at great speed. A magic circle formed above the enemy. The guy used a skill and a notification appeared that a top-level skill of rank S of the ice element was used, namely a comet, and concentrated cold energy should have caused tremors inside the bones, depriving mobility. Tian was embraced by ice. The creatures fell to their knees in front of the guys. The redhead looked ahead and said that they were indeed connected like a mother and larvae, noting that inside that person, the mother beetle and the rest of the larvae were obliged to obey the commands of that one. So if that one was destroyed, the rest would not be able to act. In the main one, there was a parent beetle that allowed the rest to control people. The redhead lowered his head and said that he was using this S-rank skill for the first time and said that it was not for nothing that she was his sister, and a notification came out that he had exceeded the power of the consumed energy. The girl smiled. She froze. The tentacle pierced her body and she asked how this happened. The woman pulled out the tentacle and laughed. Lacey was horrified and called out to La Man. Fang stepped onto the ice. He walked towards the guy. He narrowed his eyes, saying that they were very smart. He raised his hand, saying that the first-level mother beetle could not be stopped, and a notification came out about the activated skill, namely, about controlling the ice element. The man shot a finger at a boulder. The red-haired man looked back and was scared. A tentacle rushed towards him. The claw grabbed him by the neck and he fought for his life. Tian was lifting the guy. The blue-eyed man looked back. His sister's dead body lay on the ground. A tear ran down his cheek and he said that it was over. The beam rushed forward. The tentacle was pierced and he fell to the ground. The creature looked forward. The ruler turned his head. The plants tied the woman and La Man recovered. The man took a step. Jasmine stood on a sprout. She squinted and asked if everything was okay with them. The Colosseum was packed with spectators and the host said that they had been waiting for quite a long time, but the two third-ranked participants never showed up and noted that they were forced to announce that those two were eliminated. The cards of the participants were on the screen and two were sealed while he announced that the rest were advancing to the finals. The action took place in the desert, and he said that it was quite an interesting place for the competition. Kim looked around, saying that they chose the second area and noticed that everyone wanted to get here. He smiled and said that this is where the source of magic is and if they can capture these lands, then all the power will be in their hands. The opponent showed a hand that accumulated magic and said that he had no chance. The guy showed a blade, saying that she was just the champion of the last tournament. A powerful blow occurred. He rushed forward, saying that he would take the championship this year, and the host shouted that immediately after his appearance, he launched an assassin technique. A powerful cut occurred. The girl dodged the attack and counterattacked him with her foot, and he commented on it. Bingy sat next to Gon and they watched the fight. She frowned and said that it was surprising, because they were so fiercely restraining each other, and said that it was understandable, because both were S rank, so their strength was equal. The screen showed a table of elements, and which restrains what. The queen showed the tablet to the guy and said that Tian would also be against the cloud element, but she did not see what element he had, so she could not complete the diagram. Michelle held the hand of the injured man, and he said that he had the element of the star, but the power did not come from him. The red-haired looked back and asked if he had already left, to which he replied that scars suit men and noted that they were small scratches. The red-haired looked to the side and asked if he would defeat the one, to which the guy replied that he apparently forgot why he was here. Gon stood up while the dragon said that he had not felt his energy for a long time, and the guy replied that it felt like something was about to happen. The hero looked at the sky, saying that changes were about to come. Jasmine wrapped vines around the enemies and La Man asked her name. The redhead looked ahead and asked how she ended up here, to which she replied that she just decided to follow Tian and here she was. The white-haired one adjusted her glasses and said that everything was clear now. Fawn tried to break free with the boss and she said that all these people were demons, but their bodies were captured by the evil race and all of them, its representatives. The girl was surprised and asked how this race ended up in Yango. The violet-eyed girl extended her hand forward and said that according to the prophecies, this race would take first place in the tournament, and said that they would discuss the details later. Her hand reached towards the creatures and said that they needed to deal with those first. The ruler grinned, saying that one should not underestimate the evil race. Tentacles burst out of the bodies and he said that no one could stop them. The opponents rushed to attack. Jasmine looked back and said that it was good that there were two of them and suggested killing them right away. Lacey took a stance and said that he would help. Two huge beams pierced the soft tissues of those. The redhead looked forward and said that those guys were recovering too quickly and asked what they should do. The girl sent the plant forward, forming a vortex and Fang's body was in critical condition. She landed on the ground. The white-haired girl looked forward, thinking that she had used too much power lately and her body could not cope and she understood that she could not completely get rid of those. She closed her eyes and thought that she would try to lure out the parasites and decided to use all her power. The area around her turned green. The sprout rushed upward, creating a flower and a notification came out that the flower control technique was activated, namely, transformation and flowering, scattering pollen and luring out parasites. The eyes of the enemies glowed green and Lacey said that as soon as the parasites left the body, he would kill them immediately. Jasmine looked back and asked him to hurry. He became wary and said that he understood. He closed his eyes and called for a cloud resonance. The parasite crawled out of the guy's shoulder with interest. He was intoxicated by the bait. The redhead shot the beams forward. The attack knocked down two parasites at once. Tian's body fell to the floor. People looked at Fang's body. The guy was happy and said that the two parasites were finished. Jasmine lowered her head, being exhausted, and La Man asked her how she was. Tears were running down the purple-eyed girl's cheeks and she said that there was less time left than she thought. She looked back and asked him to come to her, saying that she had something to tell them. The blue-haired girl looked at the guy and the host said that at the moment in the arena, the participant from the Yugo country was demonstrating the strong fighting power of the current champion, and although the participant from the Lego country was suppressed by the force of the elements, he demonstrated extreme mobility, and noted that it was not for nothing that this round was recognized as an early final. Lin took a stance and said that in any case, it was just a girl from the country of Yu who could only suppress the elements, but he would even step over the girl for the sake of the goal. He rushed to attack and said that he would give it his all. The fighter stood in a stance and watched. Two copies of the guy appeared nearby. The opponent was approaching the goal. The fashionista smiled and said that she would not guess where he was. The girl's finger glowed with magic and she asked that this was all he could do. A powerful attack occurred and electricity engulfed the ice copies. Lin appeared from the copy and writhed in pain. He looked at the opponent and asked that she also had two elements, and she was just hiding it. She looked back, saying that he made her show her power. The fighter raised the enemy with magic. She clenched her fist, saying that this participant would not pass. A powerful blow occurred and Lin lay on the broken battlefield. He looked away and his face was bloody. Lightning bolts struck the arena. The opponents were standing in the center, and the host was saying that the winner of this match was Lien from the Yugo country. The old woman was looking at the arena and ordering the bodyguards to lift his son onto a stretcher and remarked that she would not forgive that country for this. The boy looked towards his friend and asked if she was hiding her strength, and did not realize how strong she was. Woojun looked ahead and asked how she managed to finish him off so quickly, to which Xiang replied that her strength was amazing. The old man looked at the opponent, and it was said that last time, that girl, at the age of 14, became the youngest demon to make it to the finals to face the fiercest warrior of the demon race. The girl was holding her head by the beard and it was said that in just 2 minutes, she finished the match and it was the fastest final in history. But everyone watching knew that she did not give it her all. The blue-haired girl left, and Xiang said that maybe no one knew how strong she was. The green-eyed girl looked at the arena and hissed admiration. Gon looked at the opponent's hands and thought that her hands had changed and noted that it looked familiar. Bingy looked to the side and said that the next in line was a hero and asked him to be careful, because Tian was very dangerous. Would Yuan looked back, asking if he would defeat him, to which Xiang replied that the guy had no choice. An emergency broadcast screensaver appeared on the screen. A body was lying on the floor and the host said that his body was found on the central boulevard and currently the patrol team is investigating the cause of death and due to this, he will not be able to participate in the next round. The red-haired guy was shocked and asked that he was dead. The red-haired girl looked away in rage and asked that shouldn't he be next. A table with heroes appeared on the screen and the host said that the next round would go straight to the final. The cards of the next participants appeared on the screen and it was said that too many unexpected events had happened in this demon race martial arts tournament. The arena was under a dome and the man said that the final would be held live and to ensure safety, huge barriers would be installed in the stadium. Lian folded her arms and looked away. Gon stood in front of her and thought that there could instantly kill him. He turned around, thinking that in other words, this was the last chance to be killed. Siming stood on the court and wanted him to show all his strength. Lacey ran to the side, sighing deeply. The guard stood in front of the guy and said that the final had already begun and he was not allowed to enter. He ran through them and said that he had a very important matter. The guard pressed the earpiece and said that someone had gotten inside and reinforcements were needed. The guy ran into the building and the soldier was waiting for him around the corner, while he thought that Gon should wait. His hand was reaching for his head as he thought he should tell him what Jasmine had said. The guards grabbed the guy and said they had caught him. He looked around and asked to let him go. They were standing next to the offender, and he thought he should tell him. There were people in the arena. Lian stood in front of the opponent and asked if he hadn't said that the demons from her country were very weak, to which he said that they were. The hero pointed his finger forward and asked what was wrong with her strength. Was she sure she could win first place? The blue-haired girl looked at the guy and said 3 seconds. She rushed to attack and said that that was enough time. Feng looked ahead and asked not to worry, saying that he would lead everyone to victory. He stood next to Liang Na and asked her to rest, promising that when he returned, he would marry her. She smiled and said that she knew and promised that she would wait for him. Lian approached the guy and he thought that unfortunately, he broke his promise. The girl struck, knocking off 1000 HP from the guy. Gon looked back, thinking that according to the information, she had a dual core and the ability to transform. The guy's wounds healed and he thought that he needed to find a way to make her use all her strength and the system showed a notification that revival was activated. The girl looked back and asked if he was not an A-rank plus demon and did not understand what kind of recovery power this was, saying that even S-rank demons do not always have such power. No wonder he dared to challenge. The blue-haired girl began to transform. She swung, preparing to deliver a powerful attack and asked what so what. She stabbed the tip into his body and said that she was the strongest demon, and the host said that they saw that the current situation on the battlefield was one-sided. A powerful blow occurred and he said that the fighter and Youngo did not even resist and noted that the final would come faster than they thought. The audience was furious and said that the country would pay for him in order to get rid of the guy. Lacey looked around and said that he had important news, to which the guards were going to remove him from the battlefield. Then he covered his mouth with his hand and called out to him, while Xiang said that that girl was unmatched. Michelle looked at Wu Juan and he thought about his comrade. The redhead lowered his head and it seemed to him that he had made a decision and did not understand why he wanted to return to the people so much. He remembered standing behind MC and saying that his strength allowed him to win the championship and by joining the clan, he would enjoy fame and respect and asked that even if he returned to people as a demon, who would dare to reproach him. The white-haired man looked at the starry sky and said that he was not interested. Wu Juan was confused while he said that maybe she was alone now, facing panic and fear, and said that he was afraid that she thought he was dead. He looked back, saying that he did not want to make her wait for him. Gon was lying on the battlefield and was injured. He looked at the sky and asked if she gave it her all. Lian looked back, asking why she had not killed him. He stood up, saying that she was a pitiful brat, and asked if she did not want to become the strongest demon and take revenge on the clan. She became wary and asked what he was talking about. The hero smiled, asking that in order to become stronger, she even practiced the forbidden power of demonic transformation. The guy's hand touched the hair and it glowed red while he was saying that unfortunately in the future she would not be able to take revenge. But he did not finish and a notification appeared that the transformation skill was activated. The guy stood in a stance and said that she would not be able to take revenge, because she allowed the demonic power to completely cover her and noted that she would plunge into darkness, losing her mind. The white-haired girl stood in space and was imprisoned. Gon lowered his head, saying that such a future awaits her. The creature kept the demons on a leash and he said that the clan of evil spirits will rise and destroy all the powerful demons. Lian became furious while he said that everything would change in this way and she ordered to close her mouth and a notification appeared about the beginning of the transformation. She rushed to attack. The hero absorbed the blow into himself. He looked down and thought that as expected, he was not mistaken. The girl was being watched by a creature and the guy thought that she wanted to take revenge on the clan, and he became her motivation to become stronger. But as a result, she got into the most terrible and unacceptable future for her. MC grinned and thought that it was good that she was angry. There was a powerful blow and a column of dust rose in the dome, and the host said that due to the attack, a small crack appeared in the protective barrier and a notification came out that the power of demonic transformation was taking effect and the enemy's skills were slowed down. Gon looked at the powerful cuts and thought that this was very good, because demonic transformation brings additional superpowers and the power of that one can restrain him, and a notification came out that the regeneration effect was halved. The guards looked around in order to strengthen the shields so as not to harm the audience, and the host said that Lien began a strong attack and the hero did not have a chance. The green-eyed girl looked at the arena and said that she had never seen that girl so furious and noticed that she was giving it her all. Woojun looked ahead and thought that it was good that it was over and the last blow, as promised, would put an end to it, while Bingy said that he was probably in a lot of pain and asked him to give up quickly. The red-haired man looked at the battle site. The girl received a blow to the body and a notification appeared about the activation of the passive skill of reflecting the blow. Lien swung and he thought that as expected, the damage reflection could hardly harm her. MC was bleeding and thought that this was even better and that he could finally fulfill his promise, and apologized to Nana for making her wait for so long. A strange voice was heard in the speaker and something strange was happening in the booth. The guys looked to the side and Lace addressed Gon by the name Feng and said that he needed to tell him something and noted that Jasmine was not a demon. The redhead held the microphone and said that it was Liangna, and she asked to convey these words to him. Gon froze while he said that he must win this match, stand at the top of the demon clan. The spectators looked around and he said that the protagonist did not return alone. Woojun looked up while Lacey said that the guy did not teleport alone. Blood gushed from the hero's body. Lien swung, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. The claws were approaching the guy and the redhead promised to tell him about it personally after the fight. The white-haired girl became wary, looking forward. An ice puppet stood in front of her. Gon looked down, thinking that Jasmine was Nana. The spectators looked at the monster and asked what kind of creature it was, and smiled, saying that this was their comrade's technique and that he used it when he saved the city. The horned one frowned and asked if they now understood that he was going to fight seriously, and that meant that Youngo would win. The fans turned around. On the screen, the swordsman was attacking the girl. She was standing in a stance and a notification appeared saying that the demonic transformation was 20% complete, while she asked that he was summoning an ice demon, assuming that he was a summoner. She dodged the attack and asked that this was the final skill. Gon stood in a stupor and thought that judging by Lacey's words, she might have been reborn. The hero looked down, wondering why she did not recognize him and assumed that there was a reason for this. The protagonist lowered his head and the dragon apologized, saying that he did not know that it was Princess Nana, to which he asked him not to blame himself, because she was difficult to recognize. He clenched his fist and the companion asked what they would do next, to which he replied that of course they would go to her, because he had a lot to ask and too much to say to her. Gon closed his eyes, thinking that if she had made him take first place, then there was a reason for it. He looked ahead and thought about how he needed to finish with her quickly. The guy's hand returned the microphone. Lacey smiled and said that he was done and let him continue. The man cleared his throat and said that who would have thought that the hero would be a summoner. The girl fought with the ice swordsman, while the host said that the summoned ice demon was very strong and the battle became tense. Lien looked away and her eyes sparkled. A powerful blow passed through the creature. A powerful explosion occurred and the puppet crumbled into pieces, raising a column of dust. Lien landed on the ground and the host said that she was the champion of the last tournament, and she used all her strength to kill the demon. A smile appeared on her face and she said that she had defeated the demon and noted that he was not that strong. She crawled on the ground and said that now he would have to pay for his words, and a notification appeared that the transformation was 35% complete. Gon calmly looked at the opponent and said that she had activated the side effects of the transformation, and she would not be able to get rid of the filth. She bared her teeth, saying that she was invincible and asked him to shut up. Lien rushed to attack and said that no one could defeat her. There was a powerful explosion and a blinding flash. The audience covered themselves with their hands and the host said that she was attacking Gon, and the shock wave raised a huge amount of dust and they could not see what was happening on the battlefield. Binny closed her mouth and said that she was very strong and asked if he had a chance of winning, to which Xiang asked what she was thinking. The green-eyed girl remembered how the fighters gave up when fighting the hero and said that in the first round he relied on chaotic attacks to knock down the candidate from Yango, and in the second round she herself understood how it all happened, because the opponent simply gave up and noted that it is impossible to win the championship relying only on luck. The blonde looked at the arena arrogantly and said that the boy from the state of those was unlucky, because he faced her with all his weapons and he would simply be torn to pieces. Woojun watched the battle and said that he would not need to give it his all to defeat her. Xiang raised her hand towards the boy and asked what he said and how he so underestimated the candidate from Yugo. Michelle stood up for the object of her adoration and asked where she was going, to which she asked what she was doing. Red smiled and thought that he began to understand the determination of him after Lacey's words and asked him to win the championship and offered to show everyone the power of Youngo. The girl looked forward and was almost transformed. Gon's figure was visible from the smoke. He was standing with a sword in his hands. Lian was almost transformed and said that he was almost restored, and it seemed that she needed to deal a very strong blow to defeat him, while the system showed that there was 20% left until the transformation was complete. Energy burst out of the enemy's body, and the hero watched what was happening. The protagonist looked forward, asking that she was really going to complete the demonic transformation, and noted that she was captured by more than 50%. She took shape and asked what happened, saying that even if she lost her mind, she must win, and noted that she would never give up. MC frowned and said that her determination was strong, but to become stronger, it was not necessary to follow the path of darkness. The creature stood on the battlefield and exuded energy. She smiled and said that no one would stop her. Her body exuded a blinding light, and she said that she would become a champion, and a notification came out that the transformation was almost complete. Gon lowered his head, saying that he understood. He closed his eyes. The hero raised his sword, which was emitting energy. He rushed towards the attack and said that it was time to end it then. Everyone watched what was happening, anticipating the finale, and the host said that there was an attack from both sides. A powerful cut occurred. The body of the captured was approaching, blinding with light. Two powerful forces collided. The arena under the dome cracked, forming boulders. A beam rushed from the center. The spectators looked to the side and fell into a stupor. Lian was deprived of appearance, and looked injured, and thought that it was at this moment that her mind returned to her. She looked at Gon from behind, thinking that she, being the youngest strongest demon, used demonic armor and used all her power. She fell to the ground and thought that he easily defeated her, and she saw. The hero took out a rag. He threw the cloth on the body, despite that, and she thought that she saw the true magnificence of the demon clan. The companions were happy, while the host shouted that the protagonist with an absolute advantage wins. Michelle and Xiang froze, looking away. MC held the sword in his hands, while his eyes copy held the opponent, and the man shouted that Gon won. The creature stood on the roof and watched what was happening. The possessed hid his face under the hood and said that the country of Yugo could not get the title of champion and ordered to proceed to Plan B. He went into the wall, hiding from view, and the host said that a little later the awards ceremony will take place. The Colosseum was empty. Lacey held a box in his hands and asked if the hero was ready. In the box was a decoration, and the red-haired man said that Nana was already waiting for him. The sun illuminated the crowns of the trees. The bird sat next to its relative. The white-haired one sat on the swing. Gon looked at her while she was saying that the guy finally won. Drones were flying over the city, and the hero was watching what was happening. People were walking down the street. The protagonist was stunned and asked himself in his head that this was the state of Xinhua. He looked back, thinking that it was Wenhua. Feng looked away, and the dark-haired man said that the armory had been checked, to which he asked to stay home. The fair-haired man closed his eyes and asked that his son would have a birthday and asked not to worry, saying that he could handle the demons himself. MC looked ahead and thought that this was the future 6 years later, the day before he traveled through time. Gon stood in a ruined city and was wary. He watched as the buildings collapsed. The girl was holding a stick. She stood with her back, saying that here they met. The hero looked ahead and asked what was going on. Nana looked back, saying that this was the real future that she had seen, and apologized for not asking for consent and dragging her here. The protagonist approached her from behind, and she said that only now could she tell the truth, and she did not know how to fight the future that would happen in 6 years. The army was destroying the city, and it was said that in 6 years the race of furious ones would begin an invasion. The soldier held a weapon, protecting the child, and she said that humanity did not have the strength to resist. The girl protected the wounded man with herself. Fear was written on her face, and she said that she had been reborn many times, but was always late. Tears appeared on her face, and she said that every time she was reborn, she only returned 1 day ago, and by that time, their plans had already been made. Feng hugged the girl from behind. Tears were running down his face, and he said that he should apologize for the fact that she had to go through all this alone. The captain cried and said that he had only experienced reincarnation once, and had already felt like his skin was being torn off and his bones were being taken out, and she had repeated it so many times. The soldier bled and reincarnated, saying that he thought the system had given him reincarnation, but it turned out that it was she, and asked how she had managed it. Nana turned away, saying that after her first death, after 6 years, her ability to foresee suddenly turned into reincarnation, but she was limited to only returning half a year back each time, and she could not change anything, because she had repeated reincarnation for 500 times. The princess walked into the gorge, saying that in order to find another way, she went to the territory of the demon clan. Feng and the girls stood in the cave, and she said that at that time, most of the demons were exterminated by the furious, and the rest became slaves. Gon was imprisoned, and the chosen one said that she met a strange demon. The hero looked ahead and asked if she could kill him, and she said his name. The protagonist looked at the corpses, and she said that all the relatives, family, were killed, But they could not kill him. Even the Furious clan could not cope with him, and MC said that the more he seeks death, the more and more he suffers, because he could not resist the entire Furious race alone, and could not resurrect his family. In connection with this, he lost the motivation to live. Liang now looked at the demon, and she said that this is why they made a deal. He had a technique that could return to the past for a longer period, and this technique could also transfer the hero. The demon was exhausted and said that the highest task is to stop the Furious race. People looked at him, and Nana said that the premise is the following: he must take his place, because he could not suffer anymore. Fong looked ahead and thought that no matter what method of death, nothing will come of it anyway, and then he deliberately left him the system so that he would become stronger. The representatives of the different races looked around, and it was said that it is believed that there are only 2 races. But in fact there are 4, namely demons, elves, humans, and the Furious. The princess looked away, saying that they need to cooperate with the other races to stop the Furious race with joint efforts. The creature looked at the stone, and she said that in the past life, they took first place in the competition and seized control, step by step beginning to control the upper echelons of the demon race, and noted that they should not give them access to power and the second zone. Fong put his hand on his jaw and said that this time he took first place, so they have already stopped the first step. Nana turned around, saying that it is not so simple, and among the demon race there may be spies and they have infiltrated Rina and did not give up even when she exposed them, to which he replied that it is unclear what they want to achieve, but their goal is the key to the second zone, and this is unchanged. The Colosseum was filled with spectators, and the host offered to congratulate Youngo on the final victory in the 46th Great Martial Arts Tournament, and said that the ceremony of handing over the treasure of the demon race, the key to the second area, will begin soon. The rulers stood next to the magic ball. The man extended his hand, saying that they invite the previous representative of the Yugo kingdom to the stage, and said about this year's champion, the head of Youngo, Bingy comes to the stage. The red-haired girl walked towards the podium. The spectators from the homeland watched the events and rejoiced, rejoicing in the victory. Everyone was happy and said that she was very young, and already represents the country of champions, and noted that it was inspiring. Ming cried, saying that almost a century had passed and Youngo would finally be reborn. The bandaged man looked away and asked why Tian Shao was not visible. Ji Biao stood over the child's body and asked him to speak, but did not finish. The fair-haired man was furious and asked where Gon was. The green-haired man closed his eyes and passed out. The representatives of the country stood in front of the sphere. The bearded man folded his arms and said that he never thought that the key to the second area would soon be handed over to a woman, and asked that there was no one in Youngo who could achieve this. The red-haired woman turned away, saying that his daughter was also an outstanding heroine, and noted that Uncle Guan used to fight on the same battlefield with her father to face the enemy together, and remarked that she always believed that a person like them who had endured so much hardship would not judge people so superficially based on gender. The old man looked away, saying that the key to the second area was the treasure of the demon race, and even if they had to die, they could not allow it to be lost. The hands touched the sphere. Energy flowed along the hand, forming a symbol. Bing examined his hand and thanked him for understanding, promising to keep everything. The host pointed his hand to the side, saying that the key transfer ceremony was officially over and wanted to move on to another act, but did not finish. A sharp spike emerged from his chest and he froze. The bearded man turned around, asking who did this. There was a creature standing behind the speaker. The creature stood in the arena and was a fighter of the fierce race of the A+ rank. He looked to the side, saying that they were starting. Something strange was approaching the spectator. Spies appeared behind the observers. They began to kill everyone present. Wu Jian was preparing for a fight and ordered to prepare and protect the leader. Bingy watched as creatures appeared in front of her. They looked towards her, saying that she was keeping the key to the second area. Qing appeared in front of the red-haired woman and asked her not to worry, because the Yango troops would protect here. The protagonist stands next to Jasmine and states that most likely the human race is in chaos. She replies that Ji Biao declared a military coup. She sadly says that when she first returned, her body was very weak. The heroes lie among the magic sign. They are sadly next to each other. The girl says that she cannot use all her power, and she does not have time to stop Ji Biao. Getting up, she looks at the protagonist. Jasmine wipes away her tears, when stands behind her and asks if the commander has woken up. Turning around, she asks with a serious face to call all her dearest teammates. The girl, along with the fighters, looks in that direction, explaining that in a past life they started a coup at a wedding banquet, but then he was successfully stopped by him, and this time he has not woken up and their actions will become more intense. The heroes stand in front of the green monster copies. Jasmine says that this is why she used her power in advance to create puppets of his most trusted comrades. The system window says about the flower limit, revealing a dagger that summons clone puppets. The participants of the celebration see a couple in formal attire. One with blue eyes stands hugging a girl. It is said that all the puppets who participated in the banquet and were killed simply learned the behavior of those who killed them. The green puppet lies on the ground. Another one looks at it. Military vehicles are driving along the road. It is said that they will protect her and his body, they will leave the base in advance. Against the background of the sword, it is said that the target of the Jibiao army's attack is Yun, namely the country where Gon is located, and therefore she left his equipment and allowed him to leave with him. The protagonist calmly holds the blade. Jasmine states that once he encounters him, he will definitely take his weapon back, and it is good that everything is going according to plan. The enthusiastic protagonist in human form asks if Wen and the others are still alive. He opens his eyes excitedly. Jasmine looks at him and receives a question about herself. How is her body? Because the ability to copy greatly depletes mental strength. She asks him with a bright smile not to worry, because now they are safe. The protagonist looks at her with a serious face. Jasmine in glasses stands against the background of blue patterns. It is explained that during the copying of that girl from the demon race, her strength was greatly restored and therefore more strength and energy was invested. But initially she planned to defeat Tian with her own strength to stop the operations of the furious race. She stands next to the protagonist. It is said that then she saw him at the competition and does not know why. But her original plan underwent a change and she decided to place her hopes on him. Shrouded in a bright glow, Jasmine remembers that she defeated the villain and the others. But after exhausting her strength, the copied body will disappear and she does not have time to find out who is behind the scenes of the furious race that invaded their bodies, because there is little information. She sadly says that this time the time for repeated time travel is not too long and her ability to reincarnate is completely lost, and this is their last chance. She looks at the protagonist in surprise, who asks to rely on him, because he will never allow the enemies to get the key to the second area. He seriously declares that he will deal with them. Jasmine and Gon look at the crack in the sky. She says that they have not walked like this for a long time and want to continue the walk. They look ahead. The girl notes that unfortunately this world will not last long. They hug. Jasmine declares that when she defeats the enemy, she will immediately go look for him and take care of his body, waiting for his return. She raises her head and says that there is something else. The blade flies through the air. The opponent with a sword in his hands attacks the enemy with a shield and hammer. He thinks angrily. While his hand reaches for him, he reflects on the fact that such a large-scale event was held, but they did not prepare for defense, and it is his fault. The monster behind almost reaches him with its paw. Seeming points at him in a rage, shouting for his brother to get up. He asks not to protect him because the monsters came for the key. The guy excitedly tells him not to worry, because there is a second brother below. The furious monster rushes to attack and receives blows. Blades are visible on the fighter's hand. The hero stands next to Lu and calmly demands to protect the Lord. The army commander seriously states that it is their army's fault for not providing themselves with decent protection. The fighting heroes notice something in the distance. Lu turns around with him and asks what it was. A fighter in the arena is captured by terrible tentacles. A sharp limb stretches out from a vile black puddle. Half turned into a monster, the fighter begins to laugh ominously. The system window says that he is a star warrior of the 510th squad, a star mage. The guy is kneeling not far from him. Ching is frightened as he is entangled in vile tentacles. He asks what kind of ability this is because he feels like he is being sucked in right now. The villain points to the girl in the crown and shouts that she has the key. Lu is shocked to see the monster approaching. A bright flash occurs. Wu Jun furiously cuts the monster on the way to her. He looks to the side and sees another villain. He cuts the enemy, thinking that these guys can turn into elements, and when attacking, they turn into shadows. He sees a black substance that attacks him. He understands that he cannot attack, unlike them. Black tentacles grab Wu Jun's arms. He sees slime on himself and realizes that his body has not yet fully recovered and that the strongest power of the demon clan is currently wounded and exhausted. The villain smirks and says that the tournament attracted the strongest demons of the entire clan, shouting that he thought their army was stronger. He releases more tentacles with a cry of weaklings. The villain grabs Lu. Someone shouts "Madam." Wu Jun and the others look at this with excitement and say that things are bad. The monster smiles ominously. Suddenly, his face is pressed into the ground by an unknown hero in blue armor. Another character in the distance sees this. The protagonist watches frantically. An enthusiastic Ming shouts that Gon has come to them. C stands nearby and asks how he will fight alone against such a strong army. The assistant exclaims that this is true because there are so many enemies. The guy looks with interest and says that he is not alone. Blue fighters are visible behind the protagonist. Ming explains that he has brought an army. Gon clenches his fist with a serious expression in front of his fighters, declaring that the furious clan will fall. Blue warriors are visible around the cluster of monsters, far outnumbering them. The tied-up Wu Jun looks at Gon in delight. The tentacles are cut, and the red-haired fighter says that he has finally come to them. The army commander turns to the lady and orders them to retreat and protect the leader. Wu Jun looks forward and says to let Gon figure it out himself. Lord Guan looks at the guy and asks how his sister is. Shan calmly declares that everything is fine, she did not receive serious injuries and will wake up soon. Her opponent's last blow was restrained. The system window says that he is an S-rank demon, Shuo's elder brother. The king looks forward and says that he did not expect this, because in the end, the entire demon clan can only hope for him. They look at Gon's back, saying that 200 years have passed. The protagonist stands calmly among the clouds of smoke, pronouncing the name of his native land. In the picture, a camera lens. The fighter's foot stomps on the ground, stones fly in different directions. Gon stands next to a huge blue monster, declaring that he and his army will help the demon clan take the lead. Spectators in the square watch the progress of the battle in the arena on a large screen. And sits next to Ming and says that the Army of Shadows is the secret weapon of the Furious Clan, and it has never lost before. An old warrior with an angry face says that although General Gon always brings surprises, the enemy is a high-ranking fighter, while the protagonist is now just an A+ rank soldier who, moreover, has not yet been promoted. In the frame, a blue girl is enveloped in black tentacles. Her hand breaks off and flies to the side. Something black breaks out of the ground, half of the fighter's body lies in its background. The tentacles rush towards Gon. The protagonist sees them circling around. He exclaims about a fool who knows no bounds. Black huge hands try to grab the protagonist. They collapse, a powerful clap is heard. The creature in black guise sees this. The villain with a sinister grin declares that he is a representative of the S rank of the 10th level. The Lord of Guang stands near Shan and angrily says that his shadow power is legendary. The villain deftly cuts Gon inside the black palms. The man says that it lies not only in his powerful attacks, but also in the element. He says through clenched teeth that a physical attack is ineffective against the shadow. The villain in a mad rage attacks the hero, asking if he feels. The man says the most difficult thing. From the gap in the black hands, the transforming blade of Gon flies out. Small parts of the sword fly towards the villain. They dig into his black skin. He looks at it in shock. His body is pierced by several lightsabers. He falls. Clouds of smoke float around. The villain is motionless. He asks in surprise what is happening and why Gon was able to attack him. The protagonist looks at him. Hearing that he has full health, he apologizes to the enemy. Gon clenches his fist, approaching the villain. He raises it and calmly states that his strength is nothing. He delivers a powerful blow to his jaw, saying that the monster is complete bad taste. The protagonist delivers a series of strong punches to the villain's face. The beaten monster screams stop. The surprised man next to Shan wonders how his weapon can do real damage. The villain's teeth fly out and blood. The man wonders what kind of moves he has and how this is even possible. Gon holds the frightened opponent by the neck. The overlord thinks that the protagonist's abilities are far superior to S rank. The protagonist, with an unperturbed look, holds him back and asks him to say who his boss is. Frowning, the guy asks how he got into the demon clan and who helped him get in. The beaten and frightened villain asks if Gon really thinks that he will betray his comrades like the demons do. The guy squeezes his enemy's cheeks with his hand, saying that he has ways to make him talk. The villain's hand is harshly pierced by a blade. He understands that he cannot resort to his skill, because the weapon holds him back. The villain screams in rage that he will not give the opportunity to interrogate him, because soon the Furious Clan will smear them and the Demon Clan is just an inferior race destined to be exterminated. The villain's eyes light up red. He continues to talk about the Furious Clan. An explosion occurs. The villain managed to say that they will rule the world. The Lord of Guang and Shan watches what is happening in surprise. The fighters see blood flying around in shock. The warrior of the Furious Clan looks at his hands in fear. The fighter sharply pierces him with a blade, asking where he is going. The warrior with a hammer hits the enemy. A cry is heard that the situation has changed for the better, and the head of the clan is dead, and now they will kill everyone who was hiding in the shadows. C joyfully clenches his fist against the background of the indignant Seeming. He shouts a big thank you to the guy from Yun because now they can win. The guy does not believe in what is happening. Through the pain, he holds his hand on his face and declares that this is not the end. Seeming opens her eyes in shock, hearing the man ask what he sees. The guy turns around in a rage, declaring that he will not have time to stop anything, because a traitor is hiding in the demon clan. The army commander holds a blade to Lu's throat. A question is heard how he could. He in turn apologizes. The girl is scared. The guy calmly demands to go with him. They are standing in the middle of a pink magic circle. He is holding her by force. Wu Juan turns around. The leader shouts. He bravely rushes and flies towards the disappearing characters. The fighter stretches his hand towards the frightened girl. He clenches his fist in front of the missing portal. A shining rope binds the heroine. She does not understand what is happening. The traitor stands behind Lu, who is looking at the ball. He states that they have 10 minutes while the teleportation formation is active. If someone enters, they will also be teleported and therefore they need to activate it earlier. The guy with scars calmly states that he will transfer her at the very last moment. Before the formation disappears, the barrier is set and no one can enter. A frightened Lu with a rope around her neck looks towards the red eyes in the distance. She does not understand what this place is. The red-faced villain takes off his hood, warning that there is no one to save her. The Lord of the Furious Clan holds out his hand with a grin, offering to give her the key. She clenches her teeth in rage and asks how dare he talk like that to the head of the national army of the Demon Clan. Qin turns away and says that in the entire Demon Clan, The strongest reach the S rank, and even all the demons will not be enough to resist the Furious Clan. He asks with a crazy look if she knows how strong the Furious Clan is, because they only sent 2 generals and already turned the demons upside down. And what if a war starts? Who will survive? He explains with a serious look that the tide of time is inexorably moving forward, and only by obeying it can one succeed, and he just does not understand the whole point yet. Lu with a collar angrily asks what this is the reason for his betrayal. Calling it shamelessness, she clarifies what exactly the Furious Clan gave him. The Overlord looks at them, wondering why she is speaking in such a tone, since they and the demons share the same roots and origins, and only by working together can they prosper. He holds out his red hand with a mad grin, stating that all she has to do is hand over the key to the second region, and the Furious Clan will guarantee not to harm a single inch of their land. Qing holds onto the orb, stressing that she must understand what is going on, and if a war breaks out, innocents will die. Lu, bound by a magical rope, asks that if they are going to start a war, why did they only send 2 generals to conduct covert operations? She seriously says that the key can only be handed over with the willingness of the holder. She turns to another enemy, warning that she would rather die than give it to them. The Overlord calls this interesting with a sly smile. Would you in, Gon, and the others stand in front of the place where the Overlord disappeared. The guy grabs his head in rage and screams that it's all his fault, and he shouldn't have gone so far away from her. But who would have thought that the commander would turn out to be a traitor? C turns to his ward and orders all units to fully begin a total search of the territory to find Qing and Lu. And even if they have to dig up the entire country, they must find them. Lord Guang turns to the guy named Shan and says, let the subjects of the country go search because they must find the lady. He understands the order. Ximing holds his face and says that first he will search all the places within a radius of 10 kilometers. Lacey seriously declares that he will also help. The heroine raises her fingers in front of her and summons clouds with her magic. Something begins to happen around the arena. Various sounds are heard. Blue energy circles spread one after another from the Colosseum where the battle took place. A large silhouette of a woman's statue rises above the city. The blue-eyed hero looks forward and shouts about what he sees. Lacey tells Gon and Ximing about the temple under the shrine, specifying who put the barrier that stands on top. Ximing tells the protagonist through clenched teeth that it's over and they won't be able to teleport. The picture shows a map with the distance. It says that the shrine is about 100 kilometers away and they won't have time. Gon calmly objects, saying that they can. He stands in front of a bright yellow lightning bolt. Lacey and Ximing look at this in shock. He asks about such a strong pressure, because even he couldn't predict the appearance. The other specifies what it is. A huge black dragon is shown behind Gon. His comrade asks if this is the furious race again. The protagonist asks not to worry. He strokes the monster, saying that Jita is one of them and he is very fast. The protagonist looks at the surprised guys and offers to go with him to find them, because they will need their skills. They climb onto the dragon, noting that it is very beautiful and that the champion can be trusted. Ximing behind Gon says that even so, they may not make it in time. Gon asks him to hold on tight. The protagonist continues to sit calmly while the others are blown away by the wind. C and the others see the dragon suddenly fly into the sky. The man stands in shock near Shan and wonders how much this guy has not shown yet. The black dragon flies in the sky. A large stone statue of a woman stands in the middle of the forests. The Lord of the Furious Clan says with a smile that the little girl decided to play the martyr. Parasites crawl from his hand. He asks if she does not know that his ability is to control insects. Hundreds of small bugs crawl out of his body. Mixie, level 55, a mage appears in front of her. He declares that until he kills her, the key will belong to her. Parasites approach her face. He says that he will inject the bugs directly into her body. He says with an ominous smile that over time, she will turn into a lifeless body. The members of the Furious Clan look at the crack in the ceiling in surprise. The ceiling begins to glow with pink magic. Qing looks up in shock and talks about his barrier. The statue begins to crumble, stones fall. A question is heard that he demolished it with one blow. An enthusiastic Lacey sits next to a sad Ximing, shouting about the great damage. He talks about the statue. Gon looks at them and says that it is time to go down. The black dragon instantly begins to fly down. It breaks through the ground. An explosion occurs. The fighters of the Furious Clan look at the collapsed ceiling. The protagonist, along with Jita and the others, calmly appear before the enemy. Lacey rejoices next to Ximing, shouting that it was cool and fast. Gon, riding on Jita, stands in front of the Lord of Mixie. Gon looks at him with a serious face and says that he has found them. The Overlord stands in front of the captive, saying that the hope of the demons has come. Qing, casting a spell, says that there is no need to worry, because the guy is only an A+ level demon, and he is an S level champion. He puts his hand to his face, saying to deal with him. Qing's face is deformed from a powerful blow. He does not have time to say that one of him is enough. Gon stands in front of a large crack in the ground, asking when he was ever allowed to speak. A beaten and bloody Qing lies under the stone slabs. Gon stands next to the Overlord Mixie and Lu. He talks about the Furious Clan. The red monster looks at the hero with hatred. Turning around, The protagonist declares that he has found them. Gon, along with his comrades and the dragon, stand in front of him. The villain grinning says that it is him. The protagonist covers Lu with himself, hearing that he took first place, ruining his original plans. Mixie smiles and notes that he is just in time. The monster begins to transform, stating that it saves him from having to look for it. Seeming watches in anger, saying that he can predict the future of objects of the same level and below, but the enemy is an object that he cannot predict. He shouts with a dissatisfied face, which means Mixie is at least SS rank and they definitely cannot handle him. Gon stands next to them. Lacey notes that he thinks the three of them can help Lu. The protagonist addresses the Black Dragon. Gon calmly looks ahead against the backdrop of his astonished friends. The guy orders Jita to protect his comrades, and he himself will deal with the furious race. Seeming exclaims that he has gone crazy, because he is only A+ rank. The surprised guy looks at Gon leaving, stating that no one can anyway. The protagonist's fist flies into Mixie's face. The monster flies away in a second from such a strong blow, while Seeming assures that no one will help defeat the enemy, being 2 ranks lower. Lacey, Lu and the guy open their mouths wide from what they saw. Black liquid flows from the protagonist's hand. The parasite flies near Gon. Mockingly he says that he only hit his formation. The insect begins to transform into something else, explaining that he is an SS level mage and Gon will never be able to catch his real body. But his blows are quite painful. Mixie holds his nose, declaring that the protagonist has angered him. His eyes begin to sparkle red. He screams that he is very angry. The picture shows thousands of members of the furious clan with red eyes. The Lord says that there will be consequences. In anger, they all rush towards Gon, while Mixie says that the consequences will be disastrous. The protagonist looks down as he is attacked by monsters. It is said that in the human world, about 1 in 10,000 people can obtain the power of an awakening and most people's talent is limited to ABC ranks. A monster with large fangs rushes to attack. It is explained that among those who have the ability to awaken, only 1 in 10,000 has a special physical type that has the potential to advance to S rank. An advancement is a one-time action, regardless of rank, after which you immediately receive S. The blue fighter covers Gon and beats the mutants. It is said that many things are unfair, and this cannot be achieved simply by effort, and this is the reason why S rank is so rare. The protagonist stands calmly in front of the monsters. He thinks that when he came to the demon world, he discovered that they are also similar to humans. Gon frowns and realizes that he has felt this body from the very beginning. The parasite crawls out of the human body. Gon thinks that he has limitless potential and a constitution to advance to S rank. Seeming screams loudly cautiously, while the protagonist realizes that he has not experienced such feelings for a long time. The enemy's tentacles attack him. He realizes that he will no longer be like a mole and fate will not rule over him. The Lord Mixie screams in rage that all the demons present here are his first-rank larvae, and any of them can kill. The protagonist is surrounded by monsters. The villain screams for them to make a strong attack and tear him to pieces. Gon's face is still visible among the mutants. He realizes that he will not try to die anymore. He remembers the fight with the gladiator. Lacey looks forward in rage. Seeming and Lu stand behind Lacey, who shouts Gon's brother. The blonde says that he warned that it was not worth coming. At this time the protagonist realizes that Nana spent everything to give them a chance to be reborn. Lu fearfully asks Gon to wait. He understands that even if he suffers from pain all his life, being bitten by insects, even if he falls to the very bottom, nothing else will stand in his way. A mountain of insects is visible in the middle of the battlefield. Gon understands what is beginning. A strong explosion occurs in the middle of the mountain. The blast wave illuminates everything around. Mixie watches this in surprise. Among the clouds of smoke, the silhouette of a fighter is visible. Gon calmly walks forward. The system window says about promotion to S rank and improvement of all characteristics. With glowing eyes, he understands that he will come out the winner. The system says about receiving a new skill called True Self, when any attack will cause real damage, as well as a copy skill. Gon stands in front of his enemy. He frantically declares that in fact, to deal with Mixie, A+ rank is enough, but now he wants. The protagonist takes him by the neck and declares that he wants to end everything as soon as possible. Mixie tries to breathe, not understanding what is going on. The system window writes that real damage is activated, ineffective against the element of 10,000 units. Gon runs forward with him. He hits the parasite on the ground. Enthusiastic Lu and Lacey look at this and exclaim that it was great, and brother Gon is strong because he knocked him down with one blow. Seeming opens his mouth and declares that he advanced to such a rank so easily, and not only weapons, but also fists can cause real damage. The insect lies on the ground in pain, asking what kind of monster Gon is. The monster, being in shock, does not understand why it cannot change form. The notification says that real damage is activated. Mixie, in the form of a parasite in shock, tries to understand what kind of demon is in front of him. The protagonist calmly hangs over him, saying that it is time for torture and beating out confessions. Bloody Ching sits near a crack in the wall. It is said that his life will be given to the head of the military tribunal. Seeming angrily tells him that it would be better to explain, or at least try. The beaten king says that the winner takes all, the loser loses. The protagonist stands in front of the tied-up clan lord. Lacey among the bodies says that the insects have been cleared. The protagonist, along with Mrs. Lu, look at Mixie and he wonders who was the initiator of the plan. The monster calmly replies that they will not be able to get anything out of him, because the Furious clan is different in that they are smarter than demons. Gon with a serious expression asks why, knowing that their plan failed, no one came to save them, because he is just a pawn. The defeated opponent asks so what, because he was born a pawn and is happy to be one. Lu silently watches what is happening. Frowning, the protagonist realizes that the Furious clan has been under military administration since birth. The fighters fight against each other. Gon thinks that since childhood they are thrown into battlefields where they kill each other to instill the idea of violence, and the survivors are the elite who have gone through the Great Purge. The fighter holds the sword in rage. Gon realizes that this is why they are all natural-born warriors and suicide bombers. The cloaked subject kneels among his fellows. Opposite him is a monster on the throne. The guy understands that they are unconditionally loyal to the only king. A man in a red hood sits on the throne. Gon reflects on the fact that he is the supreme leader of the clan, the Furious Emperor. The picture shows the body of an insect. The protagonist understands that the Emperor's strength is extremely great, and he is very self-confident, so his attacks are never hidden and evasive. But now everything will change. He looks forward with a serious expression, thinking that this way of attack reminded him of the guy who eventually became the king after 6 years. In the frame, the character in a wheelchair, Gon thinks about how in his early years he hid among people and even secretly controlled the upper echelons of humanity, and all his actions were secretive and planned, so no one knows about his existence. Because he is the illegitimate child of a Furious Emperor and a man. Gon calmly pronounces the name Dao. The monster looks up in shock. Mixie grits his teeth and says that there is no point in wasting efforts, because the protagonist will not be able to get anything out of him. The protagonist is surprised to realize that judging by the reaction, he guessed right. Gon looks at the lying enemy of the monster and asks that he did not expect that he began to weave conspiracies so early, and at the moment, he is most likely still hiding among people. Dissatisfied, Mixie in the form of an insect says the word you, while realizing that the identity of the master is known only to him and even the Furious clan does not know about his existence. Gon with a serious expression thinks that the source of his power is also suspicious. This clan of demons may become a great enemy of the Furious clan in the future, and he cannot stay there any longer. The eyes of the lord of the Mixie clan glow red. He asks if they really think that this is all he can do. The map shows the Yun kingdom. The monster says that they have one last strike force, and while they are participating in the competition, their people will invade from the west, because the commander is an S-rank representative, and he can raise his homeland to the ground alone. The protagonist courageously covers Lu with his body, while the monster asks that they are from the Yun kingdom, and he warns that their state has most likely already turned to ashes. A powerful explosion occurs. The monster managed to say that in the near future all the lands will belong to the Furious clan. A frightened Lu stands near Gon and asks if the Furious clan really invaded Yun, because they just survived the war. The protagonist turns around with a serious face, saying that there is no need to worry and that they should try to contact Yun. The picture shows the beautiful coastline of Yun. The events took place some time ago. A guy with a sailboat in the background declares that he has finally arrived. Ling is furious and declares that Gon killed his brother, and he will tear him to pieces. A crane is shown in the frame. The action takes place nearby on the other shore. Members of the Furious clan in cloaks are moving near the construction site, saying that apparently Yun just survived the battle. A member of the S rank of the Furious clan with a grin declares that they even gathered in the square to watch the live broadcast, and they will kill them all. Suddenly, the fighters turn around at the cry of who they are. A small character with green hair asks what they are doing here. A member of the Furious clan with a grin sighs. The picture shows containers against the background of the sky. A beaten character lies on the ground and asks for help. The cloaked villains loom over him. One of them orders the others to tear him into pieces and throw him in the square. The blonde guy in the suit behind them talks about the demon clan. Ling stands in front of the surprised fighter and asks where Gon is. They look at him with laughter, and he asks what he wants from them, calling him a fool. Suddenly, the head of the Furious clan member is cut off by a blade. Ling, furious, demands to tell him quickly, otherwise his patience will snap. They attack the villain in the suit, screaming that they need to finish him off. The green-haired guy lies on the ground and clarifies what is wrong with these creatures. He opens his unbruised eye in shock and surprise. Ling stands in front of the dead fighters, holding his blade. He approaches the beaten boy and asks him to tell him something. Ling, gritting his teeth, clarifies where the main character is now. The boy looks at him with admiration and assures him that he saved him, thanking the fighter at the same time. Ling silently looms over the beaten character. He is embarrassed and in shock asks if he really thanks him. He helps the boy get up from the ground. It is said that the Furious squad that invaded Yun was destroyed. Lu looks forward in surprise. The lady is standing in the hall in front of her friends and colleagues. They exclaim that the lady has returned. It is explained that therefore the sudden attack of the Furious clan could be considered a failure. The heroes hit their glasses of wine. exclaiming to drink to the bottom. It is said that it is quite ironic that at the pre-tournament banquet a few days ago, Lu stands next to the Lord of Guan and the others. It is explained that it was divided into different levels depending on the size. 18 countries of the alliance participated, and the supreme demon from the country of Yun, previously considered a lower state, could not even sit down. Lu holds a glass with a smile. It is explained that she is now sitting at the head of the banquet. She holds the wine, stating that if it were not for Yun, the alliance would most likely have collapsed, and he suggests raising a toast to express the deepest respect to the supreme demon Lu. The character on the chair raises the glass. It is said that the Thunder Kingdom, which has not achieved any results in this battle, no longer has the right to sit at the main table. The girl looks down and says that today is the most appropriate day, because she has something to say. The men glance at her and listen carefully. A fire burns against the background of a forest. Near it a woman is depicted among other characters. It is said that all of the demon clan were originally one whole. The heroine says that the desire to build a fair and equal family, where there will be help and a strong allied community. Ancestor Lu holds a glass with a smile and says that for this reason, the 18 countries must swear. Because the 18 demon clans are an alliance, they must always stand on a single front line, no matter high, low, noble or despicable, they are all for one. The men hold their glasses with a smile, listening to her know that it is very difficult, and this is idealism. From generation to generation, even if they work hard, it is not a fact that they can achieve it. Lu happily raises his glass, offering an oath to protect and defend each other. The heroes stand around a bonfire in the park. They are having fun against the background of the night sky. It is said that Lu, as the new head of the Allied army, also announced a new rule, and since then the martial arts competition held every 3 years has been changed to sports games. The protagonist sits on a cliff and watches their celebration. It is explained that each state of the 18 countries will have one chance to request the mobilization of the Allied army. Gom looks down with a smile. It is said that an important key has been given to safe hands. Something shines under the protagonist's hand. It is said that it was given for safekeeping and no one objected. Lin sits on the bench with the protagonist, exclaiming that this is a good plan and they need to find more allies in the tournament. He sits with a smile in front of his surprised friend, declaring that they need to make a movie. He will play the main role, Gon, and the entertainment industry will be his. If the movie is released, it will immediately become a hit. The other one wonders if he was not going to invite the real Gon, because he is the most popular among the demons. The guy turns and explains that of course yes, he should invite him to start together, and will give him all the fee. But he can only play the role of someone defeated by him. Lin gets up from the bench and wonders why this guy did not show up, because at this celebration of triumph he should be the main character. Against the background of the night sky and the building, a scream is heard that she has not yet recovered. The red-haired guy looks at the girl and asks why she is getting up. She replies that she has things to do. The heroine with horns and a white shirt thinks that she wants to find him. She decisively looks up, meaning that she wants to fight him. The picture shows the A114 sign. Lu is standing in front of the door. She is depicted against the background of memories of Gon and thinks that if it were not for him, she would be dead. The girl pulls the door handle, realizing that her life has long belonged to him, and whether he accepts it or not, it does not matter. Lu enters the room, realizing that today she will tell him what she really wanted. She sees a girl strangling another on the bed and screaming that Wujuyuan's brother is hers. They fight. The other one replies yes, who needs him. Surprised, Lu asks if they are really not there, hearing what the other one is doing in her room. Wujuyuan approaches a huge black dragon. The main character glances with a grin and says that he did not think that he would find him. Wujuyuan walks up to him with a serious expression, saying that this is the highest place in Yun, except for the statue of the god, suitable for takeoff. Gon, sitting on the dragon, asks if he really wants to kill him. Wujuyuan asks in response that if he does not leave, he will not return. The protagonist calmly says that this is true, because he is from the people that the red-haired man hates the most, and now his mission is complete, and the demon race should no longer have grudges. Noting that there is no need to worry, the other replies that he knows. Wujuyuan smiles and says that after this battle, he no longer hates the human race, and he is not going to hate the furious race either. The red-haired fighter stands next to Gon on the dragon, saying that the identity of a representative of a race can never represent everyone, and among the demons there are good and bad people, and the furious one as well. Wujuyuan looks down and declares that among the people there are good and bad, and Gon is his friend. The protagonist is surprised by what he heard. Wujuyuan says with a grin that no matter who Gon will be next time, a human or a demon, if he returns, he will wait for him at the highest place. The protagonist gets up from the dragon, hearing the question of whether he is going to return to people. Gon turns away towards the starry sky and denies, saying that he will first go to the world of immortal demons. The red-haired fighter is very surprised, noting that this place belongs to the elves. He lowers his gaze with a grin, remembering that this is Gon. The dragon spreads its wings. Wujuyuan's exclamation is heard. The protagonist's friend looks at Jita, hearing from the guy that he will soon marry a human girl. Gon turns around with a grin and tells him not to forget to come and congratulate him. The black dragon soars into the sky. Wujuyuan closes himself from the airflow. A guy in a suit standing on the ground thanks the protagonist for saving Yun and the demon race. He bows with his hand on his heart, expressing his respect for the demon clan. The protagonist is riding a black dragon on fire, flying over the city. Woo-Jun says that he will always stand by his side. Jasmine, clinging to the protagonist, says that there is one more thing, stating that when he returns to his body. The surprised guy listens to her. He is shocked and asks the question, can't he return to his body as soon as he dies? The protagonist yells at the system window, which claims that in fact she deceived him, because with any danger his body only gets stronger and her data turned out to be incorrect. He yells that it turns out he should have died earlier. The system window smiles next to Jasmine, claiming that he dealt with SS-rank demons and it's all nonsense. The guy replies that she should not be trusted because she is deceiving. The girl raises her finger with a smile and asks not to worry, because she found a way to return him to the body, but first, she needs the most important item. A flower with a blue crystal grows from the ground. She means the soul grass. The map shows the world of immortal demons and their continent. It is explained that the grass grows only in the third area and the world of immortals can only be reached through the territory of the elf clan. The picture shows a cyclone and a deadly barrier. It is said that there is a barrier around the world, which is a whirlwind, which is very sharp and cuts any steel and few spirits can go outside, so the state has become closed. The area is highlighted in the frame. It is explained that other races cannot harm the closed state either on water or at sea, and in 6 years only this world will not be captured by the Furious clan. Jasmine says with a smile that except for him and Jita no one else will be able to get there. The main character in his old guise asks that her father belonged to the elf clan and she also probably wants to go back there. Jasmine sadly replies that if he passes by his grave, he should lay flowers on it. Gon seriously says that they have arrived. The dragon approaches the barrier in the sky. He holds onto the dragon and asks if Jita is ready. The dragon calmly replies of course. They fly further, shouting forward. Jita breaks into the clouds and whirlwinds. In the memories, he breaks out of the clouds riding a dragon with Jasmine. The girl behind him enthusiastically asked how he can rise so high. Jita and Gon fly above the clouds. They look down. The protagonist says that the vortex belts are under the cloud layer, and that is their goal. They fly to the area among thunderstorms and clouds. He shouts about the world of immortal demons. The guy with a grin declares that he is already on his way. The events take place in an underground prison. The character walks along the corridor among the cells. Seeming looks at his interlocutor in surprise and asks if he really wants to say that the next target of the Furious Race's invasion is the elves. Qin, with a chain around his neck, replies that this is true, because it was their ignorance that prevented his plans. The beaten hero looks down, saying that he initially infiltrated them, and if he had reached the highest ranks, he could have protected both the demons and the elves. Seeming, in a rage, holds him by the chain around his neck, exclaiming that this is a capitulation and does he really want everyone to live under the oppressive rule of the Furious Race. He in response asks what else they can do and whether they have the strength to resist. The blonde hears in anger that this time they were able to survive the disaster only thanks to the sudden appearance of Gon, clarifying what about the elves. Qin looks at his brother in rage and shouts that in those years they loved the same woman. Even united they could not protect her, and now her homeland will suffer from the disaster, and who will stop them? In the frame, the monster flies over the burning buildings. It is said that this time the actions of the Furious Race are different from the battle with the Demon Clan, and now the general will personally lead the troops, and the entire race of elves will turn to ashes. The protagonist stands among the green forests, admiring the world and saying that it is fundamentally different from theirs and even the air is much fresher. Gon, crossing his arms, says that if the large beach were the territory of the human clan, it would already be filled with ticket sellers. Jita asks to stop complaining, because it is very dangerous here and you need to be careful. Gon notices something in shock. He turns around asking what is the matter. Jita feels great energy and danger. The protagonist sees red energy in the bushes, stating that he also feels the power of at least SS or even SSS rank. He excitedly realizes that he has never felt such a powerful force even in his past life. The protagonist takes out his weapon from his belt. He turns around in shock, noticing something. The sword particles fly out and rush away. Someone's hand catches the blade. An old man in a shirt holds his sword and sitting opposite asks the demon why he came here. The man in glasses looks at the weapon and asks how such a sword ended up in his hands. Shocked, Gon realizes that perhaps this is not a person, wondering why the blade flew towards him. The mysterious character looks at him. The protagonist standing opposite the cliff watches the man and wonders who he is. The old man stood in front of the guy. Gon extended his hand and asked to return the sword. Qin lowered his head and asked what he wanted, for it to return. The sword trembled and he wondered if this was its new owner. The man stood in a stance, holding the weapon. He looked ahead from under his brows and said that he initially wanted to see what he was capable of. The hero was angry and thought that his opponent definitely did not have Rag S and his body was not lying, because he took the blade and he could not take it. He charged, deciding that he had to give it his all. A fist with a knuckle duster was approaching the war criminal's father's face. He dodged the attack and the protagonist's hand flew past. Ching counterattacked, and MC threw his head back. Blood was flowing from his nose, and he thought that he was very strong, and even among humans he had not met such. The opponent's foot crashed into his cheek. Gon landed on the ground and stopped. He grinned, assuming that he was an elf. The hero charged. The bearded man was calm and thought to himself that his opponent was an S-rank demon. The sun was breaking through the clouds. A huge star was hiding behind the horizon, announcing the imminent end of the day with its sunset. Cheng stood in front of the guy. The protagonist wiped the blood, thinking that his speed, strength and all characteristics were great, but stopped, thinking that they had been fighting for half a day, and he had not shown the slightest weakness and a long time had passed, and his endurance was still so high. The fist was approaching MC, while he was thinking about how to defeat him in one blow. The old man made an attack and Gon's body flew to the side. He kicked the guy in the body. The man looked away and said that they had been fighting for a long time, and he was still okay with it, and said that it was quite good. A powerful blow occurred, creating a splash, and the guy flew to the side. Ching was behind while the guy was regenerating, and he said that the hero had a good recovery ability. The blue-eyed man was calm, saying that the guy's combat power was mediocre. The protagonist's eyes sparkled. The old man was covered with hooks while the demon flew to the side. The bearded man became wary and found himself constrained. The fighter smiled, saying that the sea was in his power, and thanks to that, he finally created golems that spent almost all of his energy. The creature held the chains and the system showed the name of the ward. Gon looked at the chained one and said that the summoned golems were hiding under the surface of the sea, waiting for a chance. He approached the old man, saying that now every ice golem has his S-rank power, and he was chained with the same rank chains, and asked that the escape route was already cut off. Cheng lowered his head, saying that he did not expect him to use deception tactics, feigning weakness to lure him into the sea and then use all his strength to counterattack and kill. The bearded man hung in front of the guy, being chained. The hero went behind him and, after a meaningful pause, said that he did not intend to be hostile to him. The boy extended his hand towards the sword, saying that he was looking for something. The flying creature moved it to dry land. The protagonist picked up the blade. He examined the equipment, and said that he would take this thing, and then they would be even. Cheng appeared behind him. He approached MC and asked what he was looking for. Gon became wary, asking how he got here in the first place. The hero abruptly turned away. He watched as the ice puppet fell into the water, and the chains were broken. The hero looked at the place of imprisonment. He was perplexed, thinking that he had destroyed all the S-rank ice golems in an instant, and he could not restrain him. The protagonist stood behind the gray-haired man and thought that the old man did not show all his true strength even now, while he said that the first round was over and noted that if they were the same age and level, he would not be able to compare with him. His hand took the object out of the soil. Ching held the jar in his hand and said that they were starting the second round. He handed the sasha to him and said that welcome to the second round of the male battle. The fire gave off light with fire. They drank the contents of the vessel, and the bearded man asked for what purpose he came to the elf clan. Gon looked tired and thought about what was happening to the opponent. First he would attack him for no reason, and then suddenly he would pull him to drink alcohol. The girl kept her hand on the album. Liangna looked at the family album and thought that her chosen one had already reached the highest realm. Ching was depicted in the photo, and she thought that she hoped that her father was in the elf clan and asked to bless Feng so that everything would go smoothly for him. Gon turned to the interlocutor and asked if he could answer the questions of who he was and why he was attacking, and none of them knew yet that this meeting would be fateful. They looked at the stars, and the bearded man said that he was just an ordinary old man from the elf race who wanted to do everything possible to protect her while he was alive. He frowned, saying that he had a dream recently and that it was only the beginning of that tragic and heroic song. The fighter was standing on the turtles, and the man said that he had a dream about a demon standing in front of a mountain of corpses of the elven race, preparing to destroy the entire race. The hero turned around and he said that he was the main character in the dream. The protagonist looked away and asked what he dreamed about, that he burned the entire race, and asked if it was a joke. Ching turned around, saying that his prophetic dreams always come true and never fail. They sat opposite each other, and Gon said that he could not kill him, to which he replied that it was impossible to change the predetermined future, and asked why he did not kill him right away, noting that he said that they always come true. The hero froze and fell into a stupor. The old man frowned, saying that he could only change the mood of the one, to which the protagonist noted that his interlocutor was quite optimistic. The gray-haired man drank the contents of the saucer. He looked ahead and said that no matter how strong a person is, it is just a grain of sand in the sea and no one can escape the eye of fate, and said that even a warrior was imprisoned in a cage. The protagonist looked at the interlocutor, who said that now it was his turn, and asked what he was actually doing here and wondered if he could now relax his vigilance towards the one. The man poured liquid into the saucer, while the guy thought that there was no evil energy in him, and besides, he definitely knew a lot. They banged the bowls, while the guy thought that he could perhaps help him. Gon became serious, and said that he came here to find the soul-summoning herb. The vessel lay on the grass, empty. Ching sat next to him and said that these plants are not so hard to get, because there is enough of them on the lands of the elven race, and asked him to follow the mining team, then he will find them. The old man looked away, saying that the demonic race will ruin everything. He looked down, saying that the division between the races is becoming more and more serious, and in the eyes of most elves, other races are destroyers. The bearded man extended his hand to his face and magic ran through it. The protagonist was surprised and asked that didn't he say that other races are destroyers in the eyes of the elves and why he helps him. The gray-haired man looked away and said that he was helping not him, but the elven race. The guy stood on a mountain of skulls and asked that if everything happens again, then let him fight on the side of the elves. Gon smiled while he said that he gives a drop of water, and he will return the whole source, and replied that he knows how to invest. He became calm and promised, saying that once he got the soul summoning herb, he would be in great debt to the elf race. The bird flew over the structures. The hero looked unwell. He held his head and asked how much he drank and where he was. The protagonist was lying in the coal and said that he did not remember anything and everything ended. He was on a train and asked what a miner's cart it was and asked how he got here. The wheels began to break and spark, creating friction. The elf held the lever and said that they had arrived and asked to get ready to leave. Pasha put his finger on his temple and asked to quickly get out and get to work. He knocked on the carriage and asked if he was still sleeping. The redhead looked around, asking if he was new and asked to move, to which he said that he was fine and was already on his way. The elf was walking towards the portal and the employees were standing nearby. He turned around, asking him to get ready. Gon was tired and thought that this must be a mining team, and in front of him was a spatial portal, which was the door to the demon's lair. Pasha went inside. While he thought it reminded him of the entrance to the human space, and as soon as someone went there, he could immediately get into another world, and noted that the current demons originally came from that world, and there was also the source of all magical power. The workers went inside and he thought that in his past life he often went into such lairs to kill monsters and level up. The Eastern elves looked back and asked the princess to stand behind. She opened her hood and said that her father was constantly watching her anyway. Patong took off her hood and said that she barely managed to slip out, and they still controlled her, noting that now she is a C-rank mage, and she can clean these D-rank and lower buildings by herself. Pasha stood behind her and said that this was just a D-rank demon lair, and there shouldn't be any danger. He turned around and told the two of them to walk behind and not to bother the princess. He was serious and said that if they upset the princess, then that would be the end for them. The frightened guy looked ahead and obeyed. Gon was calm, thinking that he felt a hidden power, even though the lair was low-ranked. The snake stuck out its tongue, and it was said that there were many low-level demons here and they were analogous to beasts in the real world. The creature showed its mouth while the girl said that she would take care of it, and he thought that many of them did not have intelligence, and even more so those did not have the ability to leave the dungeon. The monster approached the girl while he thought that mainly monsters serve as experience packages for others. The princess's staff burned and the body fell to the floor. Pasha smiled, saying that the princess was doing well, to which she replied that she said she could handle it. The blade passed through the elf's hand and Patong was frightened. She turned away and her face was splashed with blood. She saw a sharp thorn that was stained with blood. Fear swung his sword. Everyone present was frightened and the servant asked where another monster came from. The monster showed its teeth and there was a huge hole in its head. Gon frowned, thinking that something was wrong in this lair. The fighter stood in front of Fierce and he thought that in such places the highest being is usually a monster no higher than rank C. But now a monster of rank B suddenly appeared. It opened its mouth, and he thought that it was a humanoid. The hero was serious while they were hiding behind him and thought that something was definitely wrong in this dungeon. But he could not join the fight now. He remembered the hand reaching towards him. Ching looked away and said that the effect could last for a maximum of 3 days, and during this period one should not use the abilities frivolously, and as soon as he began to use the power, the effect and duration would be significantly reduced. The princess held a stick and asked that they would definitely be able to handle it. The monster was missing a hand and smiled. He bowed his head. He opened his mouth and released a projectile. The attack flew to the side and asked to be careful. There was an explosion and the servants tried to contain it. Patong covered herself with her hand and said that it was pointless to defend and that it was necessary to destroy him. The servant frowned and said that they would do it together. The creature swung. The blade burst through a cloud of dust. The defenders stood in front of the humanoid. The blonde stretched her hand forward. The monster struck and the sword cracked. The elf tensed and fell into a stupor. The bodyguard rushed to attack. There was a powerful cut, and the head flew off his shoulders. The mage looked at the enemy's head. The guard looked back and said that it was the first time he faced a B-rank boss. Pasha was injured and she said that he had injured his hand, to which he replied that everything was fine because the bleeding had stopped. He smiled, saying that their princess had grown a lot. The bodyguard looked away and said that the final boss had appeared too early and noted that it was good that they had figured it out. Gon frowned and thought that it was not a boss. The creature appeared from the darkness, and he thought that before that it was just small fry. The monsters appeared in front of the group. They were crawling out of the dust curtain and were about to attack. The guard grinned, asking what was going on and where else they had come from. The miner held a pickaxe in his hands and said that it was over, this was the end and they were dead. Patong bared her teeth, saying that it was her fault and ordered them to retreat, to which Pasha replied that it was not her fault, because they came here to mine ore and it was he who underestimated the monsters. The guards stood at attention and one of them asked what tactics they would use, to which he replied that he had just killed one and had already given it his all and all his techniques were exhausted, and now 4 had come out at once. Gon was calm and thought that the elves unite in times of danger. The guy frowned and asked what else they could do and said that the only thing left to do was to fight, and he thought that the guy was brave after all. The demons grinned, approaching the elves. The creatures rushed to attack. There was a powerful cut. They made many cutting attacks. The guards fell to the floor. The creature held a sword, showing its teeth. It jumped up and Pasha and the princess watched what was happening. It grinned, asking Patong to be careful. The paw grabbed the elf. The monster crouched, hitting its heads on the ground. The miners retreated, while the enemy stood next to the defeated. The man held a pick in his hands while the beast looked at him. The hero looked away and thought that they could not correctly assess the forces. The princess was lying on the floor and looked wounded. The body of the guard was lying on the floor. The bodyguard was bleeding, forming a pool of blood under himself. A paw held Pasha's head. The miner held a pick in his hands, and he thought why they should die here. He rushed to the attack, saying that he would fight, to which he thought that there was a lot of courage, but zero intelligence. The blonde looked forward and screamed no. The fierce one looked forward and smiled. A powerful cut occurred. The man looked forward and saw the internal structure of the creature's muscles. The head was split in half. Everyone present fell into a stupor. The ice puppet appeared next to him and showed a sword. She pressed a katana to herself, while another monster watched her. The creature hid under the hood and growled loudly. The ice warrior looked away and he thought that this took a little strength. He lowered his head, saying that it did not affect much. The fighter held a weapon in his hands. The miner was surprised and asked what it was. Patong looked at the guy and asked what his skill was and did he perform the summoning. He looked at his hands and said that this is it, he summoned it. He pointed his finger forward and ordered to finish him off. Gon smirked and thought that let him be his strength. The ice warrior looked forward and he asked him to become a puppet of the worker. The ice servant took out a shining sword. Many cuts occurred. The miner looked forward and asked what in just a second, saying that it was a huge power. Patong looked away and said that she did not expect that there were such guys in their group and said that people cannot be judged by appearance. The creature put away the sword. The miner frowned, thinking that this was his summoning, which means he is the chosen one. The princess looked at the guy and said that he has enough strength to join the assassination squad. The guard smiled and said that he should then prepare to collect resources and noted that he would help him, and he would help him. Gon looked down, thinking that there was even more serious energy there, in the deepest place. Magic cut the floor on which everyone stood. The slab collapsed and everyone was scared. They fell into the depths of the dungeon. The block fell to the ground. Patong looked around, asking what it was. An army of monsters stood in front of them. The creatures looked at the guests, and she asked why there were so many of them. The guard grinned, asking how this was possible. The hero frowned and thought that it looked like he had led them straight to the lair. Pasha looked at the creatures, while he thought that judging by his specialization, he was considered a star mage. The king of the fierce smiled and said that finally the princess of the elves was in his hands. Patong grinned, saying that he not only knew how to talk but also knew her. He extended his hand, ordering everyone to kneel. The bodyguard frowned, furious. The ruler clenched his fist. The elf fell to the floor, experiencing excruciating pain. The strategist stretched his hand forward, calling out to Sage, and the steward said that they needed a potion. The red-bodied one pointed a finger and asked who was next. Patong was in a panic and thought that they would not be able to resist now, because this creature was more terrible than any monster they had met before. The miner trembled and stretched out his hand, trying to summon an ice puppet. His hand was torn apart, and he screamed in pain. The king pointed his finger forward and said that they were very weak, noting that even the princess did not obey. Pasha looked away and Gon thought about how the monster knew that she was the princess, and noted that its abilities exceeded all his expectations. The hero frowned, wondering if he was somehow connected to the Furious clan. The monster smiled, saying that in that case he would make them fall himself. The blonde looked ahead and thought that her body was not obeying and that it was all over. The cube was falling on them from above, and she thought that it was all over. The protagonist caught a huge object and asked if they could make a deal. He looked ahead and said that he would take all the plants. The monster was confused and asked why she did not fall. MC adjusted his helmet. He smiled and said that in exchange he would help them. Gon stood up. Patong grinned, saying that he was not his opponent, and asked him to run away. The king was angry and ordered them to kill. The enemies were approaching the guy, and he thought that using excessive force shortens the duration of the camouflage, and could lead to premature detection. He frowned. His hand held the weapon tightly, and he thought that he would only use the blade. There was a powerful blow, and the blast wave rushed forward, sweeping away everything in its path. The princess was stunned by what she saw. The ruler rested his chin on his hand and said that he had a blade. He extended his hand and said that it was still not enough. An invisible object fell on Gon, and he called 20 times gravity. The pressure fell on the guy, but he continued to stand. The eyeless one smiled, ordering him to kneel and noting that no one could withstand his pressure yet. A powerful explosion occurred. Air burst out. Pasha and the princess were stunned by what they saw. The guy took a step out of the dust. The hero walked forward and was unharmed. The king of the fierce grinned, saying that he still could not be killed. He extended his hand forward, calling everything together, and a notification appeared that the ability of the star horn was active. The monsters ran towards the guy and a notification about the increase in the combat power of the fierce ones came out. Patong was scared and asked to be careful. Gon stood calmly in front of the danger. He looked ahead from under his brows and thought about the fact that he had the ability to change gravity. The protagonist swung, thinking that the reason why monsters reach rank B is because they are strengthened by his magic. There were multiple cuts, and he thought that no matter what, this is not an ability that a rank A mage could have. MC stood in a stance, thinking that he was no weaker than those monsters. Patong looked ahead, saying that the monsters they fought with all their might were swept away by him in one blow. The swordsman held his weapon tightly and looked ahead. The monster was in a stupor and thought about what was happening, because under the influence of 20 times gravity, he moved freely. He became angry and decided to increase the pressure. The monsters were shrouded in magic and he said that the power of the creatures should be his, but did not finish. Streams of energy were reaching out to him, and he ordered to give it to him. Gon looked ahead from under his brows. The magician transformed and notifications about the increase in power came out. He landed on the ground. The hero froze, thinking that there was a summoning herb and everything was easy and simple with it. The creature looked at his hand and said that he felt invincible. The ruler spread his hands and asked him to taste his attack and said that he had the most powerful defense, combat power, and magical properties. He bared his teeth, wanting to summon something stellar, but did not finish. There was a powerful cut. Gon ended up behind him and the head fell from the king's shoulders. The body fell to the floor and a notification came out that the stellar sea beast had died. He reached for the flower with his hand. The hero held the flower, saying that he did not know that he could find the summoning herbs so easily. Those present were shocked and the guard said that he had knocked down the invincible boss with one blow, and Patong asked if he was really from their clan, noting that she had not seen him before. Pasha looked away and said that the battle was not over yet. The monsters were approaching and he said that although the monsters were weaker than the boss, there were still a lot of them. MC pointed his finger at them and ordered them to bend down to the ground and not get up. Everyone was stunned. They began to squat and the bodyguard asked what he was up to which she replied that she did not know, but they had no choice. Gon swung, saying that everything was fine. A flash appeared, illuminating the evil spirits with its blinding light. The beam swept over the survivors. The shock wave enveloped the creatures, incinerating them. The princess and the servants were shocked and gaped. She looked at the savior with admiration and said that he did it with one blow of the blade. The hero came out of the dust. He smiled and she asked if there really was such a strong young man in their clan.